All right, thank you everyone so much for your patience. And without further ado, I have the pleasure to introduce Zero Scar and Final Fantasy XII Any Percent.
Okay,
Hello.
cool. I'm Zero, and I'm running Final Fantasy XII today. With me on commentary are...
I'm Mythic Dawn. I also run this game.
I am Roosta. I used to run this game. Hope to again.
I'm LK47. Basically same. I was mostly involved way back in the day, but I still love this game and appreciate how difficult of a speedrun it is.
Yeah.
Okay, are we ready? So, like, should I do a countdown and start, or... Okay, so I'll do the countdown then, and three, two, one, go.
All right. Final Fantasy 12.
So this game is the 12th in the Final Fantasy series, and it's a pretty interesting game to have as a speedrun because it's the first main series Final Fantasy game that has cutscene skips. For people who were here yesterday watching FF10, the community have found a way to skip the cutscenes in that one, although that took a lot of hard work from a lot of people. But this game, we just skipped about 20 minutes of cutscenes, and we're already past all that. So
Yeah,
we're
something
just
like that.
gonna do the introductory section of the game with the main character of the game, Rex.
Definitely the main character.
Yes, definitely the main
Definitely
character.
will be around for the whole game. We'll be
Also,
the
Jeff
MVP.
and Rock with us.
Yeah, and we have Bosch, the other main character here. But yeah, this part of the game is just like a short little tutorial. You basically just have to run through it. There's a quick little fight, and there's a little bit of optimization that goes into this fight, but the Bosch does way more damage than anyone else, and so it's basically just wait for Bosch to do the damage to beat this boss, and then you hope for combos. It's just pretty much an RNG fight.
Yeah, we're just gonna like spam some thunders, and
But
there is a very
Oh, no.
small chance to die to this fight. I have died to this fight. It was actually twice in a row. Very small chance.
yeah, he has a big attack that can do like half of your health, and so if he does it twice, you can just die.
Yeah, you
Yeah,
aren't a
the
Final
soldier will like
Fantasy
throw
12
potions.
You aren't a Final Fantasy 12 runner unless you've died to Aircut or Remora at least once.
Yeah.
I believe Zero actually died to this during an OOA run, so he was there for a 24-hour run and 2 minutes in dies.
I've died to this guy at least twice during OOA runs.
But just
Yeah, for perspective,
taking a step back,
that is
Okay.
that is the 100% category of this game, if you will, or all achievements is really a closer category because we define it based on essentially an in-game achievement system in the Sky Pirates Den.
but
Yes, and
taking
that's
a
a
step
short
back,
21-hour run. No big deal.
it's 21 hours now. It's
Yeah.
been more than that in the past, or if you're not as
yeah.
good as Zero.
It's 21 hours if you're Zero.
But what I wanted to say really quick is that this, if you take a step back and look at this among all the other Final Fantasies, you'll notice that the world is very different just in terms of the way the game is presented. Up until now, Final Fantasies have had a separate screen for battles and for moving around in the world, and so this is sort of the first time when they just combine them into one. So you're running around and the enemies just appear as you run around, and you do fights in the overworld, and so that factors in massively. Another thing that's pretty unique among Final Fantasies is that the position of the characters matters, and in the speedrun, it matters a lot and can make or break the run. And so even here right now, what you'll see is that Zero is moving towards the door as he is fighting these guards. And so if you just stood there and fought them, then the fight would end and you would be far away from the door. And so he has to move through the overworld as he fights the enemies. A few other little things, this damage rolls. You should be able to kill these guards in 2 hits each, but if you get low damage rolls, then it takes 3. And so he used a Thunder there because Thunder is guaranteed to be a higher damage roll, but Thunder has a slower animation, so you're sort of like a little bit of a balancing act there.
Yeah, and you also saw
That's all for the intro tutorial.
He used Flee before opening the door to put his weapon away. That's a quirk there specifically. He would Vaughn would pull his weapon back out and then have to put it away back again if he hadn't put the weapon away fully. But one thing that's important to note, and we'll probably mention again at some point, is that the fleeing mechanic is very significant, that it makes you move faster than when you have a weapon out.
Yes, it does.
Yeah, you both run faster, and you also pause to take your weapon out. So there's just like a lot of little optimizations that you have to keep in mind while running the game. And again, the positioning for this little follow-up tutorial where you're just using Vaughn, who's the actual main character. You just have to fight these little rats off, and it's not really something you think about, but after doing enough speedrun of this game, people eventually realize that if you move in a specific pattern, you can get the rats to come to you at a, faster rate and get to them faster. Got a little unlucky there. One of the rats took 3 hits instead of 2, so that's just like a little bit of a slowdown. So,
yeah, he went up the first stairs to try and manipulate the rat's movement.
But that's pretty much it for the.
Kind of failed because the 3 hit.
Right, you have to be at a specific place at a specific time, and because it took longer to kill one of the rats, he couldn't get back to where he wanted to be, and yeah, it got a little bit. But I mean, it's just an optimization.
Yeah, I'd say that whole thing cost maybe 10 seconds, including the 3 hit, although it's pretty likely to get at least 1 3 hit there.
Yeah, the rats have actually different HP values. The first rat is about 1 in 3 chance to survive, which happened here. And the last rat has about 1 in 6 chance to survive. The second rat always does 2 attacks, so...
I was going to say, I don't think I've ever seen Rat B survive.
I did not know that. Actually, I was going to ask, you used the Thunder on the second guard. I don't think I've ever seen that.
He rolled 37, which is like I think
So
it's like a
it's just very
50-50,
low.
right? To kill with a second attack?
I think so.
It was a little bit higher than 50-50 to kill with the second attack.
Okay.
You deal... In the swordsman fight, you deal between... Well, if we exclude the first one, you deal between 35 and 40 damage. And on the Imperial Swordsman C, which is the one that I use Thunder on, you need to do 37-36 doesn't kill. So 37-37 does, I think.
Oh, okay.
And
So someone can do the math.
you would think
how
a
much
math
HP
major.
this is.
Let's say you would think a math major would be quicker to know what the final HP is there.
Yeah, Rista, come on.
Okay, so 37
Look, I'm a
times
math
2,
major, not an
that's,
arithmetic major.
74. 74 HP then.
But anyway, so now that we're through that, this tutorial here is introducing the sort of main leveling mechanic that's happening for abilities in the game called the license board. And we're pretty much showing here that there's 2 chunks to the license board. There's the abilities and there's the equipment. Here we're getting or I guess it's accessories are with the abilities. So I don't know how you'd actually segment them here, but it's pretty much 2 sections to the board. And we just licensed accessories 1, which lets us equip the Arachia armlet that we just got. And it's just introducing this thing where pretty much if you want to equip or use an ability, you have to have the license for it. And so it's sort of a way of throttling what you're able to use and forcing you to level. This is also pretty unique for Final Fantasy XII among the series.
Yeah.
Yeah, basically all your equipment is down at the bottom except accessories, which are up with the gambits on augments and techniques. Techniques are kind of like other moves that aren't a basic attack or magic.
I was like,
if you're
oh, the
familiar
top
with
one's
the
just abilities,
Zodiac
and then
Oh, go ahead.
I was gonna say the top one seems like more abilities, but then like as I said that he licensed an accessory, I'm like, wait a second.
Yeah.
We're gonna grab this small package from this Banga merchant right here. He specifically tells you not to sell it, but we're really bad at following directions. We're like horrible at following directions. So we're gonna sell it later. Spoilers. What I was saying earlier is
You're
license
supposed
board.
to give it to the hapless person.
Yeah. And he doesn't
Yeah.
even give you a reward. So, yeah, we're going to sell it.
Do you guys have to get rewards to do nice things for poor merchants?
When we're going
I am
fast, yeah.
ashamed.
I mean, they could have been nice and given us like 200 gil or something.
I know,
for it.
right?
They could have been nice and given us 3 golden amulets.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah. Just three gold names. Yeah.
So that wolf that spawns there, Zero's running around to try and not aggro it successfully. The aggro mechanics are pretty complex in this game, but I'll not get into that too much right now. So right now we're hoping for big money damage here on Rogue Tomato. It is possible.
This fight,
Yeah, it's possible to clear that first bit one attack faster, but it requires quite a bit of luck. You basically need to max roll it all.
Yeah, I calculated it to be about 9% chance to.
To get a 3
So-
hit in either phase.
Yeah.
so in this game, there's sort of like a mark system where you get marks from the clan, and then you hunt those marks down. This is the first one, and it's the only mandatory one. So the way the damage works out is that usually you should be able to kill him if you only take damage from him without having to heal, but if you get any wolf aggro, then it becomes pretty likely that you'll just die and game over. The game
Yeah,
over
so you
condition for
push
this
that.
game is if your whole party wipes, and right now your whole party is Vaughn, so if Vaughn dies, you just game over.
Yeah.
And that's a nice 10-minute time loss right there if that happens.
Right, yeah.
In an event run, at least. Otherwise, it's
Yeah.
really
Thing
sad.
with this run is you can die anywhere and everywhere for any reason, or no reason at all.
Right. Rogue Tomato is sort of an interesting philosophical split in the community where it's like it takes maybe a couple of seconds to use a potion, but it's such an early fight that you can just risk it and just reset if you don't want to bother with the potion. The gil for the potion can
Yeah, the
actually
gil
matter,
matters.
so it can be annoying. I don't think it matters anymore now that we're selling the teleport
It
stone.
does.
It does.
Oh, it does matter. Okay, so if you don't use the potion, then you don't need any extra gil. But if you do use the potion, then you need to make up that gil. So it's
It
more
just
than
means
just
you
the
don't
time
have a
it takes
potion
to
after
use
dusk.
the.
Yeah.
Right? Isn't that what it is? Yeah.
It depends on how you handle it. Like, there's various
Right.
optimal ways. Like, if you're willing to eat a little bit more time loss early in the game, then yeah, like you can have a potion after Dusty and use that potion. But you're gonna lose a little bit of time getting that gil.
Mhm.
But yeah,
Unless-
this is
unless you get the Phoenix Down chest in Lowtown, which is not likely.
this sort of begins getting into the overall routing for the game, where you have a bunch of resources that you have to manage throughout the run. Some of them get reset occasionally, some of them don't, and so sort of the first one we're contending with here is gil. We have specific things that we want to buy throughout the run, and using that potion took away from our gil total, which might not seem like a lot, but it comes into play here shortly.
Yeah,
But
potions.
for now, we're moving through. Oh, go ahead.
Yeah, potions only sell for 35 gil, but at this point, we're on a pretty tight budget to get the Phoenix Downs that we want to get in a little bit here. So there is a chest that Zero just ran right by because, strats say you can go for it if you want to. It's honestly kind of a choice. It's so unlikely to have a Phoenix Down anyway that it's not a big deal.
Yeah, it's
Yeah,
what,
something
50%
else
chance
we
to
can-
spawn and 50%, or no, it's like 30%.
I think it's
spawn.
even. I think it's like 12.5% total chance to get a
Yeah.
Phoenix Down or something. But
Yeah,
That
something
sounds
like
right.
something that might be worth, or that's worth mentioning right now, is just like another unusual thing about this game is that the chests are random. I think before and after this game, chests are not like that, but in this one, chests can randomly spawn. Their contents are random, and so as speedrunners, we have to factor that into our calculations. Like, is it worth going for a chest? And while that chest can have a Phoenix down, and it's very nice when it has a Phoenix down, it's not very likely to have a Phoenix down. So on average, it's probably not worth going for if you don't need to.
Also, that chest
before
that Zero just
we-
ran past is the forbidden chest.
That chest is the Solomon chest. It's one of the 4 Zodiac Spear chests, and so basically you have to skip those chests if you want to get the Zodiac Spear. It's like a really weird mechanic that they took out in the later versions of the game, like ICJ or the Zodiac Gauge, and it's just it's funny because we don't need the Zodiac Spear. It's way out of the way and not needed at all for the speed run. However, the 3rd Zodiac Spear chest has the elixir in it, and the second one has the elixir, and we really want that elixir because it sells for a lot of gil.
Yeah.
And so we have to skip that. That chest has a remedy in it, which is worth 25 gil, but we want the elixir, which is worth 777 gil. But basically, as Alex said, we're saving up for Phoenix Downs. We have to buy 8 Phoenix Downs for a farming section that's going to come up, and so having 1 Phoenix Down from that chest would be really nice. But the gil that you spawn with happens to be enough that you need, I believe it's 90 extra gil from just your starting point to be able to afford the 8 Phoenix Downs. And so
because you leave the shop with 10 afterwards, I believe.
So for the longest time, the start of this game would be pick up random chests until you get to 90 gil. If you that chest that we ran by is really nice because if it starts with a Phoenix Down, that's 250 gil. So you're covered and then some. So it's really nice to get it. However, we eventually realized that we could sell one of our teleport stones, which we used to need, but because of a route change that'll come later, we don't need that teleport stone anymore, and teleport stone's 100 gil, so that's, that covers everything we need.
Yeah, gil in this run is like kind of a constant problem. We're going to be another theme of this run is kind of just being strapped for cash unless you get really lucky.
Yeah.
You're basically kind of working with not much. There are some chests that we can pick up that can give us extra gil. A potion there, it's nice, 35 gil.
Yeah.
Some things you can steal from. That can give us some steals.
Like
The
this werewolf
optimization
here.
of running this game is to, you have to reach certain amounts of gil, experience, license points, and you basically have to make the decision while running of when to stop farming. And so it's balancing, how much time is it going to take to farm versus how much time am I going to lose if I try and cut it too short,
Yeah,
or do I just lose the ability to finish the run?
So this next little mini game section is charging the stone here, and you can get between 25 and 55% per charge. The ideal is you get a 2 crystal, you get it in 2 charges. The most likely, by far, outcome is that it takes 3 charges. Unfortunately, the worst outcome for crystal is the least likely, but that loses. I think it's a little
basically
bit less
just
than a
like
minute.
a
Minute and a half, I think.
Or is it a minute and a half? Yeah, I guess with loads.
It's minute and 15.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah.
you save like 50 seconds if you finish this quest in the 2 crystals. If it's 3, then that's what you expect, and then if it's 4, then you lose that minute and 15 off of the top.
But yeah, in this rough of a speed run, it's really hard to justify resetting to try to get a 2 crystal because you would just it would not be good for your mental state, and that is not a great roll.
Yeah. So the thing that Zero just did here with Penelo using the potion, it's basically a trick that we're going to use a lot throughout the run, where we sort of force a character to take an action that immobilizes them, and then we can swap our party leader to them to sort of teleport. So he used a potion and then another potion with Penelo at the zone line there, and then touched the stone with Vaughn, and then swapped his leader back to Penelo, and he didn't have to walk back to that zone line. There's a kind of a weird bug with this game where if a character's like taking an action, and then you have them queue up another action that targets somebody who then goes too far away, they just kind of stand there. So Penelo's second potion was just sort of in limbo while she was waiting for Vaughn to get back in range.
The game prompts you saying the character's too far, and so it's this is actually one of the relatively recent things. Like we knew about the too far thing, but we never really considered using it as a like long-term immobilization technique. But once we realized that it's possible, it just suddenly got put into a bunch of different places because there's a few different ways we'll immobilize characters, and pretty much anytime we have to backtrack, if we can, we'll use this trick of leaving someone behind and then just swapping to them to save the time it takes to backtrack. But the too far glitch is kind of the best version of this because you don't lose any time doing it. Like if you want to immobilize someone, you have to cast immobilize, and that takes time for a few different reasons.
Yeah, the crystals made it a little bit dramatic there, but we got it in 3 still.
Yeah. The one thing about the too far away glitch is that eventually a character's action will get canceled.
I think it's 30 seconds.
Immobilize their offs too. It's what?
I think
that is like a minute.
I think it might be a minute. Yeah, it's it's a minute that it stays in the queue, and then immobilize base duration is like 90 seconds. So immobilize lasts for longer. And there's a few other things like for the too far glitch, you have to just run. You can't flee because if you flee, it cancels the action. So if you're gonna run past enemies, the too far glitch doesn't work. However, you can despawn enemies while using the too far glitch. So you can despawn enemies that you don't have to flee, or you can just immobilize and flee, or we make different choices as the situation calls for it. But that's just one of the many issues that comes up when you're free to move between different party members, and the positioning matters throughout the whole run.
Yeah, that immobilized despawning technique is all down to the way the game tries to save memory. So it spawns enemies when you cross a certain line, basically, and get near them. And if you switch away, then it deloads those enemies. And if they're not there, when you switch back, you don't cross that line again, so they don't spawn. They're not there. So you've despawned that enemy, and immobilized despawning is a pretty big part of a few of the more dangerous late game areas and getting through there safely.
Yeah,
there's
we're
a
gonna make
sort of interesting.
Go ahead.
Yeah, so there's a bit of an interesting discussion with this game, which is like, what is a glitch and what is not a glitch, or what is a feature? Because we take advantage of a lot of different things that sort of don't seem like intended behavior for the game, and it's interesting because as new versions of the game have been produced, some of them have been removed and some of them have not been removed. And so one of them that we'll explain later is called the underflow glitch. That was actually removed even in later versions of the PS, like the Platinum Edition of the PS2 removed that glitch. And so obviously it's a glitch. Meanwhile, the enemy despawning technique, which we believe was put into the game because of resources, because this game is really taxing on the PS2, and so we think the game despawns or removes enemies because it saves resources on the PlayStation 2. That is still in the game for later versions, including TZA on PC, PS4, etc. There's another one which is the effect capacity, which is expanded in later versions, and so that's something that's changed but not removed. And so it's just really weird because we take advantage of all these things, and some of them seem like glitches and some of them seem like just like game design.
Yeah, in the 80% route, pretty much the only one that we use that is actually a glitch is the underflow. There is another one that is an incentive, however, and that is the dead character glitch. That is used in some other categories. Actually, most other full game categories.
Every other category, I think, yeah.
Definitely the low-level category, 1, 2, 2, 3, 3, 3, and Order of Ambrosia both use it.
Yeah,
it's very
dead
cool
character
glitch. If you guys
glitches.
want to see that, you should get your donations in for it.
Yeah, it's a really interesting one, and I don't think it can be questioned if that one's a glitch, but I just think it's not a big enough deal that they ever bothered removing it. It became harder, but still possible in the Zodiac Age, and so it'll be cool to show it off if possible.
It is so hard in the Zodiac Age.
Yeah.
It's sort of the same. It ties in with the effect capacity, which is very, very important in this run, and it's sort of like the most extreme case of exploiting the effect capacity.
Yeah.
But we'll talk about that more later. For now, it's just a matter of going between the different areas, and here we're taking our first deviation from the actual story. As I mentioned, there's resources we have to manage. So far, it's just been Gil that we've worried about, but now we're going to start thinking about LP and experience. And so right now what we're going to do is we're going to farm an enemy called Dustia. Dusty is really interesting because he is way high leveled compared to what our level is, and so we wouldn't be able to fight him except for the fact that he's an undead enemy. And because he's undead, we can just use a Phoenix Down on him and kill him instantly. Also, in this game, items don't have an ATB charge time. They just get used instantly. And so we're able to beat out the speed of Dustia just by using the Phoenix Down on him. Something really cool we're taking advantage of in this game is that when later party members enter the party, their level will be based on what Vaughn's level is. So by leveling Vaughn up here, we're basically getting 6 times the experience as we normally would, just because when 5 new people enter the party, they're all going to have the experience that Vaughn gets now. So we're farming very, very, very fast compared to what you would do otherwise.
Yeah.
I think we're going to be getting to level 11 from 8 Dustia.
And in order to spawn Dustia, you need to be at critical HP, or not just critical HP, but 10% HP or lower. Words. So, and the block. So
Block.
we have
Nice.
A nice little damage table to know exactly what we should do for the logical flow. There are a couple values that can be problematic, but what he's going to do here is go through this zone area. Dusty is going to spawn, and with the low battle speed, he's able to toss a Phoenix down on Dustia. And right there, you can see he also got a Book of Orgain. That is big because those sell for quite a bit of gil, and we need all of that we can get. So we are hoping for, generally speaking, at least 2, but obviously the more is better.
Yeah. So Dustia can drop Books of Orgain, which sell for 532 gil, and it can also drop a Flame Staff, which would sell for 1,200 at this point. So yeah, quite a lot of money, and we're taking advantage of yet another either glitch or game design thing, however you want to put it. Dustia is a rare game, which means that it normally wouldn't respawn until we move a certain amount of zones away. But if we leave the zone before the EXP and LP text appears from killing it, the game doesn't register it as having been killed. So we actually have the time to kill it and pick up the loot. We still get the XP and the LP, but we leave quickly and we can keep respawning Dustia, which we'll take advantage of again later. This is probably not intended by the game, but it helps us go fast and helps us get money.
And does still exist in the Zodiac Age as well.
Yeah, it also
Yes, I was
exists
gonna
in
say.
Zodiac Age.
I think some of the things that are glitches are just not enough big enough deal that they even bothered. But underflow probably comes up a reasonable amount, and they just,
The
let's get rid of this.
underflow, yeah.
Yeah, this is one
Also,
that
underflow is much easier
Yeah,
to
yeah.
fix.
This is one where
Underflow is probably one line of code versus however much it would be for the rest.
I think we've kind of decided that we'd probably consider this one a glitch, but given that there's no real, there actually isn't as big of a difference between glitched and glitchless as you might think. We'd use different strategies that are a bit less reliable and take more time in a couple areas, but it's actually possible to do
It's
all
by
the
Indigo
shenanigans.
Pendant, right?
Indigo Pendants is one way of doing it, but there's also statistically likely ways to make things work, reflecting Sleepga later on, stuff like that.
Oh.
I think this is also sort of sneakily one of the most important glitches, just because of how critical Dustia farming is to the run. If we couldn't do this, it'd be much harder to route
Marathon
this.
luck right there, too. You get the one book on the first one to tease you, and then nothing.
And then nothing else. Yep. So one
So
book would be a reset, I'm pretty sure.
So
I don't
basically,
even
we need
think I've run one book.
9,750 gil, right? That's how much we need for the next farm to
Yep,
get
for
the
39
39 Phoenix Downs, because we're going to come back and do more Dustia farming. So each book is 532 gil, so each book is a pretty significant chunk of that. It's also possible to get Flame Staff drops, which are worth 1,200 gil. If we just sell them, it's worth even more if you can keep it. But
Yeah.
because of the bad luck, that means we just have to be more grindy on the next segment of the run.
Yeah. So every runner kind of has their sort of thresholds going through the next few areas. There's going to be a lot of chests, and based on what your Dustia 1 gil drops, what your drops look like, different runners will go for different chests if they spawn. and that's sort of how we're gonna recover the money situation.
Yeah.
If we got a lot of books or like a couple like a staff or two or something, we could basically just skip every chest except for a couple in the next few areas. But we're gonna be sort of picking and choosing chests and then sort of adapting what we get based.
So
on
I believe Zero has a spreadsheet that he uses to keep track of what's available, how much gil he has, and so it's going to be basically get more stuff than we normally would because we need to, and then if we get lucky with chests, we can start skipping stuff later. There's also going to be enemies we fight that have valuable drops, and hopefully those are nice to us. If they aren't, there are some backup strats, but let's just hope that doesn't happen.
This game definitely has backups for backups for backups.
Yeah. But for now, we're pretty much going to be just running through this next segment of the game. So if the host would like to throw anything in now would be a good time.
I have some donations for you. We have $10 from Anonymous, who just says, I love Puexel. Thank you. Thank you for expressing your love. We also have we also have $6 from Dog, who says, woof woof, bark bark, vote dog. I'm going to assume that is in reference to our lovely dog versus cat bid war that's still going on. So if you agree or disagree with Dog, you can throw some meows in there. You can throw in some more woofs. I'm all for either, honestly.
There are a couple.
Unfortunately,
here.
I have some bad news for. Yeah, this is I believe kind of a remedy or an antidote. They're all random, so we just have to keep track.
Yeah.
Yeah, the first one.
I have some bad news though for.
Go ahead.
Yeah. My bad news is that I believe in Final Fantasy XII you cannot pet the dog at any point. So, I'm sorry.
Yeah,
for
the game is pretty terrible because you can't pet dog.
Well, you can pet
I'm literally
the doggo's
heartbroken.
relative with your sword.
You know,
I don't know if that counts as petting.
I don't know if that counts as petting either. I think you have a very weird definition of petting.
Look, we take what we can sometimes.
That's true. Are we blessed by Razorfin?
We're about to find out, I think. On the other hand, though, the dog can pet you and it can cause a game over in doing so. So
Oh, yes,
luckily that did not happen.
Yes.
No
Okay,
razor
so
fin.
no
in this
Razorfin.
zone,
No Razorfin.
there's one of the rare game called Razorfin can replace any of those 4 flying fishes that are neutral, and it has no bearing on the run, but it's a nice little RNG thing to get, and we say it pluses the run.
If you're running Order of Ambrosia, that means you don't have to manipulate it. Although I think you just do anyways,
Yeah.
right?
You do.
So in this next room,
if you
there's the...
spawn instead of the first 2, then you don't have to manipulate.
Okay.
That
yeah,
would be
makes
really
sense.
blessed.
Mhm.
This next room has several chests in it, including the most important one, which is the elixir chest. Has a 90% chance to spawn, and has 777 gil in it. And it did not spawn.
Thanks,
So that's
Rooster.
rough.
We're going to be getting 316 gil later instead from another Zodiac Spear chest.
Yeah, we
Oh,
just
boy.
that
So-
cost us about 400-ish gil.
But yeah,
Any of the Zodiac chests, if you open them, despawns the rest of them. And so if you pick up the remedy chest, it despawns the antidote, or the elixir chest. And if the elixir chest does not spawn, then that means you didn't open it, which means the next one, which is just a 316 gil chest, will spawn. But 316 is less than 777. So our gil situation is pretty tragic right now.
yeah.
The ether
Yeah.
also did not spawn.
Yeah, the ether didn't spawn either. I noticed that.
Hey, Buckethead! So this is one of the most meme-worthy sections in the game here, where you have to lure the guards around to get past them. They're not very smart. And obviously, we hope for at least one random Hey Buckethead in this section.
Fun fact, the
we
Hey
need something to
Buckethead
keep us
is...
going at this point.
Right. The Hey Buckethead is the non-Japanese exclusive content. The Japanese version doesn't have any sort of Buckethead related reference, and so that's just like a little flair they put in with the localization.
Mhm.
Hey, Buckethead.
There it is.
Okay, we
I
got
think the Japanese.
All right, the run is now playable.
This is a real
If we didn't
run.
get that
The run, yeah.
Buckethead, we were kind of done.
That's
So
that's like a
it's good.
35-minute reset right there.
Yeah, pretty much. So
Over
we're
here.
doing okay now. We're doing okay.
And yeah, if you had a couple more donations, it kind of sounded like you might, or at least you had something else to say. Go ahead.
Well, I would like to say that on
Hey,
the
Buckethead.
topic of the incentive for seeing that glitch, which I would very much like to see. Come on, let's glitch the game, please. We are about $400 away. Oh, I'm wrong. I'm sorry. I just refreshed. We are no longer $400 away. You've made a liar out of me. We are now $280 away.
Thank you very
Thank
much
you.
for your donation towards that.
Thank you.
And on that note, I now have some donations for you. Would you like them?
Yes.
Sure,
Absolutely.
great time for it.
Yep, perfect time.
We have a $100 donation from Takaze, who says, Hi. Hi.
Hi.
Hi,
Thanks,
Takaze.
Takaze.
Hi. I'm waving
We
to
also
Takaze
have-
right now. I can see him.
Thank you for waving. We also have $20 from, oh my gosh, I'm gonna try really hard at pronouncing this name, Nervinquisar Chaos? And we're gonna go with Nervinquisar Chaos. There was not a lot of vowels in that. But they have to say, glad to see RPG Limit Break is back. I agree, it's very nice to be back.
Yeah, so this section is mostly plot. We're going to have a tutorial that we can't skip in a bit about the Gambit system. That is kind of the programmable AI, if you will, in this game for your characters. We're not going to be using it nearly to the complexity or extent that you could, but it still saves a good amount of time and effort in a lot of cases to have the Gambit system do work for you. So,
So Vaughn's
yeah.
childhood friend Penella was in the party briefly, but she left the party, and when she returns, her stats will be different, from whatever they were when she left. She also had armor on, which we took off because we wanted to sell. By the time she comes back, we'll be equipping new armor. She will be one of our long-term party members, but for now, we are actually going to add in the first real permanent party members to the party, and they are Balthier and Fran. Vaughn got to level 11 from the Dustia farming, and so these two characters will enter at level 12, just Vaughn's level +1, and with it we'll get this Gambit system. The Gambit system is another new thing that's pretty unique. The Gambits sort of are just like a process of work down the list and do whichever action is appropriate. It's, I believe, related to how enemies were programmed in past games, and so they said, we'll just open this up and let the characters decide how their characters do their actions. Gambits are really an interesting part of how the game is routed because it's faster to do things manually if you can, but at a certain point it becomes too much to actually input all of the actions you need, and so you set up the Gambits to do what you need to do whenever you can't handle it yourself.
Yeah. We'll also use Gambits, turning them on and off to sort of like do multiple things at once that would otherwise take too long to input, like Rooster said.
Yeah, and there are a few quirks between a character having their gambits on and off and things that they will or will not automatically do that even aren't directly related to gambits, but are more movement.
Mm-hmm. So now we changed one of Vaughn's top gambit to foe nearest visible Phoenix down, which we'll use to just kind of automate the Dustia process a bit later. It allows us to not have to change the battle speed, so just an optimization there, and getting rid of some other gambits, and also changing Balthier's to steel because we really need to steal stuff. Something you'll see throughout this run that I want to point out now is a lot of the time when Zero is going to be running through areas, If he's not like directly being attacked by anything, or if there's nothing going on, you might notice that he's going to open the battle menu and sort of just like move his cursor around a bit. We make heavy use of the memory cursor in this game because of using active ATB and just how many things you have to do. So Zero's going to be like sort of prepping his memory cursors while running through areas, and that's one of the like optimizations that kind of takes the longest amount of time to learn with this game is sort of just being optimal with your cursors. We've got a horn there and a drop, very nice.
Longsword, and
yes.
a scutcheon.
And a scutcheon.
So yeah,
And we got a bat bag too, very nice.
The inputs that you have to do for a lot of this menuing are kind of awkward. So we all pretty much have our own way of gripping the controller so that we can hit the face buttons and the D-pad while also moving around with the control stick. It's a thing.
Yeah, I have like a left-handed claw grip, so I use my like left thumb to use the analog, and then my left index finger is like moving the D-pad. Yeah, it's
Every runner has
it's a unique way of holding the controller that you need to.
Every runner has to discover their own way of holding the controller, just because you don't really need to manipulate the camera while running, but you do need to run, and running is with the left joystick, right?
Yep, left.
So you need to have something weird with your left hand, because you need to run with the left joystick while manipulating the direction buttons in the menus.
Yeah. Unless you play the game entirely on ATB weight, which you can do, especially while learning. It's very nice to do. If you play entirely on ATB weight, then you can just hold the controller normally. But we're fast.
I've seen some pretty unique hand setups for how to, how people have controlled the game. I think one Japanese runner had a setup specifically for one boss, Hydro, just because they wanted to manipulate both the motion and the camera at the same time, so they had a double claw grip.
Yeah.
So,
I use double claw grip when doing Dustia for like OOA, because you do 87 manual Dustia, so you like want to move the camera and move.
Wow, that sounds like fun.
Yeah, and Phoenix said, yeah, it's not too bad once you get used to it.
I guess so.
Yeah.
But now another party member is going to join us. Although they're not joining as a party member, they're joining as a guest. So this is another really important thing that we'll be using throughout the run. So you have 3 main party members, and you'll have various extra members. And so Amalia here is the first one.
Yeah, and if she had gotten
She's
a
quite
kill,
nice because...
yeah, if she had gotten a kill in that previous fight, Zero would have lost 2 LP because she hadn't been given the guest status yet. She was just kind of like roaming on the field, as it were. And you don't get XP from anything that happens with that. But yeah, now she gives you LP. But given the Gil situation, Zero is probably going to end up killing more stuff anyway. And now there's another fight with Flans. We do a little bit of potion mobilization, both to heal and also to get these chests here. But these Flans are very resistant to physical damage and even more resistant to Balthier's gun. So we're going to be using magic to the greatest extent we possibly can to kill those.
They're also weak to fire, which is quite nice.
And hoping for a caramel steel, given the guild that we have. That's their rare steel.
Looks like mostly potions.
Yeah.
So this game has an interesting mechanic where the entity, I don't know what the best way to say this would be, is that inflicts the final blow is the one that gets the experience and the LP from the fight. And so if Amalia gets it before she joins the party, you don't get it. And also if an enemy inflicts the final blow on itself, which can happen in a few different ways, you can also lose the spoils from that, which can be very frustrating.
That's the Red Fang chest. Theoretically, it's supposed to have Phoenix down as often as it has a Red Fang. Anecdotally, we do not believe that.
Yeah, 50-50 or so they say. But once we're through this little section,
this is
called
for a quick donation.
Sure.
Because we have $48.55 from Roosta, who says, instead of donating $0 for Zero Scar, this amount is the sum of all of Zero's world records. I'm putting this towards seeing the dead character glitch, but I wish I could put it towards Zero's Barheim Gill.
Don't we all?
Yeah.
Thank you.
If only it worked that way, right?
Mm-hmm.
That would be real solid mode if you could take donations for your speed run.
May I sneak in one more?
After this fight, we'll have a little bit of time.
Sure thing.
So this is Fire Main, or in Japanese just Bushfire, which is the name of its big attack. It takes more damage in the water, which is one of a variety of unique effects that can happen like in the field of battle. So we're going to lure it over here. Balthier's going to try to steal it. Can have a potion, Phoenix down, a couple things like that. Amalia is actually one of our
nice.
main, is actually one of our main damage dealers. The Phoenix down steal there is very nice because
Very
we don't sell it. We're literally grinding gold for more Phoenix downs, for more Dustia, and so that's direct gil, not just gil to sell.
There's something that we have to do quite a bit throughout the run that we're starting to do for the first time, which is the extra party member cannot be, you can't change their gambits, which they changed this in the Zodiac Age. So the Zodiac Age, you can mess with their gambits, but here they just do what they do, and we typically want to manipulate what they're doing to give us the most advantage. So Ash or Amalia, I think she's still Amalia there,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
No, she's Ash.
Yep. No, she's Amalia.
She's Amalia. She is, as Alex said, the biggest damage dealer, but she'll also heal anyone who gets below a certain HP threshold. And so we have characters use potions themselves just to stop her from using potions. Like, you don't really need to heal in that fight, typically, unless it gets really bad. But because we don't want our best damage dealer to be healing, we
That was a really
do the
good
healings
fight.
for her.
That was a
That
really
was
Yeah,
a
it was
very
great. That was excellent.
One
so-
bushfire, we take those.
Yeah, it randomly starts using Bushfire at something like 70 or 80% HP. I don't remember the threshold exactly, but 2, 3, even 4 Bushfires, this is not at all uncommon in that fight, so seeing only one is really nice.
Yeah, nice fight. And
He also has a very annoying mechanic, which is that when he's teleporting, he's basically invincible. And there's a few enemies that are like that. And so he will teleport to use Bushfire. And so you lose time because you can't damage him, and then you have to watch the full Bushfire animation, and he can just do this over and over again. And so it can sort of spiral out of control. You
Yeah,
won't
it
die,
can
but
get
you can
really
just lose
annoying.
like a minute easily.
Yeah.
Anyway, go ahead and continue with that, Pippi.
Sure thing. We have $280 from Wells.
Wow, thank you.
That should really help the Gil situation, theoretically, if that transfer were to happen. But Wells would like to say, GHLF. Good have luck fun? Yes. You know what? Yes, I agree.
Close enough.
Yeah, so grabbing that Tourmaline
So it's-
ring there and the 316 gil, which is a Zodiac Spear despawning chest, so rip Zodiac Spear, oh no, reset. Yeah, that's not as good as the elixir, but, you know, it's still guaranteed gil, and obviously we need
Consolation
all of that
prize.
we can get.
No ether chest there either. This is rough. Yeah,
Although
so
we do have those random chests coming up, I mean, I know what I'm expecting at this point, but
yeah, this area that we're gonna be going through, Barheim Passage, has a lot of chests that we can grab, a lot of things that we can steal from. We're gonna be keeping track of a particular item called iron scraps and another one called green liquids. Those are the two most valuable drops and or steals that we can get from like common items from certain enemies in here. There's a few other really high value items that are pretty rare that hopefully we see. But yeah, iron scraps and green liquids are what we're primarily going to be keeping track of here.
yeah, and then
We're
there
also
are a couple
single-
chests here. So there's
Oh, yeah.
one that's guaranteed amount, right there, 777. Then here, 58, And 153, not very good. Okay.
Not great.
So one of those
One of those
chests,
chests can have like 333. The other one's 555.
yeah, 1 to either 333 or 555. So that was not great.
So average would be 444, and he got like 200 something.
Yeah.
But, you know, you could always get one Mage's Habit or something, which would is like a 3% drop from the battery mimics, and it's worth 1,250, but it's not very likely.
Yeah, not likely at all. Grabbing Blizzard here because we're going to be fighting some things that are weak to ice magic. Also using an Immobilize there with Balthier to get up, to literally just stay up there, because you have to examine that, then go up and put in the fuse once you get it. So just having Balthier stay there by being immobilized saves a nice little chunk of time.
Yeah.
There's just like a really weird thing that, as far as I know, only happens in this room, where I think Vaughn and Fran will stay still by the merchant while you're by the button. Don't really know why, but it's nice.
Yeah, I've noticed
for
that
us,
too.
So
I've noticed that too. I was just wondering if that was like a side effect or what.
It might be something
I think
to
it's
do with
because of
pathfinding.
the way to the power thingy where you put the two fuse in. The way to that is really narrow, so they don't want the other characters to block your way out of there. So I think whenever your leader is standing there, the other characters don't move, so they don't block.
That makes sense.
that would make sense, yeah.
Much worse.
So they don't follow you down the path.
So it's much worse in the dark here, and we actually used to take advantage of that in a really old route, but now we just kind of farm things as we go through instead of farming skeletons after a little bit. So these battery mimics give charge, they also give 2 OP, and they have decent drops. We're going to hopefully not really face any undead except that one that spawned just there. Stormstone is not what we're looking for. Like we said, we're looking for...
Nice skill out of that chest, though.
Yeah, that is true. So iron scraps are worth a good chunk of gil, and they're one of the things that we're going to be going for in particular here.
So basically, later on in this dungeon, there's a place where skeletons spawn when the lights are out. It's the best way to farm if you want to farm a lot, but what we're farming for is the next Dustia farm. We need to get Phoenix Downs for that. And as the run has evolved, the number of Dustia we fight there has gone down, which means we need to farm less, and it got to the point where we didn't need to farm the skeletons anymore. We could just farm as we go along. You know, assuming you can get enough gil from the things along the way, which hasn't been going so well thus far, but see how it goes.
And stone steel. We're picking up a couple of iron scraps. So we're doing a bit okay so far. We're still kind of needing to grab every single chest we find. You're noticing that Zero Scar is he's swapping his party leader to pick up some of the drops. It's just another little small time save that you can do.
Yeah, just save a little bit of running if you're far enough away and able to progress enough.
Yeah. Another iron scraps, very nice. Yeah, the route before this one did what, 47 Dustia?
Yes.
And now our current route does 39.
And that's in the second phase specifically, the second Dustia farm, or just Dustia 2, because...
Yeah, which will be after this dungeon.
It's easier to say it that way. But yeah, the goal is to obviously get a lot of XP before the last couple party members join. And actually, Balthier and Fran will be in kind of this nebulous state in between being in the party and not being in the party. And they won't get experience from Dustia 2 at all, or LP. But that actually works out in our favor, given to some weird stuff that happens much later. No need to get into that too much right now. Not great stuff from those flames. Waterstones do not sell for much.
Like 30 or like 25 gil or something.
Yeah, it's not much.
The vials of green liquid are the best
they sell
common,
for,
or you know, the best drop that you expect to get.
Yeah.
From the flans,
They also drop like top cappy hats, which are actually worth less because it's 250 to sell. and then the
And
mage just happens to
Saves you
best
500 technically, but doesn't help us for Dustia, yeah.
And if you're wondering why
Right,
Zero
exactly.
is zoomed out in the license board there, it's because when you move around the license board, it takes less time for the camera of the license board, basically, to catch up with you. So it speeds up
Is that-
the licensing by a bit.
Is that true?
Yeah, so
I thought
or
I
don't
thought
remember how it
the
works.
Zooming out was because when you get a new Esper, it like shifts the camera across the
Yeah,
board
exactly.
to where the
The
new thing
camera.
appeared. Yeah, but
Oh.
I think it's just that. I don't think it changes when you're doing licenses normally.
Zero is looking for a
think
high
that's-
value chest on the other side of that wall that unfortunately doesn't spawn. Now we're gonna do like
that's
a
actually the
really-
best chest.
Yeah, we're gonna do quite a large. We call them cure warps, but they have basically immobilized glitch. We're keeping somebody at the entrance of that room because we have to backtrack, and we're just going to not have to run all the
Yeah.
way back.
You can
This is
see
one
on
of
the
the bigger
mini-map,
ones. That was
Balthier.
found.
Yeah, Balthier is just sort of off the mini-map to the bottom, trying to cure and failing. But once we reach this switch, we have to backtrack all the way to the start, and so we can just go back to where he is.
There's a nice green liquid steel there as well.
Yeah.
Steel's default
We're gonna go
chance.
for Mesa, yeah.
Okay, yeah. Makes sense. There's a chest here.
Right in the next
and-
area is
Nice.
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 Good.
Makes up for a bit.
450 gil, I believe.
350.
350.
350.
Yeah.
Still, we needed that. That's like a Phoenix down and a number that I don't feel like calculating at this time of night.
A Phoenix Town and a junior bacon cheeseburger.
Something like that, yeah. An item off the value
Yeah.
menu.
Yeah.
But this is the first part of the dungeon done. Bosch has been in the party, but he hasn't had his armor, so he's just been sort of punching the mimics and not doing much damage. After this next cutscene, he gets all of his armor back, and will also get to touch a save crystal and get full HP. So once he gets his sword back, there's some interesting calculations with the damage rolls. Like 2 blizzards is not quite enough to kill a mimic, and so we do 2 attacks plus 2 blizzards. But then once Bosch gets his sword back, then a single Bosch, or I think 2 Bosch attacks plus a blizzard is guaranteed to be enough. I think it's a damage roll for 1.
Damage roll, I think.
Yeah.
2 blizzards
Yeah.
and a Bosch attack, which is why I actually license Mystic Armor 1 on Fran. And just give her the light woven shirt just to make the damage rolls a little more
Right.
favorable.
The light woven shirt itself is another bit of the routing that's sort of changed over the years. That is actually to give Pinello enough magic to farm an enemy more than an hour later in the run, but it just happens to be something that's very cheap and along her license route. If you wanted to get something else, you'd either have to spend more money or get extra licenses, and we don't
Yeah.
want to do that. So
There's a whole bunch of thought and damage calculations that go into which particular mystic armor each of your future mages are going to be equipping at any given time, especially in the kind of early to mid part of the route.
Yeah.
And it's not always intuitive. Like you might think, oh, better mystic armor gives more magic. That is not always the case.
right.
Yeah, it's very strange.
The different qualities of the different armors are very weird in this game. Like some of them will give just like weird amounts of MP or magic.
Hey,
and
Phoenix down.
It's just
Also, 1
Oh,
gil
yeah.
steel.
Let's go.
poggers.
We're rich. Don't spend it all in one place, please.
How do you
I
spend
feel it in Hearthstone.
1 gil in
One
2 places?
Simple.
Hey, I mean,
You
I don't
spend
doubt
it.
your ability.
You intentionally miscount. You spend it in one place. Then the merchant's like, oh, hey, tosses you that gil back. And then you spend it somewhere else.
What a
Fair
nice
enough.
merchant that would be, just giving you money back.
Yeah.
I mean,
that's the
we just met a guy
five-head
who gives
strats.
150 gills in a small package, right? So you never know.
Is this like Elder Scrolls, where if a merchant likes you enough, you can literally get them to pay you to take their items? At least that's how it works in Morrowind.
It's not even an Owaka situation, I don't think.
Yeah, or in Skyrim, where with a rather simple glitch, you can sell any merchant's inventory back to them.
I think there's a manipulation like that in FF8 where you can like buy a bunch of an item and then like upgrade it with one of your GF abilities and then sell it back at a profit.
Yeah.
There's like an infinite money glitch, or not glitch, but manipulation. So here we have the next boss, Mimic Queen. Just the queen of all the mimics we've been farming so far. She is weak to ice, just like the rest of them, so we just use all of our blizzards on her, and we have enough MP that pretty much using all of our MP gets her more or less to the all of her HP. Bosch here is also contributing a good amount of damage with his attacks, and the sum of all these damages will at some point trigger Shock Storm. In an ideal world, we can actually trigger Shock Storm as our last round of attacks go off and totally skip Shock Storm, but it's only about 10 seconds to save, so it doesn't really matter. Did not get it here, but it's no big deal. So
Also, this is
Also,
one
he's
of the
facing the
legs.
door right now
Yeah.
because the game lags really hard if you don't.
this is PS2 exclusive content lagging while
hey.
fighting against the Mimic Queen.
We have a backup strat available now with that Knot of Rust Steel.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. We do have the Nana Rust. Also, something that Zero did in that fight was he unequipped all of everyone's gear, and that was for two reasons. The first reason is that we're going to sell it, but the second reason is that something we'll get into a bit later, but I'll just lightly touch on now. It reset his character's ATB, which basically cut off the ending lag of their animations. It's like they'll cast the blizzard, and the blizzard will hit, and they'll still be like stuck in their casting animation for like about a half a second or so. So if you change the character's equipment, it cancels their current action. So even though the blizzard connected, we immediately canceled the ending lag of their blizzards there by unequipping at that specific time. And yeah, we'll touch on that later when it becomes a lot more relevant.
Yeah, it's pretty unintuitive for people who are learning this run, because it's like, why do you constantly change the armor? Isn't it faster to just let the animation go off? But it turns out that there's basically two reasons you want to do it. The two reasons being, if in the fight the time it takes, is going to be consequential to how the fight goes. Like if, the amount of time it takes for you to get your next attack, is longer than the time it takes for the boss to get their next attack, unless you cut your animation short so you can sort of beat the boss to their next move, or, there's a few other reasons why that. Or in that case where Zero just did it, it wasn't actually faster, probably. I mean, depends on how fast your inputs are, but Zero had to do that menu anyway. He had to remove all of their equipment, so it's like, let's just do it now, where we also get this little benefit of resetting the ATB.
Yeah. We'll do a lot of menuing, sort of like during fights or things like that. We'll combine menus. Like if we have to reset our ATB somewhere, it's like, well, we might as well do licenses now. Or,
And Zero's now running back to Nalbina. It's not the closest teleport stone to teleport back to Rabanastre, but it is, however, a place we need to go. Nice. And yeah, so we head here now because we have to head here later by teleport. And so that saves time in the long run.
Yeah, it's like a few seconds faster to go to I think it's the Wester Sand crystal, but we have to come here anyway, so. Yeah,
the Ester Sand village is actually significantly faster to get to, but this has...
it's only a couple of seconds.
Only a couple seconds?
Yeah, it's
oh yeah, because of loads,
there's that
that's
whole
right.
extra zone.
Yeah. Yeah.
It comes up because in OOA you end up going to the Wester Sand shop, I believe, because you don't even you come to the Nalbina anyway. So now here we get to see the Gill Crunch. The number we're looking for is
about, I don't know how many PDs Zero has right now. We're looking for.
It's.
I noticed 2 that he got. He might have got more, but I'm not sure.
So you need 9
okay.
4. So he needs 8,750 gil. So this is very tight. You want to hang on to some potions. It looks like he's not gonna have enough.
Yeah.
So we're gonna go to the bar.
Yeah, this
Grab the
backup
turn into a tomato.
So we'd ideally like to get this money for later, both because it's more efficient to get later, but also because we're going to need that money later. So like that combination of things. But we can back this up a little bit by getting a bit of money that we've earned but haven't collected yet from Rogue Tomato and such. That'll be enough to get a little bit more money. It also opens the option to go to the clan hall.
Given
the
how much
rewards
extra
there.
farming Zero did, I want it to be known that this is exceptionally bad luck.
Yeah,
Yes.
this is awful.
So this is one of the things that changed when I was getting into the run and we were all working together. As Alec mentioned, it was 47 Destia before, and so instead of 9750, we would have needed 11. Yeah,
11,750.
Right, so that's
Yeah,
2,000
more
more
meaningful.
gil, and it's
Yeah.
we did all the same, the same route, and so resetting from not having enough gil there was pretty common, and that's basically why I wanted to do 39 instead of 47. But doing 39 instead of 47 means you lose a lot of the gil for the next section of the run. But the big thing that you need that those 48 versus 39 for is for the next boss, or not the next boss, but a boss sort of around the midpoint of the run, which is called Tiamat. And I was finding that the time I would lose on Tiamat from not having that gil was less than what I could save just cutting this Dustia and the farming here. And so I was just like, I'll just always take the second bad alternative and just do less farming here. But even with this less farming, we've still fallen short.
Yeah.
So we need to
I
get up
think-
to
yeah.
500 there. Yeah.
There you go.
That was an extra teleport.
Is it okay to
stone.
sell it teleport stone?
Yeah, it
Oh,
comes
okay.
from the rogue tomato turn in. So
Right. But is that okay to... Like, are we going to be able to teleport to jellies now? How does that work?
And
'cause we're
normally I
getting,
wouldn't even.
sorry, what?
Normally I wouldn't even pick up the rogue tomato rewards.
Oh, right, of course, yeah.
Yeah, it's from rogue tomato.
That's
extra.
optional.
Yep.
But
we
yeah,
got our
now we have
39
enough for
PDs.
the
We're gonna
30.
go 39 Dustia.
Yeah, 39 is the number because that just happens to be how much we need to get Vaughn to level 20. Somewhere around 35 or 36 is where you have enough LP. Each Dustia drops 3 LP, and so that contributes to everyone's LP for the next menu. And you don't really need 39 for the LP. However, the extra experience makes a pretty big difference in terms of how much HP you have for surviving fights and how much damage you do over the next set of runs, and how much farming you have to do in the jellies farm later on. And so
And also when
we
the
settled
next
on
3 party members join.
yeah.
Yeah,
Right, since
yeah.
their level will be Vaughn's +2, so getting Vaughn to 20 gets them to 22, so that's even more.
If you think about the different things you can grind, Dustia is best for XP. So considering that the main rate limiter for deciding how much you want to grind at any given spot, Dustia is focused on that. So as long as you get enough LP and should statistically get enough gil, then that's as much as you want to grind. So we cut this down about as much as we reasonably can.
Yeah, and something you might notice that's a bit different is we're actually going to be doing Dustia at a different zone, or a different part of the zone than we did previously. And even though this one takes longer to run to, this entrance has a weird quirk where the loading time is much faster. So even though it took us more time to run to this zone line, because we're going to be loading in and out of it 39 times 2 times, it's actually going to save us, I think it saves, 45 seconds over the other zone?
Yeah, it's
something
significant,
like that,
actually.
yeah. Over the course of this many Dustia. I don't remember if that number was from 47 or 39 off the top of my head, but that's what it was timed out to be.
It does.
It's still not close. Like, I think it's like 20 or 25 Dusty as the break-even point, so you're saving like a good chunk of time by coming here.
He's a couple other things here. He's doing a little position manipulation here to get Dustia to teleport and be closer. This makes it, 1, faster, and 2, easier to get any drops, Dustia drops, before it despawns. So that's just all over good. The other thing is, if you're wondering, wait a minute, why did he deal a little over half of his health with fire and then consider it safe to cast Blizzard? That's because of the current weather here. That weather boosted the fire spell's damage a little bit, but did not boost Blizzard. That, or it dampened Blizzard. I forget which off the top of my head.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So the sandstorm and cloudy weather will boost fire damage here, and then sunny weather is neutral. I was just about to touch on that actually.
Right.
Yeah, weather in this game affects elemental spell damage. So we also
And it
have to
only
factor
comes
that
up a
into our
few
calculations.
times.
Yeah, but there's so many like weird weather effects like you wouldn't expect in certain areas. Like the first area of the Leviathan has a fire boosting effect for some reason.
Because it's windy.
It's outdoors and windy, yeah.
I mean, yeah, sure, but it's outdoors and windy when it's sunny out here, but it doesn't boost fire there.
Look, how do you know you're not there?
And you know what? You got me. You.
I think the only other...
It is windy and it boosts fire damage, so the logic still applies.
True.
But yeah, there are
But wouldn't the wind put the fire out?
only if it's strong
no.
enough.
Fire likes oxygen.
That's true, that's true.
It's just a matter of whether it removes heat faster than it adds oxygen.
Okay, fair.
This...
oh,
I
go
want to
ahead.
point out really quick, this position manipulation is actually very difficult.
Yes, it is.
So the one who came up with this was actually Blue Harvey, one of the consistent runners of this game, and it's, it looks very simple, but if you are off by just a little bit, he can teleport, he can not teleport, or he can teleport between you and the zone, in which case it can get dicey. As we mentioned earlier, if he, if you're too far from the zone line when you use the Phoenix down on him, then he'll despawn because you can't get to the zone line before his experience text appears. And so, you also have to manipulate the camera. So that's 2 joysticks at once, and then you have to really accurately put yourself at the right spot and then get back to the zone and so on and so forth. One other thing I want to mention also is that did you have something you want to add? I think?
Oh yeah, just quickly. Another side effect of this positioning that we're doing to force Dusty to teleport is it allows us to keep the battle speed at fastest, so it cut out a short menu, but it still
Right.
cut that out. Previously,
forgot
we
about that.
would turn down the battle speed a couple notches.
And
With this, since
So
he's
for-
and likely to be more important than that, if he has to re-damage himself down from heals that you can
Right.
get from drops, particularly at higher chain levels.
Yeah,
which
we
is
should talk about chain levels. This
Yeah.
is pretty bad. Chain levels.
I was going to get to that next.
Then he would have to damage
Yeah.
himself back down to a low enough health to despawn Dustia, and that obviously takes time. So there's a
But
chain level.
Before we get to that, before
Yeah.
changing the subject, I just want to mention for Dustia 1, we did not have gambits, and so we just did battle speed slowest because that would give us time to manually input the Phoenix down. But now that we have gambits, we have a gambit which is just an enemy nearest use Phoenix down. Something a lot of people don't realize about this game and its gambits is that the gambits are actually pretty smart. If you say, ally any, use remedy, you would think that it just go like, oh, I'll just use a remedy for no reason. But it knows to say, okay, I'm going to use the remedy if they have a negative status ailment, which the remedy can heal. And so if you say enemy nearest, use Phoenix down, it doesn't just use it on any enemy, it'll use it on dead enemies. And so that's what we're taking advantage of here. And so you actually leave this enemy nearest Phoenix down gambit on Vaughn for a good chunk of the run just because it doesn't do anything unless you're near an undead enemy, which you don't actually fight any. You just flee past all the ones that are coming up. And so that's what's happening now. And so the gambit means that it'll happen automatically. It just so happens that the Dustia's ATB speed is fast enough that if you're on fastest battle speed, it'll normally beat Vaughn, and or not normally, but it's possible for it to beat Vaughn, and he'll use Dark and just kill you. A single Dark will kill you at this HP value. And so we used to have to turn the battle speed down 2 notches, and that would make it so that Vaughn would consistently beat the Dustia with the Phoenix down. But this little teleport from this positioning makes it so that while Dustia is teleporting, for some reason, it makes his ATB slow down. And so that slowdown makes it so that at fastest battle speed, we can still farm Phoenix downs. And then as Alec mentioned,
It's that the
faster
action,
battle speed means that
the action can't
Sorry?
start, actually. It's not about ATB. It's that the action can't start, I believe.
yeah, right.
Because
but
it always
the-
teleports, even if you mess up the manipulation a little bit.
Yeah, but then as you mentioned, when you get the heals from the chain levels, which we can explain soon, as he just did, he has to hit himself again, and so that'll go faster if you're at the faster battle speed. But if one of you guys want to talk about the chain levels,
Sure.
Yeah. So, or you can go ahead.
Okay, yeah. So there's chain levels 0, 1, 2, and 3. There's like the default one where you have those little bags. This is level 1 where you get kind of the bluish turquoise type sphere things. And then above that there's like gold spheres and then gold medallion type things. And each successive chain level gives you extra potential boosts on collecting things which we don't want now, but will be nice later, including at the highest level you can get shell or protect on your entire party, for example. The other effect is that all drop rates are increased based on the chain level. So for Dustia, the Books of Orgain are actually an uncommon drop. There's common, uncommon, rare, and very rare. Very rare is the threshold for flame staves, which, if all goes well, we won't even know if we have any unless we get, one like that, where we got no books, but only a flame staff. And each successive chain level increases those chances by a similar proportion for each drop. So lowest chain level, flame staff is 1%, then it's 2, then 3, then 5 on the highest chain level. We're basically guaranteed not to get the highest chain level here because picking up drops
is 3 base.
Yeah, picking up drops
3%, 6%, 8%, 12% is flame stuff.
Oh, is it rare? I thought it was very rare
Yeah.
for some reason. Anyway,
It's rare, and book is common.
yeah. So without getting into the numbers too much, think of it this way. There is a counter that basically considers how many drops you've picked up since you got your last chain level. If you ignore that counter, we'll set it aside for a second, then on kills 6 through 10, basically after a chain level, you can get a chain level increase. Makes sense, right? Additionally, that is random, and it's usually going to happen around 8, roughly. And each chain level you go up, that counter that we set aside, that how many drops you picked up, has a stronger effect. So not picking up drops helps you increase your chain level quicker. But there's another wrinkle.
We'll do that later, too.
Yeah, there's another wrinkle, and that is the flashing number. I believe it's a 5% chance on each kill to get flashing number, flashing chain. And what that does is it makes that counter that you set aside completely ignored. There are resources going all the way back to the Ultimania guide that actually gave the mechanics wrong. It was Zero in particular who figured out what that actually does. So right now, flashing chain,
Hey, there
that
you go.
means, if he picks up a drop and gets a kill, then this next kill will count as if he has not picked up any drops since he hit chain level 1.
Yeah, so you're guaranteed the level now, I believe.
Yep. Because you
There
got
you go.
the chain level somewhere around like 12 or something, I don't remember exactly. And then he was all the way at 30. So at 10, if you have no counter there, countering the number since the last kill, then you get guaranteed chain level.
I also want to quickly point out the chain level, like the tier at which you are. So now we're at chain level 2. Influences the frequency of drops, but it's the number of kills that you actually have that influences the quantity of items you receive.
It
per
is
drop.
a separate tracked number, a separate system that gives you multiple drops after you kill a certain number of things. As always, pretty much in this game, it's arguably more complicated than it needs to be. There's a logic behind it, at least, though, which is more than I can say about some complicated systems in video games.
I think if anyone can correct me on this, it would be Zero. But I think the increasing the tier you're at in terms of the number of kills is more important than the chain level, just in terms of the raw numbers. So it's like, I think 26 is where you reach the highest tier, and like so the drops after 26 are the most valuable, regardless of the chain level. Like chain level is nice to get, but it can also be bad because of the heals and stuff that you get.
Yeah, you can get heals for both your HP or your MP. Obviously, we're hoping if we get one, it's for MP. The statuses are fine, although they can complicate things if you have to damage down and you get protect.
Yeah.
Yeah. Annoying.
But those
Punch yourself extra times.
Yeah, those don't show up until the chain level he's at right now. But he only has one more kill to go here. And
4 staves. Come on, let's go.
yeah, let's go.
I believe.
So what we're looking for from this farm overall is 2 flame staves because we actually want to use the flame staves. The first 2 flame staves are worth a lot more.
Ooh, that's a
than
pretty
the-
good one.
4 books and a
Yeah.
staff.
Yeah.
The first 2 flame staves are basically worth 2,400 gil because we'd have to buy them if we didn't get them, and then anything after that we would just sell, so it's worth 1,200 gil.
Yeah.
And then we need, on top of the 2 flame staves, about 13k gil is sort of the baseline that we want, and then anything past that can help mitigate stuff from, you know, what we have to shop between now and the next big shop, and then yeah. And then getting a lot more can be really nice, but for now, just the 13k is sort of the baseline.
Yeah. So it looks like we're pretty good on books. And Alec mentioned earlier, if all goes well, we won't even know we have flame staves, and that's because once we have a high enough chain count, we can start getting books and staves, as you saw in that final drop. But because we're exiting the zone so fast, we actually, if we did get like books and staves, it's always going to show the books first. But we're exiting so fast that the text for flame staves coming up won't load, unless it was the last kill, like you saw, and we were still there for the text to load. So we call these hidden staves because we won't know until we go to the shop whether we have them or not. And we're hoping that we have a bunch. Infinite.
The more the better.
What was your final gil? 0 that was visible?
18,000.
That's very
Nice,
runnable.
great.
Yeah, playable. Yeah.
So the way the math worked out before was the 13k gil is basically the baseline that we need for the next section of the run without buying Traveler, which is a very, very important skill we use many times. But the gil for Traveler we're going to get by collecting spoils from the clan hall. Before that gil, we would just hope to make it from Dustia. And so when we farmed the 48, the goal was to do 48 Dustia and get to 20k gil. Now we do 39 and hope to get the 13k. And
Yeah.
as the math works out, it's much more likely to reach the 13k after 39 than the 20k after 48.
And that's just the result of a series of rerouting optimizations that come after Dustia 2. And yeah, like even the 18k was runnable back in the day if you did a couple backups.
Yeah. Or you know, you could run with 13k, you just had to skip Traveler, but you were expecting the Traveler, which meant that you would just be losing like 2 minutes from having to backtrack to get it and from the fight itself.
Having to just auto attack Tiamat for 5 minutes straight.
Yeah, but
right,
it's reducing your damage by a lot.
But one nice thing we've developed over the years is that thanks to Zero actually figuring out the correct mechanics for the drops and the chains, and then thanks to multiple people, in particular Hoishin, we actually made a simulator which can basically has all of the rules for chain drops built in, and so we could simulate, you know, however many Dustia you kill and how much gil you can expect to get from that and make like a distribution and all that. And so we now understand that a lot better.
Yeah, Dustia Sim is the best command in Zero Scars chat.
Yeah,
it's either
his chat
that-
has a little command where you can just what?
It's either that or Shades of Black.
True.
Well, I wrote Shades of Black, so I might be a little bit biased there. But the Dustia Sim one, you can just give it a number of Dustia, and it will give you a random amount, which you know is the amount that you get from your simulated farm.
Also, hi Hoishin. Hoishin says hi from the tech desk.
Hoishin is one of the runners and routers for this game, and he's also one of the tech people for RPG Limit Break. So shout outs to Hoishin. But we're back here in the bar.
Also, Hoshin is a big reason why we can go to the clan hall and do all that stuff.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so...
Right. Well, yeah, we can talk about that more when we get to that. But so right now we're here. We're at that Sansi bar for the third time. Should have been the second time, but we had to go and pick up some resources from Tomaj. But now we are basically done with this first part of the story in Ravenaster, and we are ready to head out. And so this next part of the run is basically just like go to from point A to point B and then back to point A. And so
it's worth
if you want to add
mentioning-
anything, otherwise we can.
Really, the only thing I would add is that if you look at the levels of each character, so Fran and Balthier are still at 12. We want them at 12. And Vaughn, his level is 20, and the other characters, the first one of whom joined, Bosch, gets 2 levels above Vaughn. So if you think about what's the low-level category called, 1, 2, 2,
1, 2,
3,
2,
3,
3, 3.
So you have the Balthier and Fran who come in at 1 level above Vaughn, and the rest come in at 2 levels above. Hence, that's the lowest levels possible. So
It's 1, 2, 2, 3, 3, 3, and it's got the percentage on it just because that's what speedrunners do. They put the percentage sign on everything.
It's a very fun category when everything goes your way. And the chance of that happening is about 0.122333%. So
But yeah, that's,
Sounds accurate.
I'd say that's at least within a standard deviation.
1, 2, 2, 3, 3, 3 as a category sort of wasn't a thing until we realized how easy it was to DCG to do the dead character glitch on various bosses and how impactful they would be. There's also a nice little mechanic built in the game. Different weapons take different stats into how they do damage, and so spells, for example, only use your magic stat, but then there's things like swords, which will use your strength, but then there's, I believe, like daggers, which use your strength and your speed, or poles, which use your magic and your strength combined. And so like it's sort of balanced based on different weapons being different for different types of characters. Guns are very weird in that they don't use your character's stats at all. So it's just
Or
purely the
level.
attack value of the weapon itself, or level. Yeah, it's just attack value.
A lot of damage calculations in this game use character level as well.
Right. All of them except for gun, actually.
Guns, measures, and scales, I believe.
Right. How could I forget about measures and scales? But
Yeah, the things that no one ever uses.
Exactly. But there's a combination of things. The dead character glitch, and also the fact that the chests, while random, can be manipulated in this run. We don't actually use that manipulation in the inner percent, just because there's no place where the time it takes to manipulate is less than the time you would gain from doing the manipulation. But in other categories where you can get really, really nice stuff, we do use the manipulation. And so, for example, in the low-level speed run, you want the best gun, which is a very rare thing from certain chests, but you can make it 100% just by manipulating them. So the Fummelhout is the best gun in this version of the game, and it does about 2,000 to 2,500 base to enemies. And so you can get that for your low-level characters and do full damage. And so that's basically how the low-level speed run goes.
Yeah. Meanwhile, we have Lamont here, who is nice enough to heal with potions, so don't even have to hit any of the crystals to heal Vaughn before this section. But now we're just going to be doing a bit of running. Gonna meet Bagamnon, who is hunting Balthier, and run away from him because you can just run away from him. And with that, Hibby, got anything going on over at the host side of things?
Oh, I do. Here is $100 from Pork Chops for breakfast. Interesting breakfast choice. I hope it's good. And they say, can't think of a better way to wake up than to see some Final Fantasy being played. And I also have an update on the important glitch we were talking about just now, the dead character glitch. It has indeed been met now, so I hope you're ready to actually perform this glitch for all of us so we can see what all the hype is about.
Thank you for your donations towards that. And we still have an incentive to show off the Gilgamesh fight too. So if you guys want to see even more FF12.
And here's some banging music.
Mm-hmm.
Gilgamesh is tough, but I've fought worse.
I have to say that the Gilgamesh team is my favorite team in the game.
See, I don't know. I'm gonna be a heretic here, and I'm gonna say that I think it's overcomposed. Am I getting kicked from this call now?
No, I'm with you. I'm with you.
I'm looking over
Battle
at
on
the
the big
tech
bridge.
desk, and I see them moving the mouse around.
Due to connectivity issues, we've lost Mythic.
Oh no. Oh goodness.
Actually, coincidentally, this is the dungeon.
Oh, go
Go
ahead.
ahead. I was gonna say this is the dungeon where you actually fight Gilgamesh, so it's like a little bit of a funny coincidence that we're talking about it at the same time.
Something I wanted to touch on when we had Amalia as our guest, and now we have Lamont. You notice that Lamont used a high potion on us, and that's a quirk with the PlayStation 2 version. Because we cannot change guest gambits, guests have gambits like use items and things like that, and they have their own inventory of items that are just unlimited. So in this version of the game, Lamont has infinite high potions and X potions that he'll throw at us.
Oh, here it's
Whereas
potions
if
and
you
high
play the Zodiac
potions.
Age version,
Yeah.
where if you play the Zodiac Age version, you can change guest gambits, but if they have a gambit to use an item, it will use it from your inventory. So since
they do enter
they
the
have
party
unlimited
giving you items though.
we do take advantage of that.
Yeah, and they also changed their default gambits in the Zodiac Age to tend to use spells more than items, which is
Yes.
good
Right.
for the casuals who don't realize that.
Yes, and also a lot of guests will give you a good stock of items when they come in. Like Redos gives you, I don't know, like
Vaccines and
12
the
Spear Lowtown or
boxes of-
something,
Yeah.
or whatever it's called in Zodiac Age.
I was gonna say I forgot what the name is in the Zodiac Age because I'm used to the ICJS.
Domain Salvados or something.
Yeah, Domain Calvados.
Right.
Yeah.
But in this game, it's all unlimited.
Yeah, we do take advantage of that for a farming section a bit later.
There are traps in that corridor, so that's why he didn't run down that.
Doesn't send us like an invoice for his high potions after jellies.
Yeah, he
He's
goes
like, yeah,
for
I
a
Wait.
got 218 of these, so.
Wait, you seem to be confusing the Prince of Arcadia with the traveler named Lamont that we just met. I think they're different people.
Oh, my bad. Yeah.
They are different people.
Yeah.
They have different names.
Look, they start with the same letter, okay? Give me a break.
They just had to reuse that imposter in the party thing here. They just couldn't resist, I guess.
Also, a little fun fact about this dungeon. Those guys that were chasing us, if we were running the low-level category, we would sit there with Balthier and we'd farm one of them for a good while to get some LP, because it doesn't give XP.
So, for perspective, I first ran this game back in 2013, like 2012, 2013, and farming Bagamnon's lackeys for 5 LP each repeatedly by zoning out kind of in the same way that we did for Dustia was a thing. It was a difficult, very stressful, and random as well, how well that grind would go. And it was the first thing I routed out. If we want to talk about the history of routing the game, like that's a whole story. But yeah, I got involved in the game back before we hardly knew anything. Like there was a lot more activity on the other side of the Pacific Ocean in the Japanese community, and eventually we started getting strats and communicating with Japanese runners like Hoijin here, and yeah, it's been a lot of fun to be part of this community, even though I haven't done any routing since I burned myself out doing the initial route for Order of Ambrosia.
Marquis Andor announced
This is
my
everyone's favorite
execution 2
cutscene.
years ago. If news of my survival were to spread, the Marquis may find his position compromised.
The men he's been funding bear little love for the Empire. They won't be thrilled to discover that rumors of your death were, in fact, greatly exaggerated. If we were to raise a clamor to that effect, we might just get their attention.
Nothing to it. I'll just go around town spreading the word. How about this?
I'm Captain Bosch von Rosenberg of Dalmascus.
Incredible.
Ashley.
Don't listen to Ondor's lies.
That certainly qualifies as a clamor.
All right, Von, get to it. For the
What the girls say, eh?
Oh, and the more people around to witness your little performance, the better.
Yeah, so for this little mini game, you got to get your notoriety to 100%. We have it all routed out pretty well. So there are, in particular, two different kinds of NPCs in this street section. There are the Parijanas and the Sainikas. You want to be near the Parijanas and not the Sainikas. The Sainikas lower your what's it? The notoriety, and the Sainikas, or the Parijanas raise it by 20%.
The guys
I
with
just
the blue
call them
books.
people. They have books.
Yeah. Book versus sword. And then in here there are a whole bunch of NPCs, including several who give you a good bit of notoriety. So if all goes well, we'll get a 2-shot, but otherwise, we'll see.
So I noticed we didn't get Bashua Ikiteruzo or Orega Bashta. Or am I doing it wrong?
So yeah, he positioned himself precisely there and waited for an NPC to move a little bit, shouted, and got it done in 2.
Yeah, if you mess up the positioning, it's almost pixel perfect. It's quite precise. If you mess it up, then you need to do another shout, and it's not the time loss that really matters. It's just shameful.
Yeah, it's a matter
How
of
dare
pride.
you miss that 1 pixel spot and waste time?
If you
With
think
a cone
that's
of
hard,
green.
try doing that at 4 times speed on TZA.
No. How about I don't? And I
How about
forget?
no? Yeah. Also, the notoriety counts down faster on the speed up too, so you have less margin for error, and it goes faster. It's basically
I
impossible.
wonder if the frame rate of like IZJS also screws that up like it does the Chocobo timer. Like on 4X.
Yeah, the speed up was added in the International Zodiac Job System and continued in the Zodiac Age. But the weird thing about IZJS in particular is that they sped up the game, but the hardware really cannot keep up. So it's
Yeah.
supposed to be twice as fast, but it's however much faster as the game can handle. And so if there's a lot going on, it'll slow down. But that slowdown isn't consistently maintained within all of the clocks in the game. So like if you're riding a chocobo, the time will run out very, very quickly just because the timer's going at full speed, but the game itself is playing at not full speed. And so it's just like a weird thing that
You
happens.
can't make the Chocobo ride from Rabanastre to Jahara or wherever it is on
Yeah, like
on IZJS. It
in-
just doesn't work.
Yeah, in this game, you can get there with like 60 or 70 seconds left on the timer,
Yeah.
but you can't even get like
Yeah.
halfway there without the time running out. It's just like such a
it's
weird
so
little
dumb.
thing.
And also Rabanastre runs at like 5 FPS. It's glorious. That's the best version of the game, guys.
Do you guys know which version is the best or easiest to get 2 shout at?
The Switch TZA.
PAL.
No. PAL.
Yeah.
Is it really?
Yeah, you like the notoriety bar goes down slower on PAL.
Yeah, because it's
So you
50
have,
FPS.
like, a couple of extra points. Couple of extra points of notoriety to
So that's why back in the day, Zero was the one who always was getting the 2 shots, and the rest of us couldn't.
But you have to do Dusty at the first zone on PAL, so. Or Dusty at 2 at the first zone.
As we mentioned earlier, that area boosts fire.
New movement tech, you probably can do it on the proper zone line now. I would imagine. I haven't tested it. I haven't played PAL since.
But free world record.
A word of caution before we set out.
True. The PAL world record really is
See
free.
that red web of light spanning the passageway.
What is it? It's to like
I
620 or
think
something?
it loses like 5 minutes to pandemonium or something.
Break one of those beams and an alarm will sound, summoning the guard. The alarm should cease after a
Oh,
time, but it's
did
better
you
to
equip
avoid
flame
drawing
flame
unnecessary
staff?
attention. Come, Her Majesty awaits.
No, it's just the immobilize wore off because PAL. So
Oh no, sorry, I was talking about here.
oh here, no,
Actually,
I don't use flame stuff.
Yeah, I was gonna say because of the new Tiamat strat, you don't use flame staff here anymore.
Yeah, I haven't practiced the new Tiamat strat.
This is one of the newest things that we've taken from the Japanese community. So for one of the coming bosses I've mentioned a few times, Tiamat. There's a few different strategies for how to fight him. The sort of most basic way is to just equip a bunch of Cypress poles, which are one of the only Earth Elemental attacks in the game that you're able to use. There are some enemies that have Earth Elemental attacks, but there's very few for the party. But he's weak to Earth, and so we can equip those poles and take him down just by hitting him with the sticks. But the new strategy is to just put one character into critical HP and double their damage. And so you basically get more overall damage because you do that for the stronger character. So you do one less person, but you double the stronger person's damage. And that saves buying the second pole, and it's a faster overall fight and less skill. And so what ends up happening is that since you don't need to get the pole for that person, you don't need to get the flame staff either. So we're not equipping the flame staff here because we don't want to bother with the license, and that's one of the time saves for that strategy.
It's more that the boss just have LP for both flame staff and adrenaline.
Okay.
So.
Oh,
Adrenaline. Okay.
But it's also what I've done this. It's actually faster to do it this way anyway. So.
We
Even if I went back to the old
oh, go ahead.
I was just
We dropped
gonna
Boss
say,
Lord to
even
critical
if
HP there for the very specific reason that he has a gambit that causes him to cast a spell called Balance when he's at critical HP. Balance is an AoE spell that deals damage based upon how much health you're missing. So he has a lot of health, so right now he's missing about 800 or so health. So he's going to be casting Balance, and if it hits enemies, it'll do, 860 right there. The problem with Balance is that it can miss, and also, like, the enemies can target Boss Lord and kind of kill him. So it's a little bit of an RNG fiesta here.
They can also do Tri Attack, which just one-shots him. It's very frustrating.
Yeah, Tri-Attack does a third your health, and the critical threshold is 20%, so obviously that's a one-shot if you're in critical.
Mm-hmm. But
overall, it's a pretty good fight, though, I would say.
Yeah. That was really solid. We take those.
Yeah, that fight can, like, go as such where Boss Lord just instantly gets killed, and you have to, like, PD him and crit him down, and then Balthier dies, and you start taking a bunch of damage, and very deceptively trolly fight there. But it went very well, so.
So now we've got our first shop, or not first shop, but first big shop, and we just have to pick up things that are available here and not in any more convenient locations. So a few pieces of equipment, like we want to be able to do more magic damage, and so we're going to be getting a nicer pair of magic armor for Pinello, and she'll be using that for the next stretch of the run. And there's also a few really important spells we're going to grab here. So Reflect and Dark, I believe we're about to be using, and then also Immobilize, Cherry Staff, which does 50% extra wind damage, and the last, Protect, right? Because we'll want to be resisting damage later on. The two I want to draw attention to right now are Protect and Dark. So, or sorry, not Protect, but Reflect and Dark. Dark is an AoE spell, and so the way AoE spells, as we just saw work in this game, is that it just basically has an extra copy of that spell hitting each possible target in range. So if we cast Dark on a bunch of enemies, it'll cast Dark on each enemy within range individually. However, what we can do is we could target ourselves with Dark, and we have 3 or 4 party members at any given time. And so if we reflect all of our party members, then we can cast that on ourselves, and that'll be one cast on each party member. Now, the interesting thing about Reflect in this game is that when you reflect from the person being hit to the nearest valid target. So, if there's only one boss, that's really easy, but if there's multiple enemies, it can get a little bit messy. But for now, we'll just say if there's one boss, then we cast Dark on ourselves, everyone's reflected, then it'll cast Dark on each party member, and each one will reflect back onto the boss. So if we had 3 party members, we can get a single AoE spell to hit the boss 3 times. So you basically get triple damage. And so this is something you're going to be abusing throughout the run quite a bit.
Yeah, and you can then compound it with gambits, not gambits, but augments. The 2 that affect magic damage are Serenity, which is more 1.2 times damage when you are at full health. But the one we're going to be using is Spellbreaker, which doubles your damage dealt when you are in critical HP. And so that is, when you take that and the multiple hits, quite significant. And in addition, you can get a boost from staves for certain elements. And so when you combine all that together, we are capable of dealing exceptionally high amounts of damage in a very quick amount of time, even at a relatively low level late in the game.
Yeah. We'll also have things. We'll also take enemy weaknesses to elements into account, and also if an enemy is vulnerable to a status called oil, we can also use that to triple our fire damage, which will come into play much later.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, we're basically stacking a ton of multipliers, and also just getting several hits out of a single cast of a spell by reflecting AoE spells off our entire party. So that's why we don't need the Zodiac Spear, because we have just way better ways of doing damage.
Yeah, the Zodiac Spear does not really become effective until you get a bit higher level. It also requires an extremely large number of LP to get to it, much less get the 235 LP license.
Yeah, I was going to say the license itself is 235.
Yeah, it's just not at all feasible for all but Order of Ambrosia runs, the completionist category.
Yeah.
So just to give like a specific example of this multiplier that we've been talking about, if we take just one extreme example of like a boss that's weak to fire, then you could say have 4 party members, so that's 4 times damage. You can get a double multiplication from Spellbreaker, 1.5 from the Flame Staves, and then 3 times from Oil. And so you combine those, and then they can also be weak. So if they're weak, that's also a 2 times multiplier. So if you combine those all, you literally get a 72 times damage multiplication. So it's really crazy how much extra damage you can get.
If there wasn't a damage cap, we would be passing it.
Yeah, Oil in particular is just like such a non-sensibility because it costs like 600 gil, but it triples your damage. It's just unreal.
Yeah, it's ridiculous.
There's even bosses that aren't weak to fire, that resist fire, and we just cast Oil because it's better to just hit them with Oil plus the resistance than with just neutral.
Yeah, Mateus resists fire, but Oil is just that good of a spell.
Right.
Yeah, we used to actually buy Thundara just pretty much only for Mateus, but Oil and Fyra is just more effective once we figured out the way to stagger the damage properly to not
So now...
Yeah, okay, go ahead.
Yeah, so now we're actually going to see the first example of this. In this fight, there's 3 enemies that just spawn behind you, and we just take care of them first. Set up the Spellbreaker on Pinello, and then just hit him with 2 rounds of Dark, and that's all it takes. The whole boss is done in just a couple of seconds.
Yeah. Something can happen on that fight. So once Geese gets to a certain health threshold, he'll start casting Arrow. So if you don't time those Darks correctly, or if you mess up...
If you miss the Spellbreaker in particular.
Geese will try to cast Arrow on your party, and it'll reflect off your party, and he'll actually kill himself. And if he kills himself, you don't get the LP, which is, I think it's like, what, 22 LP from that fight?
22, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, so you just lose 22 LP if you mess up
And
and he kills himself.
that's a big deal at this point in the run.
Very.
Oh yeah, it's huge. And he's not the only boss that can kill himself either. That can happen in several different spots in this run. So
Geese is one of the more likely ones to do so, but another one coming later can do that with a similar in a similar way.
Who are you thinking of?
Me on Daedalus
And
for
then,
some reason.
yeah, I was going to say, and then there are a couple bosses that we confuse loop, and so they hit themselves,
Right.
and they don't
Tyrant.
do nearly as much damage as your magic does, but they can still deal the finishing blow on themselves and rob you of their LP.
Actually, Geese really doesn't happen anymore because with the new Spellbreaker setup, the only way you can actually have it happen is if you miss Spellbreaker. And so if you just don't mess up, you should be fine, and you can reset it. But if you decide to mess up and not fix it, then it can happen. And my favorite two examples of this are really, really things we didn't even realize could happen. I believe it's Top Stock of the Mandragoras that has HP Devour, and so when he hits you, he does damage to himself. So I think that happened to Zero one time, and then who? Oh my gosh, the first boss in Still Shrine. I'm blanking on the name. Venuscar. He also gains HP Devour, and so like one time I just barely didn't kill him, and then he attacked me and hit himself and died. It's just like such a ridiculous thing to have a boss kill themselves that way.
Yeah, and you still get robbed of the LP. Like, the boss still died. I put in all the work. Like, come on, man.
So where exactly is Wraithwall's tomb?
They stole the credit for their own defeat.
Yeah.
Far to the west.
Far to the west. We must first cross the Yogir.
Yeah, we have a lot
This
of
is going to be a
memorized.
relatively lengthy running segment. Not a whole lot's going to be happening. So if the host would like to add anything here, it'd be a pretty good time for that.
We stop and take rest.
I would love to.
You don't have to
We
worry
have
about me.
a donation for $25 from Marquis Halim Andore the Fourth, who says, "I don't know what this guy is talking about. Bosch is dead for real." Thank you for the update. We also have $15 from Buffalo Theory, who says, Gilgamesh. Gilgamesh! Gilgamesh! I think they really want that Gilgamesh fight. If you would also like to see that Gilgamesh fight, hey, you can donate for it. We still got a little ways to go to see Gilgamesh. We are currently at... I'm gonna update the totals one last time in case people are making a liar of me again. But we are currently at $225 out of 2,000, which is a bit of money, but I have faith in everyone. Let's see Gilgamesh.
So, in this section here, we just ran past a few of these enemies. For a while, that sort of came in and out of the metagame. We could farm these guys to make up a little bit of LP, but mostly Gil, not really experience. And the idea was, if we were short on the Dustia farm, this is sort of the best backup to make up for it. But eventually we realized that it's really never worth it. The only time that you would want to do it is if you're short for the lowest baseline and you really have to do it. If you're short for anything else, it's better to just skip it and cope than to actually try and do that.
Yeah, the Allrones, you can steal, and they also drop succulent fruits. They're common in both cases, I believe. And those sell for like 336 skill, I believe. So for quite a while, it was a backup strat that we'd use. We would steal and then kill with Dark.
Yeah, I believe a single Spellbreaker Dark from Penella was enough to kill them.
Can't you steal like heavy lances or something from them?
They have some sort of weapon. I think mace or miter.
Yep.
Yeah, mace.
Mace.
Mace, yeah, okay.
But you don't want to count on a rare drop for your Gil.
What are you talking about? Every time I do Borheim, I reset if I don't get a Mage's Habit.
The mages have it.
Do you do that out of habit?
It's a pretty.
That was
It's
the
a pretty-
lowest hanging fruit in all of Dalmasca, Alec.
But still succulent.
Yeah.
Sorry, I had to.
Yes, I know. I was almost expecting that.
There are some pun fans among us, including me. So for this part of the run, this is there's actually surprisingly some interesting things that go into this, even though it's just like literally just go from point A to point B. Point B being sort of the next dungeon. for a while, I think the Japanese runners, and maybe even us, we would like swap party out just to be able to set up for the next dungeon without touching the save crystal. And so basically, the next part of the run, we're going to want to use Vaughn, Pinello, and Ash, and we want them to be at full health for the setup for that fight for the next dungeon. And there's a weird quirk between the two versions of the game where the Japanese version, you don't have to restore your HP when you reach the next zone, but for some reason in the non-Japanese versions, once you reach that area, it basically forces you to touch a save crystal. And so the Japanese runners would swap to Bosch, so that Bosch would take the damage, and then when you get to the final area, you could skip touching the crystal and do the setup from full HP. Eventually, though, a strat was discovered that where it's actually faster to do the setup while touching the, basically getting that full HP restore that's similar to a crystal touch. And so now you just run with the full party out. And sort of the other little bit of calculus that's going in there is that it takes time to change the party. It's, you know, it's not super obvious when you're first learning the run, but when you actually pay attention, it's like when you change the party and you leave the menu pauses for a few seconds while it loads the new characters. And so changing the party twice can easily lose like 10 seconds or something.
Yeah, and part of what goes into all of that is actually some of the route optimizations that have happened really over the past 5-6 years. Like, this was a change that was made a while back, but we used to just have two characters casting Dark, well, not in Spellbreaker, because like, oh, they're at full HP, but, well, the next boss, Garuda, is weak to Dark, so two spellcasters casting Dark was enough to kill it really quickly in one round. What we do now, instead, is we actually have one caster in Spellbreaker, and the reason behind that is just to save LP specifically on Ash. So it costs LP right now. Yeah, costs LP right now to
Pinello?
Ash Dark.
Yeah, Pinello, and when she did cast it, Ash cast Dark literally 2 times. You cast it on, or I guess 3 times if you count the guards. She casts it on to kill the guards in the Geese fight, on Geese, and then on Garuda, and that's it. I mean, I guess the setup now uses Dark, but like you literally, for this little stretch of the game, you use Dark, and that's it. But getting Dark on Ash costs a good amount of LP, and the LP on Ash and Pinello is basically the most critical part of the LP routing, because they're the ones who are sort of carrying you through the whole run, and so wasting that LP made a really big difference. And sort of if when you killed 48 Dustia, that was 24 more LP, and that would have let you get that Dark on Ash more easily. And so that was one of the other compromises that was made. Is like, let's cut back on the Dustia, and let's also not get Dark on Ash and get Spellbreaker on Pinello, so she makes up for the missing damage. But it ends up being faster overall this way too, which is quite nice.
Yeah, it's a nice new development. And something I want to start pointing out here is soon enough you'll start to see Zero doing like casting reflects and things like that while he's running through areas. These are actually timed quite precisely. This reflect he's casting on Bossler right now is pretty precisely timed. And we'll have a lot of very precise setups, especially while running through areas later. And the thing about them is that a lot of setups typically build off of a previous setup, whether that's the spells you cast or the timings they expire at. So this is kind of one of the first parts of the game where if you do even one little thing wrong, everything can just start crumbling. Just one late reflect all of a sudden throws off your timings, and if you can't adjust to it, you can be put in some quite difficult scenarios. So these setups look pretty simple, they look pretty easy, but they're actually very precise.
Yeah, this is one of the things I was trying to mention earlier, is like, not only do you have to manage your gil, LP, and experience as resources, but basically the duration and all of your status effects. Protect, reflect, decoy is a massive one, where if you don't manage it correctly, it'll run out and you will just completely fail and lose the fight. So
this is Garuda.
Goodbye.
Yep. Weak to Dark. Goodbye.
The game intends for you to do a side quest to get an item called an XII berry, which you then use to weaken Garuda. Because normally this bird is actually quite terrifying, but I mean, you could just do that, and he's not so terrifying.
They didn't expect you to
AI
come in with
targets the
multiple
nearest enemy.
multipliers.
Yeah. Garuda's AI targets the nearest enemy, so that's why we moved in that specific way to get Vossler to be the closest target to Garuda, so he tanks all the hits.
For whatever reason, the party member that's joined comes in on the right side, so if we run to the left, it puts the right side closest to Garuda. His HP is the only one that doesn't matter for this part of the run. It does matter that he doesn't run out, but he has enough that it's not really an issue. One other interesting thing about these durations is that your characters only lose duration on their status effects while they are in the party. And so you can see that if you remove them from the party, it saves duration on the reflects. You can't take Vossler out of the party. So that's why it was important that we cast Reflect on him last. Gives him time for his Reflect to go all the way till the end of the next fight. As Ash and Penelo aren't in the fight right now, which means they're safe.
Yeah, basically, you do not want Ash or Penelo to be targeted here, so it just works out well that they are not in the party now. So he's going to wait for Vaughn to get targeted, and then he's going to bring in the girls. And Vaughn is going to run away out of range of this first tougher demon wall, which is a little bit notorious, even still, I'm sure. And the demon wall is going to attempt to attack Vaughn, but Vaughn will be too far away. Meanwhile, boosted arrows are getting reflected off of Vossler and both of the girls.
Yeah, this fight itself is actually totally optional, and it's significantly tougher. It has twice the HP and a much shorter possible duration than the next demon wall. But this is sort of one of the big contributions I was talking about earlier that Hoishin did, which is he was the one who figured out this strategy where Vaughn is the one that's currently targeted by the demon wall, and Vaughn is out of range, so he just can't do anything. And so we just leave our spellcasters and Vossler by him to reflect and attack him and kill him. So that's like a pretty significant time investment to fight him. I think it's like 40 extra seconds or so.
We get a lot of LP and a lot of gil from it though later. Once we go
Yeah,
back
but
to
he
final
gives,
gil.
I believe he gives 35 LP.
27.
27.
27, yeah. 27 extra LP, which is a non-trivial amount. And when we go to the clan hall, we'll get like 4,000 extra gil from having defeated him. And so those two things in combination will significantly decrease the amount of time we need to spend in a later farm, enough so that it's actually worth investing all of this time. And then on top of that, we get that gil in time for the coming Tiamat fight, which means that we can make up for what we're missing from Less Dustia. So this all really fits together quite nicely.
Yeah. So Ash and Penelo's reflex are going to run out pretty soon. So again, talking about precise setups. The reflex setup we did for Garuda is just long enough to do all these fights if you do them perfectly. So now we're going to reflect them. The MP here is also very tight. You notice Penelo had 8 MP there after refreshing her own reflect. So the MP is extremely tight. The timings are extremely tight. Everything is just so it's built upon glass.
Yeah. And so this next bit is going to be just kind of running around, and that's going to be pretty much Bosch's duty. So if you have anything to say, Pippi, now's a good time.
Wonderful. I do have something to say, or more accurately, Ultros Professional has something to say, and $25 to say it with. They say, good luck on the run, Zero. Let's see Gilgamesh, less than 3, from Australia.
Thank you.
Much appreciated.
So,
Thank you
just
very
a quick, thank you. A quick correction of what I was saying earlier. So, Hoishin apparently isn't busy with his tech issues anymore and has corrected me. And it was actually Eminon who came up with the Demon Wall strategy. And for some reason, I keep attributing it to Hoishin. Eminon is a really important name in the community because he didn't come up with a lot of the stuff, but he was one of the more prominent runners whose videos actually made it to the Western community. And so a lot of the early routes made it to us through him. And so, like, we all assumed that he came up with these things, but once we actually started talking to him for real, and in particular through Hoishin because he's bilingual and speaks and has translated for us. We realized that Eminon actually took stuff from other people, and so he has like sort of a history of where he got his strats from, and so like the whole history of the run can be mapped out through all of this.
Yeah, the paper trail's
But
really.
yeah, he's really important. Yeah.
Eminon ran a lot of the FF games. Ran 10, ran 9.
Yep. But I think 12 was the one where he had the most he had the most competitive times.
Yeah.
He and I actually went back and forth on a few world records, and then eventually we were both defeated by a newer generation of Japanese runners, Nekota and Banda.
Mm-hmm.
But speaking of generations, I actually thought it was interesting because we got sort of 3 generations here, because we've got Alec, who's first, and then I'm sort of the next generation, and then Mythic comes after me, and then we have Zero, who's been here the whole time.
Yeah, Zero was doing challenge playthroughs back when I was starting speedrunning, and then he started speedrunning not too terribly long after that, kind of in the same general time frame as Freddy, who, shout-outs to Freddy, and a couple other people. Like Pitted was kind of in that same
I think
time
Pitted
frame.
came a little bit later.
A little bit later, but it's still, I guess, what you would call the second generation now.
Yeah.
Yeah, me and Pitted started pretty similar. It's pretty similar time. Like for me, it's Alec, Nitrodome, Freda, and Skate for a Living, who are the first generation, and then it was me, Pitted, and Harvey after that, and then Roosta as well, kind of. Like.
I got started watching Skate, Pitted, and Zero. Those were like the big ones I watched.
Yeah, that makes sense. Didn't Skate have a tutorial or like a set of video tutorials like way back in the day?
He made tutorials
I don't
for
remember
a few
exactly.
things.
Yeah.
Not like the whole run, but like I think a few fights with a few techniques.
Like there was a Garuda strat or something, I think. The video for. Yeah.
I just remember Skate's enthusiasm was what really got me into the run at the beginning.
Skate's good people.
Yeah. I got to meet him in person, which was cool.
Yeah.
He lives in the same state, so. But a little bit of what's going on behind the scenes here. We have to touch these 2 buttons. Each of the buttons lowers this barrier, sort of barricade thing, by halfway, and so we have to touch both. You can go either way, but the important thing is that when you touch the button, enemies spawn, and we basically just touch the one that spawns the less dangerous enemies last, because then we have to proceed with those enemies following us. And so it's just like a little thing, doesn't really matter. But now that we're through that, we're on to the next area where we're going to fight the boss of this dungeon, Belias. He's also the first Esper.
Yeah, we went the way
he is. Go ahead.
we went the way we did to get that elixir, and also you see their MP going up really quickly when they're running. That's because there's a dense mist effect here. It triples MP regen from all sources. So the strategy for Belias here, even though it resists arrow, we're doing so much damage with arrow that it's the best way to go. Immobilize there is, even though it's immune, a way to gain aggro, because we want Belias to attack specific targets. It has a specific set of moves that it uses at specific HP thresholds, so we have it all calculated so that Von's Dark there is to make sure that a damage range does not happen. But yeah, that's Belias.
Yeah, that fight can be a little bit sketchy because you might have noticed that Bossler was kind of going off to the side of Belias there. And he can get too far away to reflect off of, and if you miss one of those reflex, it's really bad. It can be really bad.
Yeah, so the specific thresholds that are at play there is that at 50% health, he'll use his first move, which is just basically speed up his own attacks. And then after that, he'll use Firaja, which is an area of effect, or AoE attack that will hit the whole party, and we really don't want to.
It's Saber, Saber something else, Greater Barrier.
Saber, Greater Barrier, right? Then
yeah,
that, and so once you reach the 50% threshold, that's when you will get the cascade into Firaja. And so our damage is set up here so that we do just under half of his health with a single round of our full powered spells. And so we do a full round. It does not trigger the next attack. And then the next full round will trigger Saber, Greater Barrier, Firaja. And so we need to finish that second round and then start the third round before he reaches Firaja. And that's only possible because Zero went into the menu and changed the armor on both spellcasters. That cut short the animation of Arrow, and so the damage was done, but the animation was not done. And so we cut that short, and that's the first really important ATB refresh where it makes the difference between the party wiping, or the spellcasters wiping, and actually winning the fight without having to watch the Firaja animation.
Yeah, it's so many things in this game are just incredibly precise, like that sort of timing. If you don't ATB reset there, then you can't do the fight. You're gonna die there. So yeah, the general way you can think about it is that ATB resetting may be slower in real time, but in terms of the actual game time, it's faster.
Yeah, so we don't do it when we don't need to, but when we do need it, we do it. So now
it's also a very good thing to just be really comfortable to do. Like if something goes wrong and you need to salvage a fight,
it can give you quite a bit of in-game time over the course of a few resets. So here, Ash is going to be casting Arrow on these guards to kill them, and then we want to make sure that we get everyone else reflected, and then start casting arrows and darks to finish off Vossler as fast as possible, since he's turned sides. And he always focuses on Ash first, so that's a nice little predictable thing you can do there, and you can try to kind of slow him down by blocking his path to her a little bit.
What was the word we had for the aggro?
The FF word is enmity.
I thought we had a better word than that now.
Hate, threat.
Maybe it was hate. But yeah, basically, anytime you attack an enemy, it causes that character that's attacking to get more hate or enmity, and everyone else loses enmity from that character's attack. And basically, Ash starts that fight with an arrow because Ash has the highest magic stat, and her magic stat is just high enough that she can typically kill all three of those accompanying soldiers with a single arrow. It's really important to kill those soldiers because they will, like as I mentioned before, the reflects will reflect onto the nearest valid target, and so those soldiers are valid targets, and so they can draw, even if a single arrow would kill them, it can draw an entire round of arrows just because they become reflect targets. So it's really important to take them out, but that causes Ash to have the most enmity from Vossler, and so he tends to attack her first, and it could be really bad if he decides to combo and she dies, because I think Vossler's 30 LP, and that's if she loses it.
Yeah, I have yeah, he's a lot of LP. He can combo Ash to death, which is really annoying. By the way, this is the first bathroom break we really get.
It's not long.
The first of two. Yeah.
It's like a minute.
Yeah,
I think it's a minute and 20 seconds, and the other one's like a minute and 40 seconds.
Yeah,
it's less than a minute 40 seconds, definitely.
Oh, this one I think is like a minute 15 or a minute 20, something like that.
Yeah,
but it's shorter in the TZA.
Yeah,
and you can mash through it. So that's one unfortunate thing. Oh my God! Reset. Oh, he's back.
He's back. Okay. He only lost 30 minutes. It's okay. Speaking of the aggro mechanics, I also wanted to point out something interesting. On the Belias fight, the very beginning of it, he had Vaughn reflected immobilize off of the party onto the boss, and the boss is actually immune to immobilize, but because it comes after the arrows of Ash and Penelo, that means that Vaughn gets the enmity from it. So Belias will not target the girls because Vaughn attempted to cast a status spell and it was after theirs. So another cool thing. The strat previously was throw a Phoenix down at Belias or something, right?
This was something that took a long time for. Well, the strat before was to pray, and so the way it worked was that we didn't really know why Belias tended to target who he did, but we knew that he usually targeted Penelo. And we didn't know why, and so eventually we realized that Penelo was also the last one to cast her spells when you had all three characters on gambits, and so the reason why the last character is the one that gets attacked is because anytime someone hits Belias, it causes the other characters to lose hate. So the last person to hit is the one who gains, and then the others lose. And so it just, when you track it all out, the last person to hit is the one who gets the hate. And before, the only dangerous thing Belias could do would be to attack. And so if you decided to attack Penelope, you would just be positioned in such a way that you would just trigger Saber before he could get to Penelo, and it was typically pretty safe. And sometimes you would mess it up, and Penelo would die, and it would be a mess to get sorted out. But eventually, we realized that that is the reason why. And so, a single Phoenix down causes enough hate to make up for all of the arrow hate that the girls are getting. And so that was what we did for a little bit. That costs 250 gil. So instead, we eventually realized that Immobilize is the same as Arrow. And conveniently, you want to be the last person to cast to get the most enmity. And so to be the last, you can just do it manually. You don't have to, you'll lose to the gambits. And so the girls get both their arrows in, and then the Immobilize comes in, gives Vaughn the most enmity, and then he's the one who gets targeted, and it doesn't matter from there. So that's kind of a nice way. I think we messed with some other ideas, but
things being way too complicated in this game.
yeah, right.
But yeah,
I mean, like it seems like overcomplicated, but you could easily, like, many runs have been lost to Belias just from messing these things up.
Speaking of somewhat complicated, although it's not actually incredibly complicated, Traveler is a technique based on when you last used it and how many steps you've taken since then. So it goes in thousands, and it starts at from step 0, so an even 1,000. And as you go up through each 1,000 steps, the damage multiplier on that number of steps increases. It starts at 1, times 2, times 3. I believe it hits times... No, it doesn't hit times 5 at all. And then it goes to times 10 for the last 10 steps, 990 through 999. And it's an AoE technique, so we're going to be using it to great effect.
Yeah, so from 0 to 100, it's 1. From 100 to 500, it's 2, and then 500 to 989, it's times 3.
Which means that this game does have step count.
Right. And conveniently, if you handle your steps well up to Tiamat, you can actually get there so that you'll be at 990 to 999 in the fight without having to actually do anything. And I mean,
Yeah,
like you can
we'll have specific spots where we kind of like prep Traveler before certain fights. But with the Tiamat one, if you have good movement from the beginning of the game up until Tiamat, you don't have to set it up. But I think because we had to go to the Sansi again, we might not be able to. I'm not sure.
Between the Sansi and some of the extra farming, yeah.
Yeah, it's not just good movement. It's also, you can every time you open your menu, you can check where your step count is, and there's a lot of times where if you're fighting a boss, you can burn steps or not burn steps based on what you've seen. So like, if you're fighting Belias and you notice that your step count's low, you can just run in circles during Belias and make up the steps. And so like that's a very, very small optimization, but it contributes to the end time.
Yeah, all these things really add up in this game, and this game is so hugely based on things that seem so small. That everything that you do that seems small can actually be huge. Also, the Chocobo would have ran out halfway through that screen on IZJS.
I usually ran out before even reaching this area.
Oh really? Yeah, it's awful.
Yeah.
Oh, and speaking of running in circles, if you mess up your Traveler number, and the way to fix it is to run in circles for 1,000 steps to fix it, and that costs you several minutes.
Yeah. Not to pick on Solomon too much, but he would overstep a lot back in the day, and so I don't think we really call it that much anymore because it's not so topical, but we would call it the solo spin.
I love it.
Or no, it was the Solomon Shuffle, I think.
One, I'll just take a rubber band and
Well, I guess both of those.
I'll just like rubber band the 2 analog sticks together and like go to the bathroom.
You can do that in some places better than others. If you do it before Sid 1, then it's not so great because there are a lot of sharp edges in the perimeter of that area.
Yeah, if you take a nice tight rubber band though, you just run in a really tight circle. But I overstepped Sid 1 in my PB because poor husband was like on the other side of the area where he was supposed to be. It was very unfortunate.
The classic poor husband troll.
I know. He's so far away. I literally lost like probably 50 steps. So this is Jahara. We're just kind of doing a lot of plot stuff. This guy is going to give us the stick. It's called the Jaya stick. Now you have 2 things you can do with it. You can either give it to the person who you are intended to give it to, or you can not. You can sell it if you want, which might seem good, except that the reward that we get for turning in the Jaya stick is greater than the amount of money we would get for selling the Jaya stick. So not only are we being a good person, we're also getting more money by...
It also means you don't have to go to the shop there, and that would take time.
Yeah. This game gives you a lot of opportunity to just be really rude, like selling the small package, selling the Jaya stick. If this were Fable, which was the game before this, you would have a lot of opportunities to gain good points or evil points.
So, like, what would the bad ending of this be?
Let's see, you kill Undying and he dies, and then Venat shows up and he's like, yo, you sold that small package and that Jaya stick? Nope.
No, I'm thinking more like it'd be like, Venat would be like, okay, want to team up?
One team up, yeah.
Yeah, right. It'd be like, instead of the Undying, it's like you'd be the Undying, and then Vayne would have to heal you or something.
This is eerily close to the ending of Fable, where like you just like he put on the mask from Jack of Blades. It's like you put on Undying's armor, you just become Undying. Starting to think these games are like the same.
It's just a retelling.
This game is Star Wars exactly. Don't you remember?
Oh, you're actually correct. How did I forget?
So we have a nice 30 gil chocobo ride here. The other chocobos are all significantly more expensive.
Yeah, this one is discounted.
So right now, Zero's heading towards the Henny Mines, and there are a couple chests out there that very rarely have really nice stuff. He has basically a 10% chance of getting a red cap and a 12.5% chance of getting a golden amulet. Golden amulet is really nice because we're going to want a couple of them in a little bit. And
we'll get a red cap as well.
Yeah, the red cap is also used because as a light armor, it boosts HP. Neither of them spawned, so he's just going to continue on over to here. And
classic marathon luck.
Kind of a silly thing. Because of how effective Chocobo Sprint is and the fact that there's a Wayward Chocobo that you don't even need Geisel Greens for, right here, it is actually faster to dismount that first Chocobo and refresh the turbo for the second one on your way to Arate Village.
Yeah, this one doesn't require greens because otherwise you could get soft locked in this area, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Yeah.
I think if you just run directly through, it's actually a little bit... the time works out really close to getting off the chocobo and not getting off the chocobo. But if you want to check for the chests, it's faster to get off and get back on. And
it only takes a couple seconds to check.
Setup?
Sorry?
Does that timing include the Berserk setup that we do at the Wayward Chocobo?
No. So if you're doing Berserk setup, that can also save time.
Okay.
But yeah, that's just like one of those things that when you actually just time it out, just like the loading screens for getting on and off and getting back onto the chocobo are comparable to the amount of time you save on the travel from the boost.
Speaking of loading screens, this game has very long loads.
And
I've timed it,
and
chocobos. When you fight Bahamut at the end of the game, there's a full minute of where there's just black screen from skipping cutscenes and it loading.
And speaking of loading screens and loading in chocobos, there's a little quirk here. You're going to see Zero get off the chocobo before he goes and hits a little glowy wall that's blocking him. The reason is because after this cutscene, it would load you onto the chocobo, and then you would have to get off the chocobo. And so this saves time getting off the chocobo before
Yeah, it saves a few seconds and loads too.
If you remember from the start of the run, there was a door that Zero put his sword away before opening, because if you would open the door, you put your sword away, open the door, take your sword back out. It's pretty much the same thing with this load screen. You get off the chocobo, do the cutscene, get back on the chocobo. So it's just like 2 extra loads that you can skip if you just get off the chocobo.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Again, lots of tiny little things that really, really, really add up in this run.
My theory that I'm not 100% sure on is that the in-game time does not tick up during loads. And so the difference between the in-game time and the real time is basically the time you spend watching loading throughout the run. And if that's true, that means it's about a half an hour of loading throughout the run, because the in-game timer is usually about 30 minutes behind by the end of the run.
Yeah.
The thing that's tricky about that is that for a lot of loads, like, there's kind of some in-between time, not just because of, like, human taking time to skip cutscenes and such, but also just because sometimes, I swear, there's a little bleed over between loads, or there's, like, they have loads that are programmed to last a little bit longer, and then, like, in the process of reinitializing the game or whatever, the timer starts running. So I think there's a little bit of inconsistency there.
Yeah, it's probably something you could find out relatively easily with like a cheat engine or something.
Yeah.
Although I think the last time I made practice saves, I couldn't find a value for time and I couldn't find a value for steps. Whatever reason, with like cheat engine, you can't like modify your steps. So practicing step count's actually really annoying. But yeah,
So
we're
something
just
that's
doing plot. Oh, go ahead, Risto.
sorry, I lost my train of thought. Yeah, so this area is something that's kind of annoying about the TZA versus this version of the game, is that this shop, you can buy Traveler here, and Traveler is the ability that we really need to defeat Tiamat, and it would be so nice if you could just buy Traveler here, but we have to go out of our way, and that detour is such a negative consequence for routing in this run, and like being short on gil means you have to backtrack even further. And so, like, it's just really frustrating that the new version of the game just has it right here, where you would ideally buy it. One other important thing here is that shop will be able to buy Fyra after Tiamat. Can't buy it before. If you could, that would mean you could do jelly farming before Tiamat, which would be a nice little way to make that fight more consistent also.
Also, this shop here has some items that it does not have before you first get to Arid Village. So...
Right.
That includes the shielded armor. It does not show up until after you reach Eric Village for the first time.
Right. This shielded armor is very important. We'll be using it for the next hour or two. The nice thing about it is that it has protect at all times. So when you equip it, you automatically take 70% damage from physical attacks, on top of the nice defense value that it has built in.
Yeah, there's a backup. If you're really poor, instead of buying the shielded armor, you can buy a light armor called the Brigandine, which has less defense and it doesn't have auto protect. So it actually ends up costing you more money because you have to buy a bunch more high potions and like just constantly high potion yourself. But it's something you can do if you're like really strapped for cash. No one likes playing Brigandine strats.
The benefit of light armor is that it gives you an HP boost, but HP boost is actually not great because it doesn't really matter if you're taking more damage, and it just means you have to heal more.
Yeah, exactly.
However, that's less of a concern with this new strat that Zero's doing now, because you only need to buy one Cypress pole. That's 2,000 less gil that you've invested at this point, and so that means you're more likely to be safe here.
They also,
when I come back to running, I'm gonna learn this strat.
The other kind of minor thing is that light armor gives you more magic resist on your headgear than the heavy armor. So
yeah, that's
armor,
why we'll use heavy chest and light armor heads.
Yeah, armor in this game, your physical defense is based on your body slot, basically, for the armor, and magic resist is the head slot. So, Mystic Armor is really good for magic resist, but not very good for physical resist, and vice versa for heavy armor. Then light armor is kind of in between on both and also gives you bonus HP because it doesn't boost either physical strength like heavy armor or magic like mystic armor.
Yeah, so there's upsides and downsides to each, or different upsides for each type of armor, which makes itemizing in this game, even in a casual playthrough, really diverse.
Yeah, and we do want a certain amount of magic resist on our characters, so having that and the extra HP on the tank makes them a little bit more robust against magic attacks directly and gives them more HP to withstand physical attacks.
But yeah, this Tiamat fight coming up is really interesting because Tiamat has a very unusually high amount of HP compared to other bosses at this point in the run. And so it just takes, every boss we fought so far, we could just do a couple of rounds of spells and take them out. However, the only strong spell we really have access to right now is Arrow, and Tiamat absorbs Arrow. So we really have and he resists Dark, I believe. So we really have no good way of doing significant damage to him. Arrow also is nice because we have flame staves. There's no dark staves to boost dark damage, so there's really no good way of doing damage to him with spells. And so this is why the original iterations of this run had to do the backgammon farming, because we needed to get, I say we, I never actually did it myself.
I'm the only one here.
So Alec and the others, had to get what you need. You needed War Mage, you needed Dark on everyone, Reflect on everyone.
Yep.
War Mage, I don't think Headsman would have made a difference.
No, Headsman does not.
But yeah, War Mage.
War Mage gives you MP back based on how much magic damage you deal. Also, Charge, the technique, was I think sometimes relevant, and there was a whole lot of...
I know Charge was used on backgammon farming.
Yeah, and there was a lot of just nonsense you had to do based on certain HP thresholds to make sure that your Spellbreaker casters did not drop during the Tiamat fight. So, by the time we did that run, actually, that first marathon run, Nitrodon and I know, we knew that Cypress Poles were already a strat that was used, and then I timed it out. I was like, this is like a minute faster if we do nothing, and then Pitted was a while later was like, why aren't you using Berserk? Because I forgot it was on the same license and was only 1,000 gil. And
right.
Yeah, then since then, the one major adjustment is finishing off Tiamat with Traveler, which Tiamat gets an ability late in its HP, like when it gets HP critical, that significantly increases its defense stat, meaning you deal a lot less damage through physical means.
It's 30%. I think it's like a third damage.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's something ridiculous.
And no, it's actually it literally increases the defense stat, as I recall. And
I think it's just 1/3 damage reduction across the board. Last time I checked.
But yeah, dealing 9,900 some damage with Traveler gets you through that nicely. You just have to time it basically, and because Tiamat has a lot of different HP threshold-based moves, that makes it relatively easy as long as you get the steps right and do the rest of the fight properly. Also, these Tyrannoraxes here, the RPG Dinos, have a move called Sonic Fangs, which just has a native 5% chance to instant KO. So that's fun. It happens sometimes.
Yeah, we're going to be spending a lot more time in this dungeon, but for this first pass through, we just want to get through as quickly as possible. There's a little gimmick here, which is that the switches open some gates and close other gates. This switch that Zero just hit is the most important one because you have to go around through the area you want to actually end up in to open that switch to come back around to get into that area. But that switch room, when you press the switch, will spawn an enemy, and we're going to want to farm that enemy after. So we'll get into more details about how that farm works.
Yeah, we'll have plenty of time to talk about that.
Yeah, right, exactly. But first, let's actually fight Tiamat. So Zero here is going to be doing a relatively new setup. As we mentioned before, we are going to be just beating him down with Cypress Pole and Berserk. Berserk is a really cool ability in this game because it not only increases your damage, but it also increases the ATB charge rate. And so I think that when you math it out, it makes you do about double damage. Even though it's like a 50% damage boost.
Double damage and 1.5 times ATB charge rate, as I recall. But you can only auto attack.
I think it's 1.5 damage and 1.5, and so like it comes out to be double.
Zero knows.
Well, regardless,
I've been away from this game for a while.
Yeah. When in doubt about FF12, just numbers.
Adrenaline is double damage, but we shouldn't ask him now because this takes some focus to do this new setup. Because we have to. It's difficult because Larsa is here and he's going to try and heal anyone who gets low, and we want to get people low, so we have to time killing Larsa and doing damage to people and all this all together. So let's just watch as he does the sequence necessary.
Oh, this is now like the 1 2 2 3 2 3 setup.
Yeah. Or rather, I thought you would kill Larsa, but you're actually casting Berserk on him, and by casting Berserk on him, that stops him from using potions, because all he can do is attack.
Mm-hmm.
I swear, but Suzo had a strat where he would actually do this fight with Larsa Berserked. Or is this...
Yeah, Larsa's Berserked.
Oh, he's actually going to stay alive. Okay.
Yep.
I wasn't sure
yeah.
if he was Berserked and then killing him or not. I haven't actually seen
that's
this
another...
strat in action, so...
That's another advantage here, is having Larsa. Larsa actually does a good bit of damage. He also heals a lot, but the nice little thing for this fight is that when you actually... Who gets disabled here? Only if it's...
If it's only Vaughn, that's not the worst, but it's still... Yeah.
It's actually not great because you want to actually be using an item on him to stop him from... You want to ATB block him.
Yeah.
But having Vaughn disabled here stops that from happening. So we'll see how Zero handles this.
So equipping the manufactured Nephesite and Dawn Shard to reduce magic damage from arrow, which Tiamat is going to cast. Balthier is here to potion Vaughn, try to keep him alive until the disable runs out. Now he's checking his steps, using Traveler with Balthier as well.
Oh.
That looked like an overstep.
It's like we're in recovery mode. Yeah.
Something that can happen in this game is enemies will sort of push you around or move you, and those count towards your steps.
Mm-hmm.
So you can be readying Traveler and then just get pushed by like an enemy moving, and then it can mess up your step count. So looked like he got pushed back there by Tiamat.
So it's a little bit hairy, but the one sort of thing we can fall back on here is that once Berserk wears off, which it has on Larsa, he'll start healing everyone. And so that will sort of let us get through the rest of the fight. It's just a little bit slower this way. Unless he disables everyone.
Okay, good.
Looks like the disable missed.
It missed everyone. Good. This is a very trolly fight.
Probably,
Two disabled guys.
Yeah.
Probably went after Bosch, and Bosch had the Dawn Shard on, which
could be.
Dramatically increases his defenses against disabled guy, I think.
Yeah, so this is the damage.
Tiamat does not have the ability that removes your vitality from the equation.
Yeah, this is the defense plus that Alec mentioned. He's just taking way less damage now, and no Berserk on anyone. It's also factoring in.
Yeah.
There's also
Petrify.
some interesting, like Petrify is an interesting ability in this game because Petrify reduces the amount of damage you take by the Petrify count that you have left over 10. So he's at a Petrify count of 7, which means he's taking 70% damage, and then at 6 he's taking 60%. So it can actually, you also do that much less damage, but Vaughn is not doing much damage in this fight. So
That is actually
it's
a
actually quite nice to
strategy-
beginning this.
It's actually a strategy you can use to improve your tanking ability.
Yeah, wasn't that used in Hashmal, like the Petrify trap?
Yeah.
Yeah.
One of the later bosses in the run, there was a Petrify trap that we could use to make the tank take less damage. That boss is really, really scary because the amount that he can combo. However, we've gotten to the optimization level where we found a strategy that can not only stop him from attacking, but also stop him mid-combo. So we'll talk about that when we get there.
He's now like a punching bag, basically.
Yeah.
That's what
He
the
gets locked into
Japanese version is
his own coded abilities. Yeah.
Yeah.
So while Zero buys some spells, does a little bit of menuing and such, Pippi, now's a good time.
That was a nice recovery on that fight. This fight's always really annoying when Traveler doesn't work out.
I'm so sorry,
now we're
my
going to do
mic didn't
everyone's
unmute on me. I tried to speak and it said no. We have $20 from Zeter, who didn't leave a comment, but it's much appreciated anyway. Every penny counts towards Gilgamesh, am I right?
Mm-hmm.
So we are about to start the sort of next grinding section. So we grinded Dustia twice, and then we're gonna do 2 sets of what we call jelly farming. This is for Gil, LP, and XP. And this is a sort of another point in the run where we're kind of hoping for some good luck on drops, or at least not bad luck. We're going to be farming jellies for a little while. They're weak to fire, and we have Fyra. We also have Larsa with us, who will keep us topped off with high potions. So yeah, this is a thing that you can really, at least to the degree that we do it, you can really only do it on this version feasibly, because he has infinite high potions. So we'll be killing a lot of jellies and racking up chain levels and all that. And earlier we mentioned, we touched upon the fact that chain levels increase slower the more you pick up drops. So I believe Zero will be ignoring drops from the jellies until he gains a chain level or 2, to expedite that chain level process, because it ends up being higher EV.
Yeah, it's better to skip the first room of drops and get the higher chain level for the rest of the drops, especially because the higher drop counts are worth more. So like you're getting double the benefit there.
Yeah.
One other interesting mechanic about this game is that enemies respawn once you go 2 zones away, and so for this room, there's sort of this next zone that's outside of this area, and then the zone that leads to the next dungeon. We have to reach that second zone in order to despawn these, and that same zone is connected to this area through itself, and so we have to sort of backtrack to the next area in 2 different paths based on which way the button is switched. So we're basically running through the same area backwards and forwards, just always going 2 zones away.
Yeah, because of the way the gates
And
work,
then
we're going in
respawning.
like 2 different sort of semicircles each time.
We reach the same zone line both ways, but from different directions.
Yeah, exactly.
But about 15 jellies will spawn each time we double zone here, and so a round of jellies takes about 1:40 to 2 minutes, full cycle, including this backtracking. And so we're expecting to do around 10 to 12 of these rooms on average. We are sort of looking for a few different benchmarks, but the big ones are we need golden amulets to start doubling the LP we get. And so the first choke for this first round the first set of jellies is getting the Gil and the LP to buy and equip those golden amulets. And then for the second group of jellies, we'll have the double LP and they'll be basically doing the farming there until we have enough gil and LP to continue.
Yep, exactly right. And the drops we're looking for primarily here are called yellow liquids. We can steal them and we can get them as drops. We want to see lots of yellow liquids. We do not want to see water magicite. And also, I think they have a 500 gil steal, I believe.
Yes.
Yep, they can also split, which is kind of nice too. One thing these
The
jellies
yellow
can do
liquids-
that's pretty annoying is they can confuse you. So jelly farming can actually kind of get hairy if like everyone
yeah.
gets confused and
It
unfortunate.
can get
Admiral
dangerous
gave.
really fast. Like, if Larsa
Yeah.
gets confused, you're not getting potions. He deals a fair amount of damage to your characters. The girls who are doing the jelly killing don't have a ton of defense because they are using mystic armor and not necessarily the highest defense mystic armor. So, yeah.
Yeah, remember that time earlier in the run I said you can die anywhere for any reason or no reason at all? Yeah, that definitely applies here.
Yep, includes here.
And it's all
the jelly
random.
farming is great. Yeah, no, it's everything in this game is very scary. Even just running through here, like this is scary. Like you take a
RPG
ton of
Dino.
damage.
Yeah, we used to way back in the game get Cura, the spell, specifically so you'd have a little bit of healing extra at the beginning of each of these rooms. Excuse me.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and that makes sense because you can't go back and touch a save crystal, otherwise your chain will die. You lose your chain if you touch a save crystal. So yeah, we have to keep it rolling here. Also,
I also
that can happen.
like to get Kira. Oh, there's a death. I like to get Kira also because there was like a cheeky strat where you could use Kira to get the party to full health before the last phase of Sid 2 because of the return damage there. It was like kind of funny. You take off your ruby rings and then Kira the party to get to full health instead of using the
Ruby
mega
rings
elixir.
strat.
Although
Oh my goodness.
Ruby rings
yeah,
are...
that's all.
That's the biggest red herring in my time of routing FF12. Emanon did it for a bit as a backup safety strat, and we didn't really time it out. So it's like, okay, no, this is a good idea because it's, it makes recovery later safer, and then you do save a little bit of that time back that you would spend getting the ruby rings and licensing them and all that by some nice quick reflects, right? Turns out...
By the way, Ruby Ring is an accessory that grants auto reflect to the wearer, just in case
it
anyone doesn't know.
costs 7,500 gil per, so that's a lot of extra
Unless you
jellies.
steal
85, I
one
think,
from,
actually.
Just steal one from
Bergen.
Bergen.
It's far from guaranteed, though. That is Bergen's rare steal, so it's not likely. If we get it, we're happy because that's lots of extra gil for us, but we don't use it. Yeah, that was part of the route for a good while.
Yeah. So to give a reference, when ruby rings were a thing, you would expect jellies to be about 16 rooms. So 16 rooms, now 9 to 10 rooms is what you really want to shoot for in a good run. And so saying that it's 1 minute and 40 to 2 minutes per room, you're talking about like 12 minutes saved from all of the things we've cut. So it really makes a huge difference. One other little thing that's kind of an optimization here is that we have gambits on both Ash and Penelo to cast Fyra on the nearest enemy. But what'll happen is they're both standing close to each other, and if they both have MP, they'll both try and target the same jelly with Fyra, and then it'll make them basically double cast and double kill and waste an entire cast. And so it's nice if you have the cycles to just manually tell Ash to target a different faraway jelly, and just to get the girls' Fyras off sync. And if they're off sync, they'll take care of the whole room faster. And so like that's a nice little thing that can save seconds every room and add up to a good amount.
Yeah, it definitely can. If you have the APM to do it, actually, nice 100
Yeah.
if you have the speed to do it and the
Just getting a quick 4
capability.
LP there, killing a few bats.
Just on the way out.
Yep. And,
he noticed that he was a little bit short on LP, I think.
And
So
one additional thing is that even before Ash has enough magic power to start one-hitting the jellies with Fyra, or at least, or even doing it consistently. The fortunate thing is that getting them to that low HP threshold means they have a chance to potentially use their divide skill, and that means you get more jellies per room if they do divide, which obviously is
It's
good.
actually, it's usually good when they divide. Unless you start to die because of it, in which case maybe not so good. But
We're all about greed here. We just need money, man.
so if my math is right, I think Zero was 3 LP short for Pinello's golden amulet there, so he got 4 bat kills to make up the difference and just like save a few. It's really easy if you don't have enough LP to equip the golden amulets in this menu to buy the golden amulets and just forget to equip it. And of note is that Hoishin did that a few times. And yeah, it basically kills the run if you just forget, because you basically have to do twice as much jelly farming for jellies too, because you really need that LP. So this is when we first came to this shop, we basically only had enough gil to buy Fyra, and we needed Fyra to be able to kill these jellies. Now that we're back, we could pick up the rest of the things we needed. So just a few things we needed are Decoy. Decoy is a really cool thing that's unique to FF12, and it's basically an ability that makes it so that enemies can only target the character with Decoy.
Usually.
Unless, they have Berserk or something.
Unless FF12 happens.
There are some other things that can happen, but we'll get into that when they are more likely to potentially be an issue.
We do what we can to mitigate those things as much as possible.
Yeah. But sometimes Vayne just decides to attack Pinello for like no reason.
Just like, for some reason I can't see this one person, and I don't know, he's so weird.
Yeah.
But, yeah, so that was, we got Decoy.
Guys, I mean...
We also got Blizzara. Blizzara is really important just for pretty much, it's really only critical for one fight, but it's convenient in a few places if we want to cast Blizzara, or if we want to cast something of that magic power that the flame staves will not boost, like if we want to use Blizzara for a crit down to get the girls in the Spellbreaker, but there is a boss that's weak to... Right, but if there's... But yeah, Tyrant is the one boss that's weak to Blizzard, or weak to Ice, and it's worth buying Blizzard there just because of the time it saves on Tyrant from that double damage.
Yeah. And that boss is scary too. Like, you really don't want to be spending any more time in that fight than you have to. So.
As listed in Zero Splits, he's the scariest boss in to run.
Yeah, I mean, he can just say no.
But anyway, since we're basically just doing the same thing over and over again, why don't we ask the host to have a few words here?
Yeah.
I would love to have a few words, but unfortunately, those few words will be that it's the end of my time on host mic with you here today. Thank you so much for having me on board.
Is immeasurable. I miss you already.
Mine as well. Fret not, I will be leaving you in the more than capable hands of Tiny Tim. And chat, I am counting on you for that Gilgamesh. Please, I do want to see Gilgamesh. Okay, I'm trusting you. But I will be on my way. Thank you again so much for having me.
Thank you so much. Really appreciate you. Thank you.
Hello there, folks. Hello. How is everybody doing? My name is TinyTim78. I'm going to be your host for the remainder of this fantastic Final Fantasy XII run.
Basically just doing some more jelly farming, right? This is the longer of the 2 jelly farming segments, and yeah, this is pretty much gonna set us up for the rest of the run in terms of gil.
Yeah, it seems
exciting.
There's a little bit of complexity in the audio mixer, so I'm guessing I'm the only one who heard Tiny Tim there out of all of us.
I'm so sorry. I did not mean to talk over them. I'm sorry.
Technical difficulties. These things happen, especially when we're dealing with me being on site and literally everyone else being off site for this run. So it makes it extra complicated.
Yeah, I wanted to drive in, but like I had just come back from Disneyland like 2 days ago, and I just didn't want to drive 12 hours again.
All right. Anyway, Tim, go ahead.
Yes, sorry for the confusion there, folks. As I say, my name is TinyTim78. I hope everybody is doing well, enjoying the fantastic run. We're raising money for NAMI, the National Alliance on Mental Illness. We've got 18,944. So I'd like to set a challenge for you, chat. Let's see if we can get to that 20k mark by the end of this run. Now, you may think that's a long way to go, and it is, but we have Gilgamesh. We need just under 1750 for Gilgamesh. So if we can get Gilgamesh, we can get the 20k as well. So let's get those donations coming in. Remember, they all go towards NAMI. Absolutely fantastic cause. I'm going to let you go back to the run now. But before we do, Alex and Couch, could you introduce yourselves again, just so for anybody else that has just come in, like me, halfway through the run?
Yeah, so first off, we have the runner, the Finnish sensation, Zero Scar.
Hi.
I am Alec K47, kind of an OG runner of this game in the US, in European, I guess, as well, theater of things. And with us, we have...
So I am Roosta, a wannabe runner that loves routing the game. Do we have a Mythic?
Mythic may have stepped out for a moment, but we also have Mythic
I have
Dawn.
just returned.
Okay, yeah.
Hello.
We're just doing reintroductions.
Oh yeah, hi. I am Mythic Dawn. I am one of the newer runners of this game, but I've been working quite hard on it, and I'm very happy to be here.
Thank you for being here.
Thank you for having me. Wouldn't have missed it.
So this part of the run with this farming, it's sort of a bit of a grind, but also I think it's one of the more interesting aspects of this game as a whole, just because you really have to make a decision every single run of how much more do I want to farm, where can I cut corners, where do I want to risk it. You can leave early because almost immediately after that there's a chest which has a 50% chance to have an extra 7,000 gil in it. It can either have an elixir, which is 777 gil, or a mega elixir, which is 7,777 gil. And so you can say, hey, I'm going to risk it. I'm just going to gamble on the 7k gil.
Yeah.
And it
That's
really changes run to
nice
run.
about this run, is that it's so, where it seems so, so tight and, just strict about like strats and that type of thing. There is also a ton of flexibility because we do have to grind quite a lot. So you do have the freedom to play aggressively and say, I'm going to farm less and then just get better luck later and make up for it. Or you have the flexibility to play super safe and, farm a little bit, take some extra time, farm a little bit more, and really assure that you have all the resources you need. So yeah, it gives... And just with the way that the engine of the game works in combination with that, there's just so many different ways that you can put your own spin on this run as an individual person.
And
I think is
my
really cool.
My other thing that I just always keep in mind when thinking about this run is that, it may seem like a lot of grinding, but if you just look at like this game versus FF9, for example, you spend more time just like doing story checkpoints in Burmecia than you do spending just grinding in this game, so it's kind of
yeah, that's a good point actually. I spent way too much time grinding FF9.
Zero just did a really interesting and very minor optimization there going through the zone transition. So he knew that he needed to heal Vaughn, and he was going to get an X potion from Larsa because Vaughn was at such low health. So what he did was he stopped fleeing just before going over the zone transition, had Larsa heal Vaughn, and then crossed the zone transition without fleeing again. But since there were no enemies right there on the other side, he spawned in not already with the weapons put away. So he could hold flee, spawn back in the previous area with no weapons out, and just save that one animation of weapons.
Well,
yeah.
We've got a second.
Go ahead.
Yeah, thank you very much. Okay, sorry to interrupt there. We've got the grinding still going here. We have just reached $19,000 raised
Let's
for
go.
Nami.
Yeah.
Thank you so much
everyone
indeed.
so much.
That is amazing. Just come in and look at that. We've hit 19k. Always amazing to hit a milestone. Let's not be greedy, but come on, folks. Let's see if we can hit that 20. Let's see if we can get both that and Gilgamesh. On that score, I have a couple of quick donations for you. We have $20 on if that's okay.
Yeah.
Cool, thank you. $20 anonymous donation without any comment, but thank you very much. Remember, all of your donations, no matter how small, go towards Nami, so thank you so much indeed. Hemmings gives us $57. Here's a push to get us up to 19k. Well, thank you very much indeed. Shout outs to all of the amazing runners for this event. And yes, honestly, I know I'm biased, but yes, this event is just absolutely fantastic. We have the best runners, we have the best runs, we have the best charity. Let's see if we can get donations in. And one more for now. The wonderful Kaios has donated $5. Kaios here with a fiver for Greg. For those not in the know, that's Gilgamesh. Good luck, Zero, and best of luck to commentary. Thank you so much indeed. Back to you.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, I mean, Zero has had some tough time with luck at points, but really the commentary team, we need more luck. We really got to get it going here.
Yeah, I mean, we're struggling. We don't have enough gil. Zero's taking all our gil. Like, seriously.
Well,
so what I'm wondering is, oh, go ahead.
I think it's the commentators that are taking my gil.
Oh,
Not the other way.
okay. Oh, he's gonna blame it on us now.
Listen, just because I haven't licensed Guild Toss yet.
Zero, didn't you kill Undying in an OOA run with Guild Toss or something?
I think I did that in my casual 1-2-2-3-3-3 playthrough. But I think Freda used to kill kill Undying in OOA runs with Guild Toss.
Classic.
Yeah, actually, in the very first Order of Ambrosia race, the two first runs between Freda and Zero, Freda tried to kill with Giltos, but he started using Giltos too soon and ran out of money. Also, fun fact about that initial race, one of the most annoying weapons to get in the game is the Danjuro in the Great Crystal, which spawns from Larva Eater, and it's a very rare drop. Zero got it.
Oh, yeah. This is pre-manipulation of it. Jeez.
Also, you also got the Yagyu Darkblade in an OA run, right?
Yeah, I've got that once, or maybe twice. I've gotten Danjuro
better
twice.
Than like Koga Blade or Iga Blade?
Yes.
Okay. I've never used that weapon before, so I wasn't sure.
The Iga and Koga, those are like a 50-50 from one of the chest in the middle of the
in the middle
palace.
Of Sochin.
Sochin.
Although
but the Yagyu Darkblade is from Bombshell and he's super rare.
Yeah. Did you know that I found the RNG position for an Iga Blade in Garum Scythe?
Oh, that chest, yeah.
Oh yeah?
Nice.
Yeah, I did. When I routed all hunts.
I think Zero, you manipulate that one if it spawns, right?
I never manipulate it, but I do pick it up to check it.
Yeah,
for all hunts, I do manip it because it's the only source of like a ninja sword, a dark elemental ninja sword.
That's something that we'll have to add to the still incomplete list of chest positions we have. There's a Google
I
Doc
have a few chests that I sort of brute force what I could add to that.
Yeah, it's
as we wrap up. All right, as we wrap up, Jellies, really quick, I just want to mention a few more things. So I don't think we actually specifically mentioned it, but the two drops we did mention are Water Magicite and Yellow Liquids. Those are just for Gil, but they also have two other drops which are relevant to the run. Their rare drop, I believe, is Teleport Stone, And so you don't really think about it because you typically get 10 plus, which is enough. But I think for the rest of the run, you want to have like 6 because we're going to teleport 6 more times. And so actually the kind of, you pretty much always have those teleport stones by the end of Jellies too. But the scary thing that can happen and has happened to a few runners is you just go through the first 4 or 5 rounds of Jellies and you just don't get enough teleport stones to teleport out and back. So if you only get 1 teleport stone, you just have to keep going. And if you teleport away without noticing, then you just lose 5 minutes, just like it's nothing, because you just have to run back to the jelly farm instead of teleporting. And then there,
nice.
The very rare drop is a float mote, which is a mote that casts float on the party. So float in this game is an ability that makes it so your characters don't touch the ground, which is important because it means that they will not take damage from earth-based attacks, which is relevant in one fight, and it'll also make them not hit traps, whether or not you can see them. And so there's a few places where we just can run straight by traps instead of having to dodge them because we have float. And then later on we'll fight the Earth Esper Hash Maul, and we won't take damage from his attacks because we'll have float.
Well, the Earth attacks specifically, Roxor, and if it doesn't go well, then also Quakeja.
Yeah.
And the one last thing I want to mention that might come up later is that the RPG dinosaur, which we ran past several times, and then also the dinosaur just outside, has an ability called Sonic Fangs, which has the fun feature, which has a 5% chance to just kill you without any, regardless of how much damage it would normally do. And so that's one of the big sources of RNGs. You can just get hit by the 5% chance, and it's just unfortunate.
The only thing you can do to reduce that, I believe, I think it is reduced by half by Shell, because Shell...
Yeah, I was going to say, doesn't Shell might? I'm not sure, though.
It reduces the chance of a lot of things. Yeah, that's one of the things, like, we'd have to test.
Yeah.
Because Sonic Fangs is a technic, an enemy technic.
Yeah.
Yeah. And it's the weaker version of, or, there's a stronger version, which is Crushing Fangs, but luckily we don't ever run into anything that casts that in any percent
we're not
run.
fighting Builder
I think Crushing Fangs is a 20% instead of 5%, which is pretty bad.
Yeah, it's awful. But now something else interesting to point out. Oh, go ahead.
We might see Crushing Fangs if we fight Gilgamesh.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah,
true, right?
And
Enkidu.
Yeah. You guys want to see 20% chance to instantly die? Get in your donations now to see Gilgamesh.
Yeah, mentioning Gilgamesh, I'd just like to give you an update on that, if you don't mind. We are moving along with that. Please get your donations in. It's a long way to go. I'm sure we can do it. It'd be absolutely amazing. To fight Gilgamesh, we've currently got $352 out of the 2,000 needed. Can we do it? Yes, we can. Let's get those donations in. Thank you.
Yep, thank you. One interesting thing I wanted to point out is that we just skipped a boss, by the way. The game sort of intends for you to go eastward through Golmore Jungle and to fight the Elder Worm to reach Mount Baromase. But you can just say no, and you can go south through the Feywood. The Feywood is a very high-level area. I don't know if you guys noticed, but when we were in there, the tomatoes hit Vaughn for like 500 damage. So we just take a quick little jog through Feywood, and then we end up in the Paramina Rift, which is the zone leading up to Mount Baromase. So yeah, the Elder Worm is technically an optional boss. Most people, when they play this game casually, just fight it because it's kind of where you're supposed to go. But yeah, you don't have to. So we're selling off our Jellies loot there, and we bought some Glacial Staves. Glacial Staff is actually for 2 reasons. Obviously, the first reason is that it boosts ice damage, which will be useful for a boss later. But the other reason is that it has 1 more magic over the Flame Staff, so it's slightly more efficient in terms of dealing magic damage. And especially later when we'll pick up Bio, there's some bosses that are resistant to all elements, so we'll have to use Bio. And the extra magic from the Glacial Staff will help out there.
Yeah, it helps essentially bring the damage variance in your favor a little bit in a few places. And
and there's definitely some damage ranges that we're gonna have to pray that we hit.
And there's some strategies that you use with various staves for crit downs, depending on where you are, what your health is, and what everyone's equipment is, and their level, and all that.
Yeah, there should be like a gigantic book of how to crit down with what equipment and where in any situation ever.
It's a lot. Like,
It's always
You could make a poem out of it, yeah.
this is a run,
Yeah, it's-
especially in its current form, that you want notes for.
Oh yeah, yeah.
and we've gone through a
When I
lot of
made my
iterations
notes,
of
it
just
ended
like
up being
different
an entire
equipment setups
guide.
and yeah.
Yeah, there's so much. And you really only learn it by just kind of feeling it out. You know, it's one of those types of
So-
runs where it's like you can tell somebody everything that they need to do in the run, but it's just all about just knowing a billion different scenarios.
So one interesting thing here is that the glacial staves have one more magic than the flame staves, and the flame staves have one more magic than the cherry staves. And you know, cherry boosts wind, flame boosts fire, ice, boosts blizzard and all that. But the weird thing here is that if you have the cherry staves equipped and you optimize, it'll favor the flame staves or the glacial staves. But if you have the flame staves equipped and you optimize, it won't favor the glacial staves for some
I've
reason.
always found that to be weird too.
It's because it favors it based on its physical attack power. That is always
The flames.
that is the only criterion that optimize actually favors. It's the only thing that matters.
It's not
I
only,
didn't know that.
Oh, it isn't?
because if you optimize, like if you don't have any of them
Yeah.
equipped, it will pick the glacial staff because the glacial staff has the most magic. But
Yeah.
it won't replace same attack power with same attack power if you optimize.
Okay.
Interesting. Okay.
Yeah.
And this is
that's
important because
what I was thinking.
we
I just
typically
phrased it poorly. I messed up my logic.
this is really important because optimize is the best way to do it if you can, and flame staves are the staves you want equipped for most of the run.
Yeah.
But we have to have the glacial staves around until the second to last dungeon, basically. And so what you do is if you want to optimize but not replace the flame staves, you'll take off something that's not the staff. You'll take off the helm or the armor and then re-optimize, and it'll keep the flame staff on, even though it's not the quote-unquote optimal weapon. Just because
Yeah.
we're going to be using Fyra as our main gambeted spell throughout the run. And so like that's just like something you have to keep in mind is if you ever take off the flame staff and you re-optimize, it'll give you the glacial staff, which is not what you want typically.
Yeah, you have to be very careful.
And Zero.
But then
took
when you
a-
do want that, that's what you do.
Yeah, Zero took a safety save there because just like in Jahara, that's one of two places where you really have to make sure you remember to touch the teleport crystal to log that in your potential
Yes.
destinations. Otherwise, you have to do a run after this next dungeon that's still trying to Miriam all the way back to
Yep.
Mount Baramisas.
Yeah,
Walk
the
of
walk of
shame.
shame.
Yeah.
We've all done it.
Oh yeah.
And this dungeon also is surprisingly scary,
Yes.
just given where it is in the run. And so having a safety save here is very nice for that.
Yeah, it's one of those dungeons that is not scary until it's absolutely terrifying.
Yeah, similar to the Tomb of Wraithwall, we have a lot of setups that build up off each other here, and also our MP is extremely tight. So one extra spell that we have to cast, like if we have to cast one extra Immobilize or one extra Fire or whatever, that can have serious ramifications for finishing the rest of the dungeon. So it's really important that everything here is it goes as smoothly as it can, because one small thing can cause the whole Jenga tower to crumble.
There's also an interesting aspect, which is that most of these bosses, we're going to have the same sort of setup where we have a tank as the leader with decoy taking all the damage and healing as necessary, and then we'll have the two spellcasters and critical HP reflecting spells off of the party. Different bosses can mess this setup up in different ways, and when it does get messed up, we enter what we call the recovery, and it's just trying to get the party back to your stable setup of the tank with decoy, girls, and spellbreaker, critical HP, and different bosses have different difficulties of recovery. So, for example, in this dungeon, the first boss is typically pretty easy to recover on because he just does single target attacks and you can get around that. But the second boss, Mateus, is almost impossible to recover in because he's got
I don't think I've ever
mini
recovered
bosses.
in a Mateus fight.
Yeah, if something goes wrong there, it's really bad. And so that's why this dungeon can be scary, is if you just forget something really small, you can, Vaughn dies, and then it's basically run over because there's not much you can do.
I don't think I've ever
so
done...
some of them are easy, some of them are really bad.
I don't think I've ever done a full recovery against Mateus, though I have scrambled to get, like, a small amount of HP finished.
There's definitely been a few instances of quickenings taking care of Mateus.
Quickenings or even an auto rust.
Right.
Yeah, I've literally sat there on Mateus for about 8 minutes in recovery mode, eventually just dying because I run out of high potions and I can't recover anymore.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
The big crux is that the enemies that come with him have the gambit, which is to target someone casting magic and cast sleep on them. And
Megalixir.
Yeah.
Nice.
Let's go.
Oh.
7,000 gil right there.
633 on Traveler.
Yep. So, yeah, the Ice Azers, they cast sleep on anyone casting magic. So if you try and use magic to recover, they just cast sleep, and they can't normally do it because decoy stops them from doing that. And so it's really a disaster to try and recover.
And there's the game biting
Sap.
back.
Very cool.
Sap
Love
is a status effect that persists until you cure it one way or another, and it just constantly drains your HP. It can't kill you, but it can take you all the way down to 1 HP. So, fortunately, like, Vaughn's role as the main tank isn't completely solidified yet. So Bosch is still going to be doing a lot of stuff in this dungeon, and that's going to allow Zero to play around it a little bit. But it's still bad luck to get sapped there.
So just now, we're about to see an example of using the too far warp. We left Vaughn by the front door, and then we just teleport back to him, and now we don't have to run all the way back. That specific too far warp is actually kind of funny because you basically do a quick U-turn and then run back by where you entered the room. If you run against the near wall, then Vaughn will actually try and run towards you a little bit, and it'll move him away from the door. So there's like a little bit of movement there where Zero like ran across the far wall instead of the closed wall, just because that would stop Vaughn from moving out of position. So this is like a little bit of movement optimization that you get used to after doing more runs.
Yeah, it seems inefficient, but we actually have to. Also, that save crystal has what's called a crystal bug. There are 3 save crystals in the game that have sort of bugs infesting them, and so if you were to touch that save crystal, you'd have to fight a crystal bug, and then you kill the crystal bug, and it reveals the save crystal you can use. So that's why he didn't touch it, even though he's affected by sap.
Doing a quick despawn there. Now, hopefully, he's able to get over here before this Mistmare is not...
Looks pretty good.
Not Mistmare.
Darkmare.
Yeah, this is Darkmare. Nightmare is in the Handy Mines. This is Darkmare.
Mistmares are in...
Mistmares are in Pharos, yeah.
I believe the technical term is Purple Fireman.
Rooster, can you stop being so technical with us? We're just trying to be colloquial and casual, okay?
Purple Bushfire. Okay.
There's many enemies you cannot despawn, like the spirit horses.
Yeah, teleporting enemies, and then there are certain other ones.
Flying enemies can't really be despawned, right? Like Aaronites and Pharaohs can't despawn those.
Well, some flying enemies, like there are flying enemies
it's weird
that don't
because
count
some
as flying
Aaronites
enemies.
can.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is not FF9 where anything that does not touch the ground is technically a bird.
There's 2 exceptions, Earth Guardian and Lich, but yeah, besides that, everything that doesn't touch the ground in the game is literally a bird. Even a giant rock pillar is a bird.
Even the final boss, which is just like a weird stone thingy that's hovering. It's a bird.
Yeah, in the void. Yeah, it's actually a bird.
We've
Transcuja.
got time for some donations.
Yeah, go for it.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah.
Thank you. Very appreciated. Right, okay, we have received a couple of donations here. We have $10, $15, sorry. I can't count. $15 without a comment from Danky Kang, but thank you very much indeed. And the one and only Bash von Vonsenberg has donated $10 to say, don't listen to Rooster's lies. Thank you very much indeed. Please keep those donations coming in. Remember, we need all those donations for the Gilgamesh incentive. We've only got an hour or so, a couple of hours on that. Let's get those donations in, see if we can get that 2K. Thank you very much.
Thanks so much for your donations, everyone. Thanks to the host for shouting those out too. Appreciate it.
Yeah, and one of the ways to cure sap is actually to KO the character. So.
Yeah, there's several scenarios in this run where we can actually just kill off one of our party members to heal them from a status effect. Like if you get petrified in Great Crystal and you don't have gold needles.
Yeah.
So now we're coming up on this dungeon sort of shtick. It has these 3 statues, and basically we need to rotate them in certain directions. The statue is guaranteed to never face the correct direction, and sometimes it can face the opposite direction, in which case you have to rotate it twice, in which case we call that getting statue trolled, which
happened here.
Unfortunately, happened here, yeah.
Another funny quirk, if you're playing the Zodiac Age version of the game, you can do that sped up, and the animation happens super quickly, but the sound effect is not sped up, so it still takes the same amount of time to turn the statue, or at least close, because of the sound effect.
Yeah. And here you see our first real use of the actual immobilized spell, so we're using it to despawn things here. Enemies here start hitting really hard, and there's just no reason not to use immobilized. So,
yeah. There's potential to get hit by status effects as well, by a couple of them, and it saves healing items, which in turn saves gil, which means less grinding. So that's the rationale behind it all.
There's also a trap right in the middle of that room that you have to avoid.
Yeah.
Zero taking the north route. I am disgusted. I can't believe he didn't go south.
This
I
is
always
the
go
superior
north.
route.
I am disgusted. I can't believe I'm in the same voice call.
Can we get one of the sound people to just remove Mythic? Yeah, that'd be great.
I saw Hoijin stand up.
Uh-oh. It was nice having you, Mythic.
You know what? If Hoishin has to be the one to take me out, that's fine. I'm okay with that.
2 statue trolls. This one isn't as bad because you can despawn the enemies right here, fortunately.
Yeah.
Not only can you despawn the enemies, you can also leave someone behind, just like Zero's doing, and then it's not as bad because you can come back. This is one of the relative new things you might not have actually seen, Alec.
I thought about it for a moment. Oh, like, why is he leaving already? Oh, of course. I know exactly why. Duh.
Yeah, exactly. We're probably good on Gil, though, right?
Yeah, I think so.
With the Mega Elixir, yeah, we're in pretty decent shape, I'd say.
I just remembered that we got the Mega Elixir.
So this next boss, Venuscar, that's coming up. The strat now is actually very simple, but this is one of the bosses that I would say has gone through the most iterations in the run.
Oh yeah.
And
it's
also
seriously.
It's
I
a
could spend
huge
5
choke.
minutes talking about it seriously.
Yeah. It's weird just because his HP values just work out such, and the triggers for his different moves just work out that it's just really hard to come up with a good consistent strat for how to beat him. The big thing is that at, I think it's 80% health, he triggers Crown. And so you want to not trigger that too early, but then the amount of health that's left after that, but before he'll trigger his bad attack, Sword Dance, is just it's just, there's no, it took a while to find a good way of doing this. There was an iteration that used Traveler at not full damage to get that first 20%. And then there was a few different ways of doing it with, yeah, this is fine though. Especially when Crown doesn't do the...
Yeah, good call cutting off Ash there.
Yeah.
Yeah, and the reflect timer that's tight is fortunately not on the girls unless things have changed.
It's okay. It's that reflect isn't a big deal.
Yeah.
The shtick with Venuscar is that in this room, metallic equipment is weighted down. So if you're wearing any sort of metallic equipment, equipment in this game actually has a metal value, and the more metallic stuff you're wearing, the slower your ATB gets. So fortunately, we're not wearing any metallic gear, but if you were, then your ATBs would be very slow. And what he did, the strat in the fight is actually really genius. He fled and had the girls sort of body block Venuscar at that right sort of hole in the ground you guys saw. And that bought the girls enough time to cast their first Fyra and charge their second one before Venuscar could actually do anything. And so normally you wouldn't see that crown attack, but sometimes it happens where the girls are just a little bit too slow. Penelo was just a frame too slow.
So the difficulty with that fight has been that you wanted to dance around that 80% threshold for crown, so you wanted to hit him, or it might be 60%, but you wanted to hit him enough to not trigger crown, and then hit him down completely to kill him. And like those values just don't work out well in terms of the amount of damage you can do. Like there was versions where you'd have like Vaughn cast an arrow, or you'd have like the girls cast 2, not 3 copies of a spell to not trigger crown. But eventually this movement pattern was found where you could just hit him for more than half of his health, like way over the threshold for crown, but you just move in such a way that it stops him from actually casting crown before you're able to kill him. So
because like
it's really nice
first
now
act,
compared to how it
already
was
queued up,
before.
He doesn't override it with crown or something.
We also used Traveler for a time to do part
Yeah,
of the
yeah,
damage.
right.
The sub 990 Traveler, which is very weird. It also works out nicely that we're going to use Traveler on 2 bosses from now, and Venuscar set a good point for that Traveler setup, but we don't use that anymore.
Both the low damage and the high damage numbers were used at different times against Venuscar.
Seriously?
Yup.
Yeah, Venuscar.
Yeah,
it's
Venuscar
just
is one of
totally
those
random,
fights
but
where like it looks so simple, but that fight has gone through so many iterations. It's absolutely wild.
But yeah, it's just like a weird idiosyncratic thing that Venuscar has caused so much trouble. But at the end of the day, the actual scary boss is the next one, is Mateus. But the strategy hasn't changed too much beyond now we're using Oil and Fyra instead of Thundara. This we mentioned before, but in case anyone's here now, Oil is a spell that causes weakness to fire and it triples your damage. The coming boss Mateus is weak to thunder. He's the ice boss, and that's just like a weird thing about FF12 is that water and fire and ice and thunder are the opposed elements in this game. So he's the ice boss. He's weak to thunder. We don't want to buy Thundara just for this fight.
That's a funny thing.
Yeah, so he resists fire, so he takes 50% damage from fire, but because of Oil doing triple damage, when you combine those together, you get 150% of base damage, which happens to be enough that we don't have to worry about buying Thunder.
And
or rather, we get the 150% plus flame staves make for a triple damage, whereas if we just had Thundara, it'd be double damage. So we're actually doing more damage with the element he resists than we would be doing with the element that he is weak to.
I was just about to say.
Yeah, that's important. So we reflect Oil, and then the reason we don't want to cast Oil is that if we cast Oil, it would hit all the Azers too, and that would not be what we want. We just want it to hit only Mateus. And then we just see Vaughn is tanking all of the hits while the girls are doing damage. And just like that, he goes down.
Nice.
Yeah, and the stagger
We also have
Fyras actually work out really well there.
Yeah. Look at their MPs. Literally 9 and 3 MP. That's how tight MP is here. So it just goes to show that on that Venuscar fight, him cutting Ash off from doing an extra Fyra, literally, if Ash had done that extra Fyra, then this fight would not have been possible. Because he wouldn't have had enough MP.
This is all mapped in. Like when you're running, your MP continuously recharges as you can. If you look at their MP right now, this is a high mist zone, so it's recharging faster than normal. But earlier in the dungeon, we brought the girls out and left them behind, and while they were running to catch up, they actually recharged some MP. And it's possible, depending on your max MP rolls, that is actually relevant, and you have to pay attention to make sure you have enough to cast all your spells there. So it's like a lot of things have to be taken into account in this run, and that's why it's such a difficult run. And on top
Zero,
of all that,
did you need GA on Vaughn? Zero?
It's on
I
Vaughn
equipped
now.
it after the fight. I
Okay.
Couldn't open you fast.
Okay, just making sure. But we did like what 10 rooms of jellies. That's probably
9.
Probably fine. Yeah, it's probably
9,
fine.
nice.
Or was it 6? Oh, it was 10. It was 10. Never mind.
Yeah, LP is probably fine.
4 plus 6.
Yeah.
Mm.
So in that fight, the Azers are casting Blizzard on Vaughn, and what we do is we give the Dawn Shard, which in this game there's like this sort of magical element called Nethicite or Magicite, and its property is that it absorbs magic. And so we have the Dawn Shard, which is a shard of Magicite, and it,
Nethicite.
while equipped, stops you from... it's Nethicite. While it's equipped, it reduces your MP to 0, but it also gives you higher magic resist, and so it makes it so that Vaughn takes significantly less damage from the ice attacks. But the Golden Amulet is also an accessory, which doubles your LP, so what you want to do is you want to equip the Golden Amulet right before the fight ends, so that you take reduced fight damage until the end, and then at the end of the fight you get the double LP. But it's a tight window if you want to be safe for changing from the protection to the boosted stats, or the boosted rewards.
Yeah, but I think our jellies we did enough jellies to where the extra LP probably is fine. Or not needed.
Also, Vaughn is not as critical as the spellcasters in terms of the amount of
yeah, there's a bit of leeway with him.
LP he gets.
The worst case is that we like delay a license or two, which we can play around. It's not a big deal.
There are several checkpoints for the girls where like Penelo has to get oil for Mateus. The girls have to get bio for Sid. They have to get War Mage for Ariman. And like if you don't reach those thresholds, you have to do something about it. Whereas Vaughn is like, if you miss a light armor, then he's gonna have less HP and you can risk it. Oh, he might not have spellbound. You can just, recast, decoy, or protect as necessary. But the girls, if you don't have it, you have to do something about it.
Yeah, exactly.
So on top of everything that's been happening at the
Traveler youth, by the way.
Yeah. On top of everything that's been happening, Zero has also been on a step count for all of this. So he cast Traveler at the start of the previous dungeon. His Traveler number was 633. So when he checks the menu before this next fight, he should be around 580, 590 on his step count, and that'll be just enough to get to the 999 steps modulo 1,000 to do max damage Traveler on Bergen. So the shtick about this boss is that he's not that scary of a boss inherently, but you touch the crystal before you enter the fight, and so everyone's at full HP. And there's no fast way to get around this. There's no fast way to set up the double damage we've been using, so we kind of just have to go in and do, the not double damage. He's got about 18,000 health though, which means if we can hit him for 9,990 damage with Traveler, we'll be, making up that half damage easily.
Well, there is one scary thing about him, in that he has magic evade. It's not a super high chance,
right. Block
but
yeah, right.
if he blocks enough spells, then the fight can get pretty complicated pretty quickly, because
Many a Bergen fight has been salvaged by quickenings.
Yeah, so the way that a Bergen fight typically works actually involves, like when it goes wrong, actually involves the effect capacity, which is how much basically non-attacks can be happening at any given time. Bergen really likes to use basic attacks, which obviously he can just do whenever.
In the English version, yes.
And yeah, true. And in the other side of the arena are some Imperial soldiers that come up and really like to use this ability called Water Spout. And that clogs it up, and so it can really slow your recovery if he blocks too many spells or if something else goes wrong.
So the ability to evade magic is actually super rare in this game. There's not many enemies that can do it. And I think the lore explanation is that it's ones that are infused with Nethicite or Magicite or possess it. So like Larsa can block magic, and he has a Magicite shard with him, and the judges all have Magicite infused, so that's why they can block spells. So here Zero is doing this menu in the fight, even though the menu doesn't actually affect the outcome of the fight at all. It's just nice to do menus while the characters are loading into the fight. It's just like a little optimization.
Yeah, I mentioned earlier We'll kind of
And so
combine a
we're-
lot of menus where we can.
He did block some spells there, but it looks like it's going to be...
Yeah, he'd have to block a ton of spells from that second round. And also, you want to...
Nice fight.
Yeah, there's a little bit of a break here. He did the first, I think, instance of what we call Belias clogging there, and that's just to delay any other abilities to that other enemies might be trying to use. It becomes much more important than the Ahriman fight, so we'll talk about it more then.
How do you propose we
Yeah,
reach Arcadius?
the gist of it though is that anything that has an FMV attached to it, like a summon
Arcadius
or
borders
quickening,
will be well guarded
takes up the
for
entire
fear of
effect
Rosarian
capacity, and so we
invasion.
can
We
manipulate
dare not
enemies.
approach by air.
It manipulates their
Then maybe
AI and their
we'll see
movements
that
in
the
a way,
coast
but it
is watched
primarily
as
prevents them
well.
from like doing anything while our animations are going
We
off.
go afoot.
To put the
We'll cross
Belias
into
there.
Arcadia
Even
inside the
though
wood.
we do not ever intend to summon Belias except for the one point in the
We can reach
story,
the wood
we
any
will
number of
actually
ways.
use
The
it a lot,
easiest is
just
to
not
head
for
north
its
from
intended
Nalbina.
use. But yeah, we will
Yeah.
touch on that later. And
Not only does-
now would be a really good time
There's
for the
a
host to
hunter's
say
camp
anything.
just
We have
beyond
a
the
break
sea
and
coast.
not much to do.
The camp sits within Arcadia's
Fantastic,
borders,
thank you
so
very
if
much
anyone
indeed.
patrols there
We
should
have
be
received
spotted.
a $10
Getting that far could be
donation
half the fun.
from
Let's be sure we go
Costello,
prepared.
who says, "Great work, team. Keep it up. I played Final Fantasy XI a ton back in 2006 and always loved Final Fantasy XII as the single-player version of Final Fantasy XI. Incredible what they can squeeze out of the PS2, eh?" Well, thank you so much indeed for that, Costello. Now, one quick reminder before we go back to the run. Remember, we're trying to raise money for NAMI, the National Alliance on Mental Illness, but we're also hoping, fingers crossed, to confront Gilgamesh. We are still requiring quite a lot for that, and we're running out of time for it. We need to get that in. We've got 377 out of the 2,000 needed. Can we get it? I think we can. Please keep your donations coming in towards NAMI. Thank you very much. Back to the run. I've been informed that I think everybody is taking a quick break, so while we're doing that, Zemo, how do you think your run's been going so far?
My run's been okay. It's been pretty unlucky so far, but I feel like I've played well, but luck has not been on my side. So
yeah,
the time
I have to say it. No, I think you're doing fantastically well. With a game like this, I mean, most people watching will know that RNG, well, RNG is RNG, isn't it? And I mean, some of the Gil issues you had earlier on, yeah, we can totally appreciate that. But remember, folks, that we're here to have fun. We're here to run these games, to enjoy what we do. But we're also here to raise money for NAMI. And NAMI is a cause that's very important to me personally. And I would very quickly like to give you a little bit more information on NAMI. The 1 in 5 Americans live with a mental health condition, and we at RPG Limit Break are proud to be raising money for NAMI, a charity who works tirelessly towards cracking the code of mental illness through various means such as education, leadership, and increasing the availability of care. Please join RPG Limit Break in supporting such a worthy cause. And we'll just see if people come back. Yep, people have come back. I'll hand you back over. Cheers. Yes.
Thank you so much. Yeah, so this is kind of another sort of jog. We have to go quite far. We're going to be traversing through several zones. This is the Moss Foreign High Waste. There's a couple of chests that you could grab here as backups. There's like an officer's cap in one of the chests, or like a headband or something.
Yeah, officer's cap. He just passed the headband, and then coming up is the chest that has the officer's cap.
Right. Yeah.
These just
There's some
self-regulate at this
traps
point.
in this area,
Now that we use
although I
the
don't-
red cap.
None of them are on our route, I don't think. But
Okay, so I was
Very
going to mention that at the previous zone, right at the entrance, there was a trap, and it was like, kind of like, I think people even used a float mode there for a while, but eventually it was like, if you just hold the joystick enough to the right, you'll just get by it without any issues.
yeah, that's what I
It's
do.
just like a little movement thing.
yeah.
It's really easy to hit if you just run straight, but you just run a little bit to the right and you're safe.
Also, the traps in this game can be really loud, especially the stem needles. Like when you zone into
Yeah, it's the
Feywood,
jump
if you're
scare.
not careful. Yeah, if you're not careful when you zone into Feywood, and you just like hold forward, the trap like goes off and it just blows your speakers out. And you're just like, holy crap, I'm awake now.
Yeah,
Some-
I don't
some of
think
them
I
are
ever
actually
used
really-
I never used a float mode there actually.
I know Skate did for a while.
Yeah, I think the only person I use float modes now, actually after running 1, 2, 3, 3, I don't float mode the hallway after Argument anymore.
Yeah, that one, I still think that one is worth doing because you have to actually go out of your way a little bit.
I'm just lazy.
And
It's
the,
like, I spend
the
so much time
consequences
looking
for
all the traps are that I'm just like, you know what? No, I'm not putting effort into doing anything more.
the consequences for messing that up is like you could literally lose the run.
Yeah.
So,
Oh yeah, absolutely. Yeah,
One of-
no,
one
you're
of
not
the-
wrong.
One of the nice parts about this part of the run, though, is that you run through 3 consecutive areas with really good music. Moss Foreign,
Oh yeah.
Salika Wood, Super Chill is
Yep.
my favorite track. And
On Coast is my favorite
yeah.
track, which is the next area.
Yeah, Fawn
Yep.
Coast is really good too.
I'm a brass
So while
player,
we're-
what can I say?
while we're running here, it's actually, now that we've seen that using Belias, I want to talk about a little bit the history of that because that's kind of a relatively new thing that's just like had a really humble beginning where I think the first time we actually saw it being used was in a TZA run, specifically against Tyrant. So Tyrant is a coming boss. It's one that we've mentioned a few times. It's like a very scary boss. In this run, we're going to use the underflow glitch to make it so it's constantly attacking itself with Confuse. If it wasn't able to do that, or if we didn't have a way around that, his attacks are very, very scary. And so it's like a difficult boss to get around. And so with the TZ, and in TZA, there is no underflow glitch. So what the runner did was he basically used Belias to freeze Tyrant in place. And it's so what you said, Mythic, was that it has full effect capacity, which is true, but specifically the mist abilities, quickenings, and espers will not only stop ATB, stop ATB abilities from going off. It'll stop ATB from charging. It'll stop attacks from comboing. It stops everything. It stops bosses from moving.
Yep.
And so like you can really get a lot of utility just from freezing everything in place. It doesn't not stop your abilities from continuing to go off as they are, like if they've already reached the action point where they're going. And so Blizzaga is what he was using. Blizzaga has a very long animation, and so once the Blizzaga started, he would just try to summon Belias, and it would stop Tyrant from doing anything for the entire duration of the Blizzaga animation, and then you could just reset ATB and do it again. And so that was it's like, oh, that's really cool. That's like a nice way of surviving Tyrant. And it's like, wait a second. I wonder if we can use that at any percent, and now we use it all over the place. It's like,
Yeah, we
you
use
didn't
it, like,
have
all over the place now. It's wild.
Yeah, it's a lot like
you didn't
ATB
have to do it.
It's a lot like the
Go ahead.
ATB tricking that you use in the SNES and PS1 Final Fantasies as well. Very similar in principle, and actually,
Yeah, you're
in its-
basically using it to get extra attacks off without the enemy being able to do anything.
and in its overall
Right,
effects
exactly.
and the way you use it, and like when you make sure to queue it up and such. It's very similar.
Yeah, and so like Alec mentioned that there was the water spout as a concern, but the water spout is cast by the guards that in the fight that spawn at the back of the room. And so in order to cast it, they have to walk up to you. And if you have Belias queued while you're using your Fyras, it just stops them from walking. And so it takes them longer to get there. And so they can't cast water spout. And so like there's a ton of little places where, he did that fight on ATB active. And so he lost 0 seconds trying to summon Belias, but it made the fight safer. It gave, it stopped Bergen from being able to combo. And, it added a lot to the fight there.
Yeah, it's Belias freezing really changed the game, especially with Ahriman, which is a boss that'll be coming up in a bit.
Yeah.
Ahriman is like one of the scariest bosses in the run, even still. But even like before Belias freezing was even known, Ahriman was. You just prayed.
Yeah.
you just prayed.
Armand can still go very wrong in a few different ways, but the Belias tricking there is particularly effective in getting you good amounts of damage and just shortening the fight overall.
Yeah, and making sure you hit specific health thresholds at specific timings. And yeah, that fight. I learned that fight on 1, 2, 2, 3, 3, 3, which is even more of a nightmare. And then I came back to 90% for a couple of runs, and I was like, oh my god, this is so much easier. Like, just goes to show that.
The
like,
1, 2, 2, 3.
Go ahead.
The 1, 2, 2, 3, 3, 3 Ariman fight is just like a complete mess of just like.
You have like one frame to Traveler. You have one frame, basically.
You have to like manipulate his HP, manipulate positioning. It's just like, and you slowly do damage while maintaining all of your status effects. It's just like, it's crazy.
Yeah, and then you have to like land Traveler while he's casting teleport, but like before he divides, it's a mess. It's a mess. But luckily we're not running that category, so Zero doesn't have to suffer. So thank you, Zero.
There's still a very high chance of suffering. Don't undersell the argument.
Whoa! Caster's Curse, hello? Ocean, can you like get this guy off the mic?
Hey, that's a reverse curse right now. Okay, I just said it's gonna happen, so now it won't. But wait, my metagaming can only go so far.
You're done though. You blew it. You blew it. By the way, we've been doing sort of like a fetch quest for a guy. This guy is like, hey, I have 9 workers, and they're being really lazy. Can you just like go grab them for me? And so we have grabbed them for him, and they're kind of just chilling in their houses, doing nothing.
In my mind, this is like the second biggest bounty on FF12. Is if we could find a way to get through this gate without having to do this story trigger, it would basically let us skip the whole last 2 segments of the run. Because once you finished jelly farming, the only reason you go through the Still Shine or fight Bergen is because that's what the story calls for. If you could just make it through this gate and sequence break, it would save so much time.
Yeah,
it would literally be like barrier skip in Wind Waker.
It's true. You might actually farm jellies anyway, just because it's so efficient.
Very efficient, yeah.
But
you probably farm more jellies and then just go straight to fight Mandy's.
Yeah, I could see that.
Yeah. So it's the second biggest, because I think the biggest one would be if you could get through the heavy mist before Rafflesia. I think you could do that even earlier and just farm a bunch of jellies instead of all of the Sochin Cave Palace and Draglor,
so
and it'd just be like
when you first go into Feywood from Golmore.
Yeah,
like just
you could literally just go fight Rafflesia. Just fight Rafflesia instead of having to do all the stories to unlock the
and just fight
heavy mist there. Well, I'm not sure how you'd do it, but I think if you could get through that, you'd probably want to skip.
Another fight where it's like kind of like Mateus, where if it goes right, it's like 100% simple. But
I'm trying to think of that.
Impossible to recover if it goes wrong.
Like, what would you do? Would you poach Mirror Mail? I don't even know if the poach Mirror Mail is off on Mirror Nights, but you could get Mirror Mail there. I don't know. That's wild speculation anyway.
We could manipulate poach now, so I mean, hypothetically.
Yeah. That's partly why I was thinking it, because it would be easier than manipulating a drop.
If you sequence break, though, I'm sure you could find some way of just like using Reflect instead of Mirror Mail and getting through that area, and then you could buy it later or something.
Well, the point would be to get an armor that would be strong enough to survive an attack or two from Rafflesia.
I mean, can you?
He can be kited too.
You couldn't get Viking coat. Also, I think you can only buy Viking coat after Bergen, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So that's out of the picture, which would be really nice for Rafflesia's whatever its water elemental attack is, Sap Swarm or something.
Nectar Volley.
Nectar Volley.
Nectar Volley. That's what it is.
Yeah. But associated with that, we've actually had a runner who did execute, like just manipulated the positions in game to do the sequence break. So basically, when Larsa is still in the party, he went to the Moogle Gate and continued the game just with Larsa in the party. And this included some interesting events, such as when Red Ass joined the party.
I was gonna say, yeah.
It kept Larsa's model, but applied Red Ass's skin to it. So it's just like this weird, horrible looking because the size didn't match with the skin. So
I missed that part of it.
I'm just picturing Larsa like 6.5 feet tall with like 2 swords just going ham on something.
I think it still had Larsa's gambits and stats, but it was right off the skin. So it was just like, it was so weird.
But I mean, it's nice to know that the game is like finishable, because on the other hand, in FF9, any of the potential sequence breaks, they just like soft lock or crash the game. And we've tried them with like cheating devices as like theory testing. Like they just soft lock the game and you can't even progress. So here we bought the mirror mail.
Yep.
Go ahead.
Which we were just talking about. Mirror mail is a really important, but also something I wish we could cut from the run. It's basically just, it has reflect. It's, we had shielded armor, which had protect, but now it's more important that we have reflect on Vaughn at all times, just because that we don't have to recast it.
The mirror mail is better. So when we manually cast protect and then equip the mirror mail, we have more defense than just the shielded armor.
Yep.
Yeah, it's enough to get through the rest of the game with all the strategies we're using.
Yeah, Vaughn's equipment is completely done for the game. He will finish the game with red cap and shielded armor. Or, mirror mail.
Mirror mail, right. And then also we bought Bio and Dispel, both critical spells, and of note, we skipped Death. So Bio is basically the strongest spell we're going to have for a bit. It's not as good as Fyra when you can double Fyra with the Flame Staff, but when you can't, or when you run into an enemy that either resists or is immune to Fyra, then we'll need to use Bio to get the maximum damage. And so 3 bosses from now, we're going to fight against Dr. Sid, who takes the most damage from Bio, and so that's what we're going to use. And then Dispel is really important. Dispel removes all positive status ailments. So if we run into an enemy that has Protect has Shell, which would cause them to resist our damage, then we'll be able to use that. Reflect actually is present on a few enemies, but isn't ever really a problem because things cannot reflect twice in this game. So since we're reflecting off of ourselves, it does not matter if an enemy has reflect, unless we planned to manually cast something on them, like if we wanted to cast oil or something. But even then, we could just reflect it off of ourselves. And now I mentioned Death. We used to use Death for one stretch of the run, the Brain Pans, but we have since come up with a new strategy for that. But we can talk more about that when we actually get there. But for now, skipping the Death is a big amount of kills saved.
Yeah.
When you've got a second, do we have time for a few words?
Absolutely,
Yep,
yeah. We're still just running places, so yeah, go ahead.
Fantastic, thank you very much. Right then, folks, just to remind you, you are watching RPG Limit Break 2022, coming to you from Salt Lake City, Utah. We are raising money for NAMI, the National Alliance on Mental Illness. We've currently raised $19,091, so we're under $1,000 away now from that mythical 20k mark. We've still got a couple of hours of this run left, so let's see if we can get those donations in. And in doing so, remember that our friend Gilgamesh is lurking in the background. We've currently got 407 out of the 2,000 needed to fight Gilgamesh. We really would love to see that fight. It would be absolutely fantastic. Remember, all your donations do go towards NAMI. Please get them in. Also, for those considering a larger donation, if you put your donation in over $100 cumulative throughout the marathon, that will get you into the draw for our grand prize, which is the PlayStation 5 with Final Fantasy VII Remake and Tales of Arise. So not only can you benefit a fantastic cause, you might even win a prize as well. Back to the run.
So this next dungeon that we're coming up, Suchin Cave Palace, we've already alluded to Ahriman being a very difficult boss recently, but first you saw that kid's little kind of crayon drawing there, kind of a hunt that's not actually a hunt. This references the Mandragoras fight, and the Mandragoras are hopefully going to be
very
dealt
consistent.
With. Yeah, I mean, I had a streak of like 20 straight 5-hit Mandy's Travelers somehow way back in the day. I don't know.
Did you buy a lottery ticket?
I should have.
You should have.
But yeah, so these guys move around in semi-predictable ways every so often and are otherwise completely unpredictable. We're going to use Traveler, and we're going to try to hit them. It's one of the harder Traveler step counts to hit properly because of the way they move around, but we're counting on the way they move in this fight in order to actually be able to hopefully land it. So they start out in the center, and then they split up, and then they all meet up in one corner or another. Which one doesn't matter too much. But we're going to use...
In 2018, Zero Scar once said, recovering Mandy's is a work of art.
Yeah, kind of is. Because after that, any that you don't kill, you reflect Fyra on to kill. But hopefully...
They also inflict a ton of status ailments and are just very annoying.
There's a lot, and the longer the fight drags on, the worse it tends to get because they can do things like raise their level and all sorts of other shenanigans.
They tend to, or they always start the fight by splitting up at some amount, and then they tend to get back together for some mutual buffing, and that's when you want to hit them with the Traveler. There's a nice little trick you can do where you can swap to the... Like, the steps of the party leader are the only ones that actually matter in terms of the amount of steps for Traveler. And so he's having Balthier stand still while... Oh, boy.
And see, this is the kind of thing that can happen here.
Yeah.
So it looked like he was going to get 4, and then Tudor was like, nope, we're going this way now. So now he's really close on his steps, so he kind of has to... Okay.
Oh, this could be back to being good. See?
Let's see how they move. No, they're running
This is a
too
cute
far
little
away.
trick you can do, by the way, is you have one person cast Traveler and then swap your party leader away from them so that the steps they take to reach the enemy don't count.
Yeah. That's what he's doing. Oh? Might be able to get 3 here? Oh boy. So here he's, of course, Holland. He was getting potions faster than you're normally able to get them. Holland again.
Seriously?
He canceled the rest of that animation by equip swapping. You might be wondering, like, why is he still just standing here? Again, if he oversteps, then he's not going to get kills.
So he brings out Fran here so that Fran can stay there while Vaughn moves towards them.
Oh,
and
perfect fight!
Calculated. Perfectly calculated.
So typically the measure of how good of a Mandragora's fight is how many you get with the Traveler, and so a 5-hit is ideal, and then typically if you hit at least 3 you can have a good fight. So that was a 5-hit. You know, it took a little while to get there, but he got in 5.
Easiest 5 hits of my life.
Yeah, you know,
Easiest.
Mandragora's consistent fight. I said it before, and you guys doubted me, and I am very offended.
Is this like the nature of the Caster's Curse, where it's like, you got the 5-hit, you know, might not have been the way you wanted it, but it was a 5-hit.
You totally got the 5-hit, yeah. This is the second crystal bug, by the way. There is a save crystal in this room, which 122333 actually does kill this crystal bug for LP. But yeah, if you wanted to be super safe, like when you're learning the run or extra safe marathon strats, you could use Bio and kill that crystal bug and then save here before Ahriman. Because like we've mentioned, Ahriman is a scary boss who is coming up.
Let us know when you've got time for donations. Would it be better to wait till after the boss?
I
We're
think
kind
this
of
is a good
jogging
wait time.
through Sochi right now. We've got some time.
Yeah.
He's going to set up
Fantastic.
Traveler. Yep.
That's really good because we've got some donations for you. We have received a $5 anonymous donation without any comment. Thank you very much indeed. Ogre498 gives us $25 towards Nami, saying, RPG Limit Break was the event that first got me into speedrunning. So great to see it live again. Well, it's fantastic to be back. I'm sure I speak for everybody when it's been a very long time when we've not been on the air, and it's amazing to be back. And for now, K Watka donates an amazing $100. Thank you so much indeed for your generosity. No comment on that one. But that means we're less than 1,500 left for Gilgamesh. And
Let's go.
we are... Yes, and we've got about 800 or so to go to the $20,000 mark. So can we get that? Can we get that at the end of the run? I think we can. Back to you.
Absolutely. Thank you so much, everyone, for your donations. Really do appreciate it.
Yeah, thank you so much.
Yeah, so we're kind of jogging through Sochin here, and enemies here hit pretty hard, but it's not anything we can't handle.
There's a nice little quirk in this room where once you reach this, like the close to this next door after the 1-0 is currently at, they just all back off regardless, so it gives you time
there's like some
to
weird
set up.
line where they just leave, which is really nice because
Enemies,
we have to do some
like they're
setup
chasing.
here.
Enemies will only ever chase you so far away from their like default area.
Yeah, they're like leashed somewhere.
Yeah, so this coming boss is one of the more scary bosses historically. It's not as bad these days with the newest strategy, and I'm quite proud of this new strategy. So there's a lot going on in this fight. So the way the gimmick of this boss is that when he gets to lower HP, he likes to divide into clones. The clones hit more or less as hard as the original, but they only have so much HP. It's like less than 1,000, and so the specific thresholds are at 60%, he will split into 2. 40% he'll split into 4, and then 20% he'll split into 8. And he'll also gain a damage resist at 60%, which makes him take like 70% or like 30% reduction or something. And so that can also contribute to the amount of damage you do. And so the way the fight used to work was you would hit him until he split, and then you would take the time. Nope, you don't need it.
Okay.
You would take the time while he was away to rebuff, and then he would split into 2, come back, you'd take care of the 1, and then you'd hit him down to his next threshold, he'd split again, you'd recover, hit him, and then when he split into 8, it was about trying to kill the one true Ahriman among all of the clones, and it was sort of a nightmare. And so the new version of this fight is totally different.
You can tell the real one apart by his like sort of ambient effects on his model.
Still hard to hit him.
Yeah. So the way the fight works now is we're going to hit him with 6 fires, I believe? Or no, 8. Yeah, we're going to hit him with 8 fires, and then that's going to put him just before the threshold of where he's going to divide. Nice Death Powder Steel. Then we're going to ATB reset by removing the hats so we don't remove our flame saves. And then we're going to use the Belias freeze mechanic. And he's going to look at the ATB. So you notice that Ash is going second. This is important because we're going to use a sequence of items here. So Penella's going to throw a high potion, and then Ash is going to throw a warp mode. And this is going to clog the ATB. So now Ahriman is teleported, but he can't divide because this warp mode is clogging the entire effect capacity. So now we're going to bring the girls back. We're going to sort of teleport them here. And then we're going to Belias freeze another round of fires.
Since now he's frozen.
Yep, he's frozen. He divided, but he's frozen. And the way his AI works is that he's going to teleport away, and then the real one will teleport back to us. He set the battle speed on second slowest because it's for the timing.
Yep.
And very clean Ahriman
Easy.
fight.
Yep.
Textbook fight. Great job.
The one
Yeah,
big
so
thing,
like
other than messing it up, the one big thing that can go wrong is a Phantasmal Gaze opener.
Yes.
And that's Ahriman saying just, you're all confused now, basically.
Yeah, you can get hit by Phantasmal Gaze, and that can make things go very wrong.
Also, Phantasmal...
here.
Yep.
Oh, go ahead.
Phantasmal Gaze is like a really weird ability in the whole game, just because it hits a sort of triangular region in front of where he's looking instead of just like a cone. And so, like, it can only hit one of the girls, or it hits only Vaughn, and then it's fine. But there's like a few other things I wanted to mention just about what was going on in that fight, which is that it's really funny in that the damage reduction only, it triggers at 60%, but he only gets it after he divides, and so so the freezing with Belias stops him from gaining the damage resist. So that second round he did 8 Fyras. The round of Fyras after that all did more damage than it normally would have because the Belias freezing prevented it from gaining his damage resist. And to this day, we don't fully understand why he teleports back to you after dividing into 2, but before dividing into 4. And so he teleports back, and that's the moment you can hit him with the last round of spells to finish him off. And that setting the ATB to the 2 out of 6 notches is just, it sets it up so that your Fyras finish charging right when he appears next to you, and that's just it's the perfect timing for that.
Nice.
Yeah,
and it just happens to work out that way. There's a little thing you can do where if you have swiftness licensed on both of the girls, then you would go slowest ATB speed.
Right.
But
because then they charge slightly faster. And this is just like one example of something that changed a huge amount because of the Belias clogging. Bergen, it's like, oh, you can Belias clog, and so it's fine. But then this strategy, it sort of came together once we realized the power of Belias freezing, and also that warp mote is really important too, because the warp mote is just a single item that entirely clogs the queue. So while the warp mote is trying to go off, he can't split, and so that gives you the time to get over to him. That warp mote is picked up from the clan hall along with that 6,500 gil before Tiamat, and so that using that warp mote on Ahriman is one of the other things that contributes to us killing the first demon wall, because the first demon wall gives us more reason to go to the clan hall and also gets us that warp mote, which makes that fight significantly easier.
Yes, there's just a ton of things that have gone into that fight that culminate in what you just saw, which was a fight that looked very easy, but there's so many things going on. Zero used a float back because that hallway had a bajillion traps. I just want to point that out.
It's pretty much inevitable that your party members will hit it at some point.
Right.
So you
can get around them, but
you take them out or you use a float mode, typically.
Yep. Mm-hmm. Yeah.
In 1, 2, 2, 3 through 3, you don't farm jellies, so you don't have the float motes, and so that's why
you have to learn where the traps are.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. It's like that scene from Metal Gear Solid.
Your tank actually has more HP than any percent at that point, but it's still really scary.
Yeah, because the traps can inflict berserk and stuff like that, which is just stops you from being able to move.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, they have a ton of nasty stuff. This is Plot City, by the way. If you've ever played Final Fantasy IX, this is basically Lindblom. We're going to be doing a ton of plot here.
Yeah, if you want to know where the traps are in the Ahriman room, you can go and watch the first Final Fantasy relay that was done on this channel. And you can watch me after the Ahriman when I forgot to use the float mode and hit every single trap on the way.
Perfect.
And you lived?
And he won.
I lived, yeah.
You lived? That is illegal. You're not allowed to hit every single trap in that hallway and then live. Zero.
Yeah,
Call the cop.
And then he won the race playing Unpal against 3 NTSC players.
Oh my gosh. That's hilarious. Yeah, so we're basically going to be talking to a bunch of people here. We have to pay Jules a bunch of money to get where we need to go. Besides that, we're going to be farming some items called chops. Chops are basically like writs of good deeds within Arcades that get you access to certain areas. In this version of the game, we have to farm 9 chops. In the Zodiac Age version, you only have to get 3. So the way you get chops is later. We're basically going to be talking to certain NPCs in certain orders. We can touch more on that later, but I mean it's not particularly interesting. So we're just gonna be talking to a lot of seemingly random NPCs in specific orders here. Nothing particularly interesting going on. If the host has anything to add, right now would be a fantastic time.
Oh yes, I've always got something to say. Thank you very much indeed.
Let's go.
Okay, we have received a $5 donation from Shawnee7188. The commentary on this run is so detailed, loving every part of it. Also
Thank you
have
so
to
much.
put my donation. Thank you. Also have to put my donation to my wonderful friend TinyTim78 so they can pick what to donate for. Well, thank you so much, Shawnee, my friend. You are absolutely amazing. Shawnee will actually be running later on in the marathon, so please be sure to tune into that. But for now, I would like to put that donation towards Gilgamesh. So please get those donations in. Remember, all your donations are benefiting NAMI, the National Alliance of Mental Illness. We are under $1,000 away from 20,000, and we are under 1,500 away for Gilgamesh. So please, let's get those donations in. Thank you very much.
I have a bit of a running joke with Zero where I make puns or try and make him answer questions that have the answer of the number I'm looking for. And so recently, 47 was the number I was looking for. And the simple reference to 47 is just how many total does D farm in the run. But there's also a reference to Gilgamesh, which is that Gilgamesh likes to use a lot of abilities that are based on what numbers divide into your level. So he'll have like level 2, level 3, level 5 abilities. And if your level is divisible by that, then it becomes a problem. And around that, the levels where you would want to fight him in OOA, the completionist run, there's like a lot of those numbers divisibility. Like if you're at 46 or 48 or 49 or 45, it would be an issue. But 47 is prime, and so 47 is also what they fight him at there. Just because if you're prime, you're not going to be divisible by any of those numbers, and so all of those abilities will just miss.
Oh, we're talking about Gilgamesh?
So,
Yep.
yeah, at Gilgamesh in the OOA run for the final part of the fight in Deep Lusu.
So all of
So
this
it's just
is pretty efficiently routed out, and if you run through this area at the same speed, same pace, consistently, then these NPCs should all be in pretty much the same place. But once you get a little bit off, then
anytime you change zones, it resets their positions, but they have like random pathing after a certain amount of time. And some people just stand completely still. But this part is all on a step counter. But if you move optimally, you'll be pretty far understepped. So actually, you might have seen Zero was running in circles a bit. He's running in circles now. He was running in circles during Ahriman because he wants to burn steps. And so there's been a few different iterations of, chops routes. Who do you get at what point? Do you get Aroga on your way in? Do you get Aroga there? And so on. And I've always been kind of the opinion that it doesn't super matter because they all end up being around the same, and you understep regardless. So even if your chops route isn't optimal, you're probably gonna end up having to burn some steps in the Dracula laboratory anyway. But yeah, this is just like a fetch quest, and luckily it's been reduced in the TCA, so you don't even have to leave the main zone once to complete your 3 chops. I do quite like the Arcades themes here and in Draclore, though. Something that is a bit of a meme within the community is the thanks Jules emote, which is, sarcastically because Jules is making you run this quest. And you eventually learn once you reach Balthier again that Balthier actually gave the chops that you're fetching now to Jules, and he was supposed to just give them to you, and so he put you through this just for his own benefit. So thanks, Jules, for nothing. One other little thing that
pay him money to know how to get the jobs too.
Yeah, right. Yeah, because you have to pay him twice even. But there's one little thing that's here that's shouldn't be relevant, but if you missed it, it's really annoying. This little cart takes you to this area. It's a noble, and then once you're on your way out of here, you have to press down to say, no, I want to go to Dracula Laboratory. If you don't press down there, and you'll return you to the previous area, and you have to watch this cutscene there and back, and you lose like more than a minute doing that. And I forget if it's the current world record or one of the previous ones, but I think the JP world record actually fails this and loses like a full minute from just like having to watch the cutscene twice. It might have been Butsuzo's run or something, but
previous of Nekota's.
Oh, okay. One of Nekota's world records had that, and it's just like one of the most painful things you can do is just not click a button and lose a minute, just like it's nothing. So now that we're saying goodbye to Jules, can just finally say thanks and get out of his vision. So this next dungeon is pretty simple. It's just run through the dungeon and then get to the final boss. The thing about this dungeon though is that the enemies actually hit rather hard, and there's no way to despawn them or anything, or you go in and out of the rooms inside the dungeon so frequently that there's no benefit to be had from leaving someone behind. So it's pretty much just a matter of hope that your armor holds out, put the ATB on slowest, and hope they don't hit you. There is a save point just before the boss, though. So
yeah,
Hi.
I
Hello?
just heard you.
Okay, cool. Sorry, my mic was just dead for the last couple minutes. Hi.
Oh. No, we actually
just
we
many a
removed
run
you
has been
because
lost
of
here
your
to getting
jinxing.
or like turning a wrong turn and getting lost and then getting killed.
Or sometimes to getting an elevator troll. So there are two elevators after this one that you have to ride up, and each time there is a chance that it will have some enemies arriving in it, in which case you have to wait for them to get out, the elevator doors to close, and then you can finally get on.
Yeah, it's super annoying, but we do still have the warp mote. So in the case we do get elevator trolled, we'll just warp mote the enemies, and it will be no problem. Sometimes what can happen on Ahriman is if he teleports really far away, then your warp mote can get consumed because it takes you too long to move to him. In which case, an elevator troll would be quite scary. But with the warp mote, we should be okay. Also, this is like the first time where you're seeing the mini map is sort of like distorted. You basically have no mini map here, so you have to memorize all this movement or read your notes very carefully. Like I said, it's very easy to take a wrong turn here and get completely lost. And if you take a wrong turn, it's likely that you die. Although in 1, 2, 2, 3, 3, 3, the low level category, this area is actually not as scary because your tank has more health despite being level 3. You actually have more health, funnily enough.
Yeah, something about this game is that the armor is often better than the stats you get from experience, and so like the armor that you can manipulate from the where do you get it from? The Sorobi step?
In Sorobi, in the first area, in Sorobi.
Yeah, that armor is good enough to make up for pretty much all of the leveling that we've done to this point, like, just because it's so nice.
You end up with like 1800 health at level 3 with it on or something. It's ridiculous.
Level 1, because Vaughn is your tank, right?
No, I run Ash tank.
Oh, Ash, 3. Okay. So yeah, level 3.
Yeah. Yeah, it's kind of hilarious. You're walking through here with like almost 2,000 health at level 3. Meanwhile, you're in 80%. You're like level 25, and you have 1,000. Like,
right?
Is this really working the way it's supposed to? I don't know. But point is, this area is definitely a high potion sink. This is one of the reasons why we did buy a lot of high potions. You will take a lot of damage here, even on slowest battle speed. But the important part is that you don't die.
I have my own personal bias here, which is that I think something is different about the way ATB works in the Japanese versus the English version of this, or the non-Japanese version of this game. And there's like a few specific instances where I'm sure there's a difference, but I think it contributes to just the frequency with which you get hit by instant attacks from enemies. And so I think it happens more
that is a thing,
in the non-Japanese version of the game. And so like that's just like it becomes a thing where you just have to use more high potions, and you have to be a little bit more prepared when you're playing this version.
Yeah, in general, in the Japanese version, we consider the Japanese version to be safer because instant attacks like lunge, like these, like getting a lot of lunges here. In the Japanese version, they're like instant, but they're not instant. It's very weird. It's like they lunge and then they sit there and they're like, "All right, I'm gonna lunge you," and then you run away and they're like, "Well, crap, you're too far away." It's very.
I don't have any specific proof, but just when you play both versions enough, you're just like, it just doesn't happen in the Japanese version as much.
Seriously, like you just don't take damage. Like Great Crystal and JP, so much easier. You know.
Well, the Great Crystal is also, we do have some specific things, which is that there's no Mind Blast in Japanese.
Yes, that's also true. That is also true.
Yeah, and which is the worst one to get hit by. And it's just like, well, if the worst ability isn't a thing, that's
Uh-oh.
Yes, this is a very fun dungeon.
Let me know when you've got time for some donations.
Just 1 second. Let's make sure we don't game over here.
And then we also have a boss fight.
Right.
But after that, there will be some time.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We're good for a.
This is going to be a little bit of a rush here because we have to set up and then fight the boss.
Yeah.
So this is going to be our first instance of using bio. Everything here resists all the elements, and so bio is what we have to use. This boss is actually one of the more dangerous ones if the fight goes wrong, but if it doesn't, then it's actually pretty straightforward. The sort of crux of this fight is that we're fighting against Dr. Sid, but Dr. Sid is accompanied by 4 rooks, which are basically just little robots that orbit him. The rooks make the fight difficult because the rooks buff Sid and then they start attacking you. And you want to take care of the rooks ideally before they even get to fully buff Sid. And if they do get to buff Sid, you definitely want to take care of them before they start attacking you. Because if they start attacking to you, it's never good. And so the reason why things get hairy here is that it takes it takes a full round of bios to take care of a single rook. And so you want to try and have all 3 characters be closest to 1 rook when their first round of bios go off. And so if you start splitting bios between rooks, then things get scary because you can't take care of them in 1 round. And so the fight is divided basically into 2 phases. There's the first phase where you have to kill 1 rook. Once you've killed 1 rook, then you enter the second phase. If the first rook goes down in a single round, it's usually going to be a good fight and things are okay. Once you start having to take longer to kill that first rook, then things get crazy. The second phase of the fight is a little bit simpler. Assuming things went well in the first phase, you basically use Traveler plus 2 bios to take care of all 3 of the remaining rooks. And then Sid will basically just stand there, cast haste, and then walk across the room while you kill him. And that's all there is to it. But reaching that final part is the hard part. So we'll see how it goes.
He's just walking there, menacingly.
He's just walking, yeah. If he does get to the end of the room...
He's hunched. He's kind of like hunched over in like an aggressive stance, like, I'm going to shoot you. And then he just doesn't.
Yeah. If he does make it to his ability, then it gets scary. I forget the name. It's
Tokamak?
That's 27 Tokamak.
Yeah.
That's 27 Tokamak, yeah. I know Cyclotron, because you see that one way more often than you see Tokamak.
Yeah.
But, yeah. So what we're looking for here is basically the 4 robots. We want 1 to be closest to the whole party. So let's see how this goes. We also want good
damage rolls here. This is a definitely a sketchy fight.
Yeah. If you get damage roll, you can just finish off either with a Knot of Rust or with a single manual cast, but let's see. So
positioning here is also very important. He sets them up in a line.
So we did split.
Oof.
So we're 2 bios away from killing the rook on the left, rook B. So let's see. 2 manuals and then reset Vaughn because we don't want Blast to be summoned.
Not the biggest deal, just an extra high potion or so.
Yeah, but now this means that Sid will have Shell and we have to do the second part of the fight differently. Here we're using Blast to slow the fight down in general, so let's see if the 2... Alright, first phase down. We should be okay now, assuming no crazy crits.
Are we still doing Dispel for Shell, or just Belias freezing everything except for the first round?
Let's see. There's 2 ways of going about the second part. Yeah. We'll see. You want to take care of Rook C or D. If it's alive, D if C is dead. That's the one that casts Shell on Sid, but I think he's going to have Shell regardless. We'll see. And then we cast Traveler. And that'll kill all the Rooks. Boom, 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 boom. So yeah, fight's done, and he does not have Shell. Great. So the Blast freezing in the first phase was enough. Yeah, so it's just like literally just in here, and he just... This was a good fight overall. The
very
Blai's
good.
freezing slowed the rooks down enough that they did not get to cast Shell in the first phase, and so yeah, we're all good. Well done, Zero.
Very nice job. Yeah. He's going to remove the glacial staves here because we don't really need the damage from the glacial staves, and we actually need them off for the next segment of the run. So,
right.
Yeah, very nice fight. It always gets a little bit hairy. You kind of worry a bit when the initial bios split, but class act and
yeah.
Yeah, now we are going to do a
fight.
little bit of running to the next boss fight, so we have a bit of time.
Yeah, we've got plenty of time now.
Oh, fantastic, because the donations are starting to flow in. Let's keep them coming, folks. We're doing fantastically well. We've received $20 from K Fizzle. I'm upset I had to miss one of my favourite Final Fantasy games because of work, but I'll definitely be watching the VOD later. Let's get that 20k. Rob Draven gives us $25 towards Nami. Wait, there's a Greg incentive that hasn't been met? Come on, everyone. We want to not only fight him, but hear that sweet battle at the big bridge theme. $25 from Manny without a comment, and a huge $118 from Garrick16. Let's fight Gilgamesh. And with that, we're getting closer to the Gilgamesh incentive. We're currently sitting on 675 out of the 2,000 needed. And we are also not that far. We're less than $700 away from 20,000. Please keep them coming in.
So now in the run, we're basically at the last stretch of the run, and it's basically 3 separate boss rushes. There's the Feywood Garivagan, which we're about to do, and then we'll have the Pharos and the Bahamut, which are, the final dungeons, and it's just basically a sequence of bosses with some movement in between. As we go through these bosses, we'll be setting up different setups for the party according to what is required for the boss, and building up our LP to get through the license board as needed. But every single boss has some quirk associated with the boss that we'll be taking advantage of to defeat them, so it's going to be pretty cool to see all of these things in action.
Mm-hmm.
It's really interesting the way the game is designed, though, because if some of these bosses didn't have their one weird quirk associated with them, it would be much, much harder to defeat them.
Oh, yeah.
And they have the one thing, and it's just like every single one has that one little thing that makes it possible.
Yeah, combined with the existence of the underflow glitch.
Right.
It a lot of possibilities are open to us by just pure happenstance.
So the first one is going to be coming up. It's called Rafflesia. Rafflesia's gimmick is that in the zone where you fight Rafflesia, there's an MP draining field, and it basically drains your MP according to how much your max MP is. So the more MP you have, it basically drains your MP bar in a set amount of time. So the more MP you have, the faster the drain happens. We have not, we're eventually going to have extra AT or extra MP bars on on both spellcasters, but we don't have that fully done yet. So the drain is actually not going to affect us as much as it could, which is kind of a nice little benefit. But we also have War Mage, and so what War Mage does is it gives us MP back according to how much damage we do. So we're going to be casting Aroga on the boss with our Cherry Staves, which give us the damage boost on Wind Magic. And so those Arogas are going to be doing massive damage and giving us a lot of MP back through War Mage. And so if you watch the MP, weak to win, so there's double, 1.5 from Cherry Staves, and then every single bounce from the Reflect will give us an MP bonus. Plus Spellbreaker is doubling, so be doing massive damage. And so if you pay attention to the MP bars, you'll see Ash has 126, Penelo has 135 MP. During the fight, that's going to be constantly dropping, but every single time a Reflected Aroga hits Rafflesia, you'll see it jump up from the amount that we're doing. And so we have it mapped out such that between the drain, the War Mage, and then the drain continuously happening, they'll have enough for the second cast of Eroga before the fight, or but in time for when they need to cast it. This boss also has an ability called Nectar Volley. Nectar Volley does water damage to a single target, and so we do need decoy on Vaughn, and so he'll definitely hit Vaughn with the Nectar Volley, and he's just going to tank that. It has a chance to inflict sap, which is very annoying, and it's just, you can't avoid it. It sucks when it happens, and you have to remedy it and take extra damage, but it is what it is. Nectar Volley is also a full 8 effect capacity, so this is actually an instance where you can see the ATB blocking happening in action. So if it wasn't for Eroga blocking the Q, it might be possible for him to do something to someone that's not Vaughn, or do an AoE attack, but the Eroga will force him to do Nectar Volley, and then after Nectar Volley, the second round of Erogas will kill him, and that'll be it.
Yeah, Rafflesia, as I mentioned earlier, is a fight similar to Mateus, where on paper the fight is very simple, but if anything goes wrong, it is very hard to recover because of that MP.
This is actually probably I would say the worst, because there's really nothing you can do without MP.
Yeah. Also, Rafflesia can open that spell that you
jumping
in the queue called Curse. So Zero played the safer strat, which was to have the girls out of the party when he entered the fight. So Rafflesia opened with Curse, but it didn't really do anything because he pushed the damage threshold. But it can happen where Rafflesia opens with Curse and you bring the girls out too early, and then everyone gets a billion status effects on them, and your run's just over.
Yeah. There is some movement tech where you can start with the party being full and then kite Vaughn away so that the girls get their spells off before he hits, but there's it's very finicky, depends on whether you have the swiftness. The swiftness is licensed, and it's better to just take him out. You have to move differently based on what move he starts with, and if he happens to use one of the rapid ones, it's just a very difficult thing.
So Zero just did a thing that allowed him to keep Vaughn's and then Balthier's position by bringing them into the party first. They would spawn near the party leader, and then he switches to them by by moving the KO'd character out. That only works if the next character is below the character, the current character in the party list.
Which is another reason why the Vaughn route is a bit nicer than the Bosch route, because we can do stuff like this. So yeah, we're kind of just going to run through the Feywood. The gimmick with Feywood is that there's basically these sort of shrines, and that they will show you the correct path. As you can see there, we're sort of a hologram of a path. And so there's a couple different paths in both sections of the Feywood, and you have to hit these shrines. You have to walk into the center of them. Even if you know the routes of Feywood just by the first one, you still have to walk into the middle of each shrine to sort of trigger the ability to go forward. There's some nasty enemies here, like behemoths and manticores. There's a rare enemy called Guru Vaganus that can spawn in the next screen that can troll you sometimes. There's some nice loot in this screen that we're entering now, but we're not going to grab it, I don't think.
Guru Vaganus always spawns, but you don't always path near it.
Right, yeah, it has a wide pathing range.
And you can't despawn Guru Vaganus. It's one of the ones that you...
Correct, yeah, he's one of those enemies you can't despawn. So even though Penelo has immobilized, he's actually going to do the immobilize glitch here with Penelo, because he knows that the immobilize is going to run out soon. So this will buy him enough time to where he can run through and still despawn things without having to worry about re-immobilizing Penelo.
Let me know when you've got a second.
Yeah, we have a second.
Now's a good time.
Yep, sorry to interrupt. No, it's just that we've got these donations coming in here. We're doing fantastically well. An update, $740 on Gilgamesh, and 19,449. So we're just over 500 away from the $20,000 mark, and we're getting there with the aid of $50 from Achlarin, who says, Gilgamesh, Gilgamesh, Gilgamesh! Thank you very much indeed for that.
Nice. Yeah, thank you.
So
so you saw there that Pinello's time. Oh, go ahead.
So
sorry to interrupt. One just flashed up on the screen.
Okay.
Oh, carry on.
Go ahead.
You go first. You're more important than me.
So Zero ran a little bit out of the way there because he knew he was going to path near Gyrovaganus, so he went. It's north. You can't really tell, but he went north of Gyrovaganus. And while he was there was a chest with a trap underneath it that he decided to get and got an X potion out of it. And now this is the one time when you are forced to summon an Esper. You need Belize to get past this gate. And we do have enough time for something really cool.
Again, you can reprimand us.
Yeah,
thoroughly.
It's not intentional. But yeah, we do have enough time for a little bit more before the next boss fight.
Yeah, there's some setup. So we got a little bit of time.
Perfect, thank you very much. Again, I don't want to distract away from the fantastic commentary, but obviously we're needing to acknowledge the fantastic generosity coming in for Nami here. We've received $15 without a comment from Replica, but thank you so much again, folks. Please, please, please keep those donations coming in. It's looking absolutely amazing. 19,449. Can we hit that 20k? Can we get Gilgamesh? I think we can. Back to the run.
We can.
Mm-hmm.
Perfect.
So finally, we've reached. Thanks.
Yeah. So the next boss.
Finally, we've reached a point. Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, fine. So the next boss, as Zero was, as Rusto was about to say, we've finally reached a point where we can go below Zero. So the next boss, Daedalus, has a very high vitality stat, and that is the resistance stat for status effects. So we're going to be using a very low-level character, Balthier in this case, to cast Confuse, which Daedalus is vulnerable to. And it's going to hit guaranteed because if you do the math for the formula, the result is negative. And in versions of the game that are early enough, negative chances underflow to a very high positive. So, as you can see,
not just a very high positive, 100%.
Mm-hmm.
Way more than 100%, like, I don't know, 640,000%. So yeah, so we're using Balthier here. Remember back when we did that Dustia 2 grind where Balthier and Fran were not in the party? That was crucial to keep their levels very low so that Balthier can do this particular underflow.
Yeah, this isn't the tightest one, but that's very important.
Yeah. And nice job on Zero getting the kill there. I mentioned way earlier back on Geese that there's bosses that can kill themselves. And so that's the first example of where a boss that we confused loop with the underflow glitch can actually kill himself. But luckily he didn't, so it's nice. If he kills himself, you lose, I believe, 66 LP. So yeah.
Yeah.
Now we're
do bear in mind that
Vegas.
the characters that need LP currently have golden amulets equipped, so all of the LP is doubled for them.
Yeah. So I believe Daedalus is 33 LP base, so 66, or it could be 22 and 44. I don't remember.
It's more than 22. I don't remember the exact number though.
It's either 22 or 33. I remember that, unless I'm dumb. But this is Gyrovagan. Lots of scary enemies, so we're just gonna use the despawn trick, glitch, if you will. And the gimmick with here is that there's these sort of gates that we have to open with switches. There's gonna be some invisible pathways that we go down. And we're going to use a combination of both Pinello being immobilized and also using the immobilized glitch with Ash. Because we want Pinello immobilized at the start so we can despawn enemies right away, but we also need to backtrack. So we'll use the immobilized glitch with Ash to enable some backtracking without additional movement.
This current iteration is also pretty significantly different from how it was pretty recently, and the big difference is that we don't change the party pretty much, or we change it as little as possible, because we needed Vaughn for Rafflesia, we needed Balthier for Daedalus, and then for Tyrant next we're going to need Vaughn, and so the only swap we're going to do is to swap in Balthier and then swap him out for Vaughn. Originally we had to swap the party a lot more because we needed to have characters like Fran and Balthier immobilized just to do our immobilized glitch here, but the introduction of the Too Far Warp made it possible so that we could use squishy characters like Ash and Penelo for immobilizes, just because they would, you know, since that warp let them just stay behind instead of having to cast immobilize on them.
Yeah, exactly. And that also frees up Fran and the like for as backups in case something goes wrong too. So it's very nice.
And it's very possible for that to happen in a few places. Like in that case, those enemies were far enough, just barely, to be despawned. Sometimes they come a little bit closer to you, and even if you back up into that corner, you're not necessarily always far enough away.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, the enemies
Something
can be
I've
too
noticed-
close to despawn, which is annoying. Another thing that can happen too is if you're a little bit too slow on various things, then Penelo's immobilize will run out, and then she'll start running forward, and then you'll try to like despawn enemies, and she'll die, and then you won't have like an immobilized character to despawn with, and then it gets really hairy. So
There's what I call the rooster warp, which is where you warp to the wrong place and can't go back, so you have to run the whole way. There's a few ways to do it on accident. Like if you change who the party leader is, or if the party is targeted, you can't swap that person out. And so if you get targeted and the leader is in the wrong place, it can just totally make it impossible to go to where you want to be.
Mm-hmm.
And the other thing about warping around here is that, like, you save a ton of time, and in the Japanese version you can just like flee past a lot of these enemies and not worry about the lunges. But if you are worried about the lunges, then you want to just despawn them. So it becomes a question of, do you want to flee and then party leader swap and then take your weapons out if you're targeted, or just despawn things extra times? So like sort of mental calculus you have to do.
I want to point out this giant white ball right here. This is an Entite. Entites are an interesting character type of enemy in the game where they're normally passive, but if you cast magic near them, then they become aggressive and they attack you.
Except
So
in
that's
some
why,
areas. It depends.
Yeah, but that's why he specifically used First Aid with Balthier. Some people use Cure with Ash or whatever, but that runs the risk of, if there's an Entite too close and you use that Cure, then the Entite will turn aggressive and kill you.
Yeah, it can spawn in both areas, and actually, with old strats, when we were using the Immobilize spell exclusively, pretty much, there's a much higher chance of accidentally aggroing that angry ball of holy energy.
Holy death.
Yeah.
I like to call it.
One
It's
other
not
interesting
fun
thing
if
about
that
the
happens.
Entite is that it only spawns in heavy mist. There's actually weather in this area, which is normal in
there's
heavy
weather.
mist.
Yeah, I was about to say.
And it's like a real talent to be able to tell what heavy mist looks like. Like, you have to look into the void and then like look for multiple simultaneous after images of the party member, and it's just like, I've seen Zero spend several minutes in OOA just like standing at the edge of the cliff like, is this heavy mist or is this not heavy mist? I can't tell, but you need heavy mist for the Entite to spawn.
It's legitimately
Yeah,
hard.
in that category, you have to kill the Entite for the bestiary, so.
Right.
And now we're coming up on my favorite thing in this entire game, I swear. You open this door, there's a black screen. Or sorry, you open the next door, there's a black screen, and then you get control of the party. And why is that my favorite? Because it was clearly a cutscene that was removed from the game. Look at this. Look at this. Look at this. See? You're expecting a cutscene, there's, oh, nope. You got control of the party again. Cool. Sorry, that's a very small thing that I love for some reason. I don't know why.
My favorite is that one little spot in the Ariut village where like the game always lags for a fraction of a second. It's like the same spot every single time, but it's the same lag.
Yeah, and now we're coming up on Tyrant, and this is another confused loop boss.
We've talked about Tyrant a lot.
It's
He's a very scary boss.
Weak to Blizzara, so we're going to be using Glacial Staves in that. And Tyrant in particular has such a sky-high vitality stat that Vaughn can be the one to do the confuse underflowing. The one thing you have to pay attention to, you noticed before he did anything else, he made sure to spell hit, and the spell is purely so that Shell, which always Tyrant always starts with, and reduces the chance after any other calculations by 50%. Or it just adds an additional check. So regardless of the result of the first check, it's just like 50% chance to miss. So you got to get rid of that first. It also would reduce damage. So now he's confused looping, running around, gaining MP back pretty quickly because this is dense mist here.
He's also quite low MP with a mischarge too. He also pushed the girls away just in case it happened to be that he queued an attack between confuses.
Yeah,
just a little
it's just
minor
possible
thing
for making
to
an
do
attack
there.
if you're too close.
Yeah.
Yeah. So he just pushed the girls away.
Only the instant, but that still can wreck a fight.
Yeah, you can still get gimped by that. So there's also a chance on that fight that Vaughn gets one-shotted, in which case you have to back it with Balthier, but that didn't happen. So now we're in Great Crystal, and the thing about Great Crystal is, well, there's two things. First off, there's no map. Even if you press select, the map is not very helpful. So there's no map here. So you have
There is a map, but it's just not very helpful.
Yeah, because it's all in Sanskrit. So this can have a Black Mask or an Elixir. Okay, Elixir's still nice, but Black Mask is guild, so we would have liked that. The second thing about Great Crystal is that there are these Ozays, these sort of cats or corals in FF lore. And they have an ability called Mind Blaster, I believe it's called, where it can deal a third of your health and inflict like a bajillion status ailments. They also have Rake, which is an instant attack, I believe.
Yep.
So the Mind Blast is random,
nasty.
and like whether or not it hits the physical damage and the status elements is separate. So you can just get hit by like 300 damage, or you can just get hit by the 300 damage and every single status element in the game and just can't do anything.
And so there's these waystones you have to hit that teleport you to various different places within the Great Crystal. And there was a small thing that Zero did there that I want to point out. He used a Phoenix Down on Balthier and then faced Bond to the left and then went forward. And that's because when you Phoenix Down an ally, they spawn directly in front of you. So he Phoenix Down, ran forward, turned to the left so that Balthier would spawn to the left, and then ran forward so that Balthier would not body block him. That's just a very, very, very small thing that you can do. And now he's just doing a simple immobilized trick here with Balthier just to hit this gate stone, similar to the ones we saw in Gear of Vagan, so he can teleport back.
Yeah, and it's usually not an issue, but one other thing the Osus have is piercing magic, so they ignore a reflect.
Yeah, that's true. That's a good point. Yeah, if they cast Dark Rod on you or whatever, it ignores your mirror mail, so that won't save you either. Yeah, very nasty area. Many runs have died here. This one will not, though.
Also, these enemies do not despawn for whatever reason.
Oh, yeah, that's true. Yep, they do not. They also have Mind Lash, which like deals something. I don't know.
It's Hell Blaster, not Mind Blaster. That's it.
Yeah,
Mind
Blaster's earlier ones. Yeah.
Yeah. The other thing about this too is that like in this particular zone line right here, this is actually the scariest part. Or no, sorry. There's one coming up where we're gonna pull some.
The one you have to
Ozays.
backtrack through.
Yeah. There's one we're gonna have to backtrack through a zone line, and the Ozays are gonna follow us to the zone line, and they're just gonna sit there until we come back through. And that's like this. It's right before we're safe, but it's like the scariest part. So that's coming up, but it's not gonna be a problem. There's also no real reason to heal here, just because enemies hit so hard. Like even if you're full health,
It doesn't matter if you're
it
full
doesn't
HP.
matter. Yeah, it just doesn't really matter. So no reason.
It's easier to just use a Phoenix Down than just to try and heal all the
This guy
stats at once
always
anyway.
runs forward and then runs back. By the way, that Ozay.
Yeah, the way down is usually not too bad. It's the way back where it gets scary. But that's the last zone.
Yeah, because they're gonna follow him here. Yeah, so it's always scary when you come back through the zone line. He's gonna just do some more immobilizing with Balthier here to hit the second gate stone. Mithril Golems are pretty slow. They like to cast haste, like to cast a lot of slow magic, so not a big deal. Don't really have to worry about them too much. Also turns the camera while the little mini cutscene's playing. Just another minor optimization. And yeah, nice miss. Very nice miss. That was what I was talking about. Those Oze's there, they group towards that zone line until they followed you and they wait there. We're basically home free now. There's no enemies between here and the next boss. So,
as long as you don't have to bring the girls in, you should be okay.
Yeah, before this point, yeah, as long as you don't have to bring them in, you're good.
Which it might be possible that you did not make it through without having to do that, which is very unfortunate.
Yeah, no, this area can be horrific. You can just get hellblastered to oblivion and have to like bring out the girls and run with like Penelo solo with no PDs while you're running for your life.
Yep.
Which is why the Japanese version is so much better. You just don't get hit. Forehead.
Well, now we're coming up to
Don't get hit forehead,
Shemhazai.
and also no Hellblaster.
And Shemhazai, it has a random weakness, and it changes every time it's hit. So we're just going to use Bio. And the particular way of dealing with this boss and not getting attacked by it is to immobilize and then run your tank far away using decoy and other shenanigans to make that work. We used to have to recast decoy, but for whatever reason, Belias freezing means you don't have to. Again, we're not exactly sure why, but yeah.
Yeah, this is one that I still don't even have like even a real theory for why, but Shemazai always targets the decoyed tank, and then it was like a game of Vaughn would have the ability to cast decoy on himself, and it would just be random. But you know, it would be like a high chance, and you just have to run in circles and recast decoy, and hopefully you get the decoy to land before he gets before Shemazai gets a chance to reset her attack. But for some reason, you just do Belias freezing while the bios are in queue at all times, and even after decoy wears off, Shemazai will continue to target Vaughn regardless of decoy. It's very strange.
I think it's because the timer also shocks, or freezing also freezes the timer that Shemazai would cancel the shock on, so she never picks up another.
Okay.
Yeah, that could be.
That could be
Makes sense to
tested
me.
too, so that's interesting.
Yeah, so you just have to run around a little bit, get the mischarge back, and repeat.
You can see Zero's queuing Traveler. If you do fail to kill Shemazai before Immobilize wears off, then Shemazai will walk over to you and cast Shock. But if you queue up Traveler at the right moment, then Traveler will hit before. And also Traveler plus 2 bios is too much to allow a Shock to get through, so that your Traveler will go off before Shock has a chance to go off. That's actually... Yeah, there you go. Looks like the Traveler was about to hit.
Oh wow, I've actually never thought of using Traveler there.
Yep.
It makes
you can
sense.
actually, if you're like crazy enough, you can actually line up the Traveler from Sid to hit for full damage there. But yeah.
I actually am thinking about trying that because in my PB, Vaughn got shocked and killed at the end there.
Yeah. Shock just does like, even with full magic defense and everything, it still does like 3,000 damage or something.
Yeah.
He has reflect, but Shock is piercing. And there's just no world in which you survive it, so it's not the end of the world. If Vaughn dies, you just lose the LP, and then the girls just finish him off, no problem. Because I think after Shock, Shemazai does just like Mana Spring or something.
Something like that, but usually Shemazai is like at 1 HP anyway, so...
Yeah.
Right, exactly. So it's just like whatever time it takes the bios to just finish it off.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Let me know when you've got a second.
Yeah, now's a great time.
Perfect, fantastic. We've received $25 from Lone Weasel. Greg. Let's see if we can keep pushing on towards Gilgamesh. Thank you very much indeed.
Thank you very much. yeah, now that we're done with the Feywood plus Gear Vegan, that's Rafflesia, Daedalus, Tyrant, Shimazai, boss rush, and now we're moving on to a even crazier boss rush, which is the Pharos at Ridorana. It's pretty much just boss after boss after boss, and in between the bosses, even more maneuvering and puzzles and so on.
Yeah, the things we have to do between the bosses are also quite difficult.
And there's really no good save points along this way, because in this run, if you're set up for the boss rush, then touching the save crystal will ruin your setup, because you want the girls to be in critical HP for Spellbreaker. A lot of the time you want them to be reflected just before the boss where the save crystal is. So there's like a whole setup you have to do if you want to touch the save crystal. And so we'll save before the Pharos, but during the Pharos it's just the whole thing. You got to straight shot it.
Yeah, that's another reason why learning this game is so hard, because it's like you have to learn setups to play the game optimally as you want to learn the speedrun, but then you also have to learn optimal setups, or like alternate setups, sorry, if you want to play safely and like save the game so that you can retry if you mess something up.
Like if you want to practice Hashmal, you can't just load a save without tainting it a little bit, because you want to replicate a setup from being in a real run.
Yeah, exactly.
You can't just, and the save will not have that, and so you have to learn the setup, but that setup is not something you have to do in a run. So it's just like this whole balancing act of understanding what you would have, what you need to have, what you need to practice, and so on.
Yeah, that's why like a lot of times if people want to practice anything in Pharos besides Sid 2, they just like start at the beginning of Pharos. They just do the whole thing. It's like
just do a Pharos run, yeah.
Yeah, you have to. So now we're selling some key items. We're selling the girls' golden amulets. We're also selling the glacial staves. The girls don't really need golden amulets anymore. We do need those jackets.
The LP from the rest of the bosses is just enough.
Yeah, we can sell the teleport ones as well as that nice death powder that we got from Argument. And we're by Faraga. And Faraga is going to be our modus operandi for the rest of the run, if you will. We're also going to spend the rest of our guild on X potions, pretty much. Some PDs, some X potions. Maybe a remedy or two. Yeah, there you go. And
there's a few random bosses that we need Bio or Eroga for, but generally, yeah, Firaga's the way.
Yeah. It's better to just sell glacial staves now. After the Pharos, if you really need money, you can sell the cherry staves and Vaughn's golden amulet and some other stuff. But,
yeah, and also
that's basically the final shop that we want to do.
And also, Zero, among other things, he got a lot more MP staying power on the girls by picking up a couple channelings, also getting a second quickening for a second mischarge, doubling Penelo's MP, and giving Ash Shemhazai. Certain espers will also increase the number of mischarges you have, so Ash's MP was also doubled by doing that.
Yeah, summoning espers consumes a certain amount of mischarges, and so basically an esper has a rank 1, 2, or 3, and so whatever rank that esper is how many mischarges it consumes. So if you license a rank 2 esper on a character, it will give you 2 mischarges because that's how much you need to actually summon it. So we got Shemazai on Ash, and she now has 2 mischarges. And in this version of the game, mischarges are an extension of your mana bar, basically. So 2 mischarges doubles your mana bar, and 3 will triple it. In the Zodiac Age version of the game, the mischarges are separate, and instead they gave characters just baseline more MP.
And also, you get a lot more MP in the Zodiac Age from equipment, specifically Mystic armors.
Yep, that's correct. Yeah, you gain a lot more stats from things in the Zodiac Age,
and certain
particularly
classes.
MP, to make up for that mischarge change.
Interestingly, you don't actually need. Oh, go ahead.
No, sorry, I know you're busy describing the run. Let me know when there's time for just a few words. I know it's very busy, it's difficult to get time, but let me know when you've got time.
Yeah, this is a good downtown.
Perfect, fantastic. Just to remind everyone, you are watching RPG Limit Break 2022, coming to you from Salt Lake City, Utah, benefiting NAMI, the National Alliance on Mental Illness. We are still just over $500 away from $20,000 raised. Can we get that by the end of this run? We're coming towards the end now, so so we really do need to see if we can get that. It'd be absolutely amazing. We're also a little short still, quite a bit short, on the Gilgamesh incentive, but we can still get there. We can still get there. We currently are sitting on 765 out of the 2,000 needed. And yes, it's a big mountain, but we can climb it. Let's get those donations in. Remember, all your donations are going towards Nami. Thank you very much. Go back to the run.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, we can certainly still, finish that Gilgamesh incentive before the run ends. We still have, about an hour. A lot of action that's going to be happening in this upcoming dungeon. There's going to be a couple of save crystals we can touch. This one is one of them.
Yeah, this is a good
so
save point.
Vaughn right now does not actually have Mirror Mill equipped, but it's okay because these enemies here tend to not be super aggressive. I'm going to Caster's Curse it now, and he's going to get one shot. We also got Red Oss.
Definitely gonna
Hi,
be
Red Oss.
Gonna be a Pulsar Wave party wipe coming in. Ready for it?
Okay, I Caster's Curse, but you just like Caster's demolished it. Okay, Rutha. I'm gonna call Hoishin, and he's gonna like take the cane and like pull you off the stage.
So it's a little bit interesting here. So we talked about those mischarges, but you don't actually need those mischarges for Pharaohs. War Mage is actually just so OP, giving you MP back for every time you do damage with spells. There's the only boss in the Pharaohs where you don't net a bunch of MP back is Fenrir. Everyone else is weak to the stuff that you're casting, and so you just do so much damage that you just get the MP back. What you do need those mischarges for, though, is for the Bahamut, and it's kind of funny. You're doing enough damage to get back the MP on the Bahamut, but the problem with Bahamut is like a bunch of the fights end after casting like 7 Fyras or something. Or it's just like it's like 4 or 7, where if you do 3 you get your full MP back, but if you do 4 you start the next one and you only get the MP back from that 4th Fyra, and so it's just or from the first Fyra, so you don't get your full War Mage back. But here, if you like pay attention to people's MP during pretty much any of these fights, you'll just see it spiking back up from what they've spent, and I always enjoy watching the MP spike back up. But coming up this next boss,
very ASMR.
Yeah, I love watching the MP recharge. But yeah, this is Hydro. Hydro doesn't actually have a weakness like the other ones did, but for some reason he's just not strong enough to push party members. So we're going to take strong advantage of that here.
Yeah, Hydro's...
Yeah, he's very slow. He can't push party members, and he's vulnerable to oil, which is a key point.
Yeah. So Hydra resists basically every element, absorbs dark, not that it matters, and is weak to holy. So we're just going to overwhelm that resistance with oil and Firaga and flame staves. But you can see I'm just kind of cutting them around the party. Redis is doing a few damage here and there as well.
And if you notice that first Firaga did like 2,000 damage, and then the next one did like 7,000. Like,
if you look at their MPs, you see like even the first cast is automatically recharged by the War Mage. That's just how good it is. They literally don't even dip below max MP.
Yeah, and now he's just like playing around with his food, just like juking the boss around because the boss can't push them.
Well, no, it's weird because
being toxic.
Hydro totally can push party members, and he'll start doing it at some point, but for some reason he just doesn't do it.
Yeah, he just doesn't.
It's bizarre. But yeah, that's Hydro, and that's also a fight that can get really hairy if something goes wrong. If you mess up the movement, he can attack from a relatively long range, and he'll also like to start with like Bile and Fireball, which are long range attacks, which can make things get weird.
I accidentally canceled the decoy in the setup, so I had to do like a really long recovery on Hydro, and it worked out, but I still lost like 4 minutes in that fight.
Yeah, and now
now we're coming up to the first sort of non-boss section of Pharaohs. These are Chimera Brains, and basically the way this works in this version is that every first enemy we kill in each zone is going to drop a black orb, and we need to collect 3 black orbs to place into altars to open the doors to the next area. And so we're just going to manually cast Firagas on them. There is a chance that they under damage, and hopefully Redos makes up that damage, but sometimes he doesn't. And that's when it gets really hairy. Is when it gets slightly hairy.
Sometimes Redos is just like, I'm going to attack that Chimera Brain halfway across the room.
Runs like down the hallway, and he's like, "Yo, I want to go sightseeing. Screw you guys. I'm gonna go hit this guy." And you're like, "Cool. We're dying." And Redos is like, "That's not my problem."
He does the Captain America, "I don't think I will" meme.
I don't think I will. Yes, Redos, very nice of you. So we're gonna backtrack through this hallway. Sometimes a Chimera Brain can follow you to that zone line, which is pretty nice because then you just kill it instantly and you don't have to worry about it. But we're just gonna kind of move to the left here and kill this one. We're gonna get another black orb, and then we're gonna do this one more time. Get a third black orb, place it into the altar. Not really a big deal.
This was something that was really nice about the Zodiac Age, is they changed it so that every single one drops a black orb instead of every third.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
It's especially nice when you're actually going into the Subterra because you need a lot of orbs down there. Here
You can farm. You can literally just farm the black orbs up here. And Pharaoh's Subterra is a very scary area that fortunately we will not see in this category. Thank goodness.
Well, you don't really see it in any category because it's so dark.
Okay, Roosta. Okay, you want to split hairs? We'll split hairs. Okay, let's split hairs. So there is a teleport crystal there. If you did need to touch that, you could, but we can't because it's going to mess up our critical HP setups and everything. Like Roosta said earlier, there's just really no good place to save in here. There's a save crystal after Slit, I believe, that you can touch. No, sorry, after Fenrir. That you actually do touch.
There's a save crystal like before and after a lot of these bosses.
Yeah.
At least before
I think the only
every
one you
boss.
actually do touch is the one after Fenrir,
The one before the third ascent is the one you... Wait, no. You don't touch any crystals.
No, it shouldn't be until just like maybe right before Sid.
Oh, no, the one that's at the top of the second ascent.
Can I interrupt, folks?
Yeah, sure.
Go ahead.
Yeah, I do apologise. We've just had some donations come flying in here. We've received $100 from Freddie. Glad to see the crew here to represent my favourite Final Fantasy. Heart you all, and wish I could be there, but happy to see the run get even more representation. Good luck on Feros. Let's get that Greg incentive. $25 from Valdecorn. We need to see that Gilgamesh fight. He deserves more screen time. And $250 from an anonymous donor. Keep up the good work. And with that, let me give you an update very quickly. We are sitting just over $151 short of the 20,000, and Gilgamesh is racing up there now. Gilgamesh is now sitting on 1,140 out of the 2,000. Can we get 20k? Can we get Gilgamesh? Please keep your donations coming in for Nami. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, everyone, for your donations. I really do appreciate it. I would love to see that Gilgamesh fight because it's very fun. The music is great. Gilgamesh dialogue is great. Everything is great about it. You want to see it. I want to see it. Roosta definitely wants to see it.
There's a cute dog. That's all you gotta say.
Yeah, there's a cute dog. I mean, like, do we have to say more? There's a cute dog.
I don't even know what else there is. There's a dog.
True. And speaking of dog, there's going to be a cute turtle coming up, and by cute turtle I mean massive beast that's going to try
horrible, terrible beast. Yeah, this is one of my least favorite fights.
Giant turtle. It's very cute. I'm sure you'll love it.
This is one of the worst recoveries in the entire game.
Yes, this is also a very horrible recovery.
But it's possible.
It's possible, and it's happened, but
it takes so long.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
It's also really easy to go wrong. That's the reason I dislike it so much. It's just like you can lose 5 minutes and just basically almost no fault of your own.
Yeah, no, like this boss can just go like so wrong for no reason. He is weak to wind and he is susceptible to confuse. He has very high vitality, so we will use Vaughn to underflow confuse. This is very awkward.
Yeah.
Redos is way too close. Okay. So what we're going to do here is we're going to try and move Redos out of the way, or just kill Redos. I think that can work.
Fortunately, he's before the perfect defense cutoff here.
Yeah, that's when things get really bad.
Yeah. Okay, so this is recovery mode. So we need Redos's body to reflect off of, but we don't want Redos to actually hit him because otherwise he'll knock him out of Confuse. So unfortunately, Redos spawned a bit too close. So what we're going to try and do here is we're going to do a backup where we can Confuse loop him and try to get him out of the perfect defense range. We're also going to try and not have the girls in range to get hit, but I think we should be okay.
No, this is fine. This is fine. It's Redos who's a problem because Redos attacks him and breaks Confuse. This is fine.
Yeah. Okay.
Perfect.
From Penelo's Gambits now.
Yeah, he tried to perfect defense, but he couldn't because he was blocked.
Very nice.
Oh, that was
recovery.
stressful.
Yeah, very nice recovery. That was extremely scary. Not having a Redos reflect off of is like really scary there. So very nice job.
Not having Redos is fine. It's just having Redos be alive and within range is just like you can't win. And so it was exactly. How do I get Redos away? But then Redos died, and it's like, okay, we can make it work here.
Yeah, I mean, it was nice that Redos died, but it still is just like, that's an extra Aroga that you lose per round. So it's like,
But yeah, what Alec was mentioning was
because you're expecting 4 reflex, you only get 3. So very nice recovery there.
Perfect defense happens when he's below 50% HP, and perfect defense is, as its name implies, perfect. If he's in perfect defense, nothing can do damage to him. So you have to
including
either keep him confused or keep. Right. So if he's confused and he perfect defense himself, he'll attack himself, but can't break confused because he's perfect defense.
At least
and so basically, right. But confused wears off before perfect defense. So
yeah.
The weird thing about perfect defense is that it actually gets canceled by extreme amounts of enmity. So in the Zodiac version, you can actually have Redos cast Arise on Pandemonium, and that will cause Pandemonium's perfect defense to drop for whatever reason. We don't know why.
Yeah,
but it works.
You can actually spam Phoenix Downs on him in this version, and sometimes get the enemy to go down.
Yeah, if you have enough. Just get that enmity really up. We don't know why that works. There's like no good reason, but it does. So it does.
But generally, how this fight goes really wrong is if Redos gets within range of the confused,
and, hits him and then
Pandemonium, and then hits him and then breaks confused. Right, breast spins the girls, or if he's below 50%, he'll get perfect defense. And perfect defense is 2 minutes of you can't do anything, but it's 2 minutes of game time where he's going to be wailing on you. So it's going to take way longer for you to just keep healing, escaping, etc., etc. And so it's really, really difficult to deal with. But so that fight went wrong, but it went wrong at a time where Zero could use his skill and experience to recover and make it not so bad. And he touched the crystal just because. Touching the crystal is not something you want to do when you're in the ideal setup, but that was not the ideal setup, and it's better to just play it safe, get a full reset, and then that's a fixed point from practice where you can just recover and pick it back up.
And now coming up is a section that I don't want to talk too much over. This is probably the most stressful section of the entire run. This is Brain Pans, and this is Brain Pans with the Fyraga strat. Basically, what we have to do is we have to kill 40 of these enemies called Brain Pans to build bridges to go up to the next level. We're going to use we're going to make heavy usage of the despawn glitch here, and he's basically going to cast Fyragas and maintain reflect timings on Redos. This is the hardest one here, actually. I'm going to be quiet. Okay, very nice, very nice. That's the hardest part of Fyraga Brain Pans. He's going to do a combination of immobilized glitching to despawn enemies, as well as maintaining reflex on Ash and Redos, and using Fyragas with very specific positioning to manipulate Redos's AI to basically attack and to get him into close enough range to reflect Fyraga off of him, without Redos triggering a close range AoE spell that can potentially kill Ash. There is an easier strat for Brain Pans that uses Death, which Rooster touched on earlier back in Fawn Coast, where we didn't buy Death. It is an easier strat, but it does cost a lot more money.
It also
this does not cost any money, and also does not cost us any elixirs, which is a big thing.
You need a lot more
MP. Go ahead.
Okay. Yeah, you need a lot more MP replenishment for the Death strategy.
Yeah, because the Death strategy uses Fran to underflow Death and even though you license 3 mischarges on her, you still need a bunch of elixirs because death does cost a lot of MP.
Yeah.
So with this strat, because you have War Mage and Spellbreaker, you actually don't need elixirs at all, which means that you can be more aggressive throughout the whole run with selling elixirs, using them, that type of thing. So this strat is very advanced. It makes this by far the hardest part of the run. And yeah, it's very difficult to learn. Very, very difficult.
Yeah. It doesn't look too bad when you see it executed well, but the real subtlety to the strategy is that the positioning is very, very precise.
Yes.
So the actual the raw numbers, the raw numbers are that the spells, the Firaga that Ash casts on herself has a radius of 6 meters, and it will reflect on something within 10 meters. And 10 meters is the range at which the brain pans themselves will appear. So when you see the little red health bar appear over the brain pan, that means that you're within 10 meters and within the reflect range. So you have to move all 3 members within that 10 meters, still be within 6 meters of Ash. But if you get too close to the brain pans, then they're able to use moves which will hit you. So you'll see you'll see Zero move Ash within the 10 meters and then a little bit closer, but then double back. That guarantees that Vaughn is also within the 10 meters. And then the Redos will run up, but hopefully not so fast that it lets the brain pan get his dangerous move off. And then that's the position part. On top of that, there's the reflect timing part, where if you don't do this fast enough, the reflects will wear off at bad times and it'll make things get hairy. So
yeah, so you see there, the brain pan didn't actually activate because of line of sight. That's okay. This is a fine spot for that. Another thing about this is that you have to. The timings are different. Like here, where Redos is already going to have his weapons out, it means he'll run towards them faster. So you have to account for that, and sometimes he'll use like a Belias freeze or a warp mode or an X potion with Vaughn or something to block the ATB just in case. So you see here he's ATB resetting Vaughn there, and the brain pan actually did use an ability, but.
No, actually, that ATB reset was because missing that first brain pan spawn caused Redos's reflect to wear off just in time for the last brain pan. So
I just realized that.
Yeah.
He would have torched Redos there if he let it go through.
That was a nice little bit of finesse to get 2 of the reflects and then cancel the last one, then finish it off.
Yeah. So yeah,
So that was an example of.
Go ahead.
Go ahead. That was an example of a ATB reset that's not routed and had to be used to stop the Firaga from going off. And like, if that ATB reset wasn't used, then the fight, then things would have gotten even worse. So like, that's just like that's not something that's part of the route, but it's something you have to be aware of and ready to use at any time.
Yeah, exactly. I mentioned that way earlier. That ATB resetting is a skill that you should become comfortable with when running this game, because there's so many scenarios where you need to recover various things, small or big, that ATB resetting will save you from.
It's also worth mentioning that when he does the immobilized despawns, in many cases throughout the brain pan section, those are very precisely placed.
Yes, absolutely.
So we want to despawn certain enemies, but not others. So walking up to that wall was very much intentional. So spawning and despawning in this area is the most precise, I think, out of the entire section, and it's not the only precise bit.
Yeah.
So there's another one up here.
Yeah, this one coming up is my favorite.
And then there's one farther on that he wants to not despawn.
Yeah, so there are counterparts to the brain pans that are called Dadars. They're red as opposed to green. And the Dadars will subtract green segments, I believe, and then build red bridges. So there was a very specific despawn. On the left side, you see the brain pan on the right side of that wall. On the left side, there was a Dadar that he just despawned. So it was a very precise despawn to despawn the Dadar, but not the brain pan. There's 2 brain pans on here that he needs to very carefully aggro behind the wall. So he aggroed that one. So it's out of line of sight. He can kill it through the wall, and then he's going to wait for his Firaga to charge and then aggro this brain pan again and then kill him. This is that's another very scary section. Even in Death Pans, that's actually a very scary one because Pinel's Immobilized typically runs out right there. and so if it messes up, you don't have anything. He runs into that corner to respawn that brain pan you see right there. And he's going to continue up, and then we're going to approach sort of a loop, if you will, of brain pans. Oh, one's blocking a bunch. Nice. Good job, Redos. You did great. So we're going to come up to a loop. This area is going to have several brain pans, and we are going to run around here a little bit and respawn and despawn enemies in a particular way to farm brain pans up to about 27, I believe. Yeah, so these two die, no problem. There's going to be one on the right here. There is sometimes one on the left, depends on where specifically you despawned earlier. There can be one directly to the left of this brain pan that you see at the top right of the screen. If that one spawns, it can get kind of tricky because sometimes you aggro them both, but it looks like it didn't spawn, so that's great. We want to despawn these Chimera Brains, but there's a brain pan at the very corner of that hallway, so we need to be very careful. Despawn the Chimera Brains without triggering the vision of the brain pan, so we don't despawn this brain pan. And we're going to kill this one, and then we're going to run back here, and the brain pans, there's a brain pan right here, and then the ones in the entrance of this sort of loop should have respawned based upon our movements, or based upon Zero's movement. So we have to kill 3 more brain pans to be on track. Nella's going to mobilize herself again, run away.
While you're farming brain pans, have we got a moment?
Right now, yes. Yes.
Yeah, we're about to be waiting for the brain pans to respawn anyway.
There is a long one, but I'll be quick. Okay, we've received $25 from Cursive Minimum. Enough expository banter. Now we speedrun like men and ladies who dress like men. For speedrunners, it is morphing time. Gilgamesh use Zenage, Dollar Toss, GP Rain, Coin, Spare Change, Money Talks, and Guild Toss. They're super effective at providing resources to people who struggle with mental illness. Thank you very much indeed for that amazing donation.
Thanks so much.
So
appreciate it.
Yeah, thank you. In this area, there's only enough brain pans to construct 8 of the 10 bridge segments, so you need to just wait for these last 2 to spawn, even if you kill every other one. I believe the math works out so that it's yeah, just waiting for us to come back. I believe the math works out that it's 60 to 90 seconds random for how long it takes each brain pan to respawn. And so you just kind of have to just hope you get lucky and then it doesn't take too long. And that's why Zero is just doubling back there, checking for the brain pans respawning. Just have to wait until now the bridge is done. And so we're moving on to the last area, and this last area only has 3. So
yeah, and we need 30 brain pans, not 40. We need 30 to completely traverse this area. The next area isn't so bad. That's
the first 2 can get hairy, but after that it's just a straight shot.
Yeah, this area isn't too bad. The only thing that can really happen in this area is late, after you've already done the brain pans, you can get trolled by an Aeronite, but it's pretty rare. I'm confident in casters cursing it because I don't think it'll happen. So I'll put it this way: it's never happened to me, and I am a terrible runner of this game. So there you see your first Daedar, like in the flesh. Well, I guess in the metal, in the fire. Yeah, those will deconstruct green bridges, and they will build red bridges that go to different areas that typically lead to some nice treasures that unfortunately we are just not going to take. There was actually a brain pan there to our right, but there's a better one to kill on 42nd floor. And that will be our last brain pan. So we're just going to kind of run through some hallways right now. Penelo's immobilized, so we can on things if we need to, and yeah.
Yep. There's more Daedars up here. We want to despawn, and then if anything scary besides the Aeronite. So some interesting math about this is that this Firaga brain pan strat, when executed, perfectly, is like I think about 45 seconds slower than the death strat, which is interesting because the death strat takes about 45 seconds of licensing of extra licensing to get death plus the quickenings on Fran. And so it seems like a wash, and it's like, well, why do you do the way harder? It's like that
jellies.
The extra elixirs make such a huge difference in the
extra
run
elixirs that
here.
you need, and the extra jellies you need for the guild to buy death.
Right.
So
yeah.
hypothetically, in a perfect world, if you had like insane jelly skill, then death might theoretically be faster. But like, you need the elixirs, and you can't aggressively sell them earlier, and you have no way of knowing that. So, if you learn Faraga Brain Pans, it's just better to do. But death is also perfectly acceptable. There's also a third strat, which is my favorite. It's warp Brain Pans. You can warp them if you have a couple ethers.
Why warp them when you can play the lottery?
Because warp pans is cheap and good and fast. It's like has the whole triangle. Okay.
Except
Triangles
when warp
are good.
misses.
No, it never misses for me.
Never
Trust
misses.
It never misses except
90
when it does.
92% of the time, it works every time, right?
Yeah, 92% of the time it works every single time. Okay. You do miss like 60 LP, but I mean, who needs LP, right? We're just running.
I do.
We don't care about stats or licenses or nothing.
I did mess with warp pins, and I do think it's like, if you don't miss any of them, it's not too bad. But I think you do need to use like an ether or two on.
Yeah,
Ash.
you need one ether, ideally two. Yeah, no, warp pans. If it couldn't miss, I think would actually be the fastest strat because it's so cheap and it's just as fast as death.
It would be.
You know,
it would be. It's just I think with Ash's magic stat, it's like 92% for warp to hit, and like if it's 92% over 30, you're gonna miss some. It's just like
no, absolutely.
It's not.
But if it couldn't miss, by the way, this is Slit. I hope you guys like smoked salmon. You guys,
This fight does not last very long.
Salmon? Brewster, do you like smoked salmon?
Also, Penelo doesn't have her flame staff. I don't know if it's not gonna matter here, but yeah.
Yeah,
he's weak to confuse, but it doesn't actually matter because he's weak to fire. We have massive fire damage. There's really not much going on in that fight.
Really, the
So,
only
if you
thing
missed
that's terribly relevant most of the time is that Slit takes a little bit less damage in the water. That's it. From fire specifically.
Yeah, and sometimes he can like hit Vaughn. Like sometimes you need to use Mech Potion on Vaughn there, but like I haven't ever
There's
had
like
to.
a supposed quirk of Slit that he can't attack you if you don't move, but it like doesn't actually work that way. I don't really know what the deals are. Oh yeah, I know.
But
It's not actually that, but like he'll also just, if you don't do anything, he'll just like wander around and not hit you. So I don't really know what's going on with that. It's just very strange.
Yeah,
but
no,
he's so weak to fire, it's not a
you.
problem.
When I did all hunts, I think I had a nasty Slit fight where he just like comboed Bosch to death or something. It was either either my all hunts run or like, no, I don't think I made a 1, 2, 3, 3, 3 run here in a run. But yeah, it was my all hunts run. I think my Slit fight was like horrible.
But anyway, Slit's one of the least concerning bosses of the run. Much more concerning is this next part of the dungeon, as well as the boss coming afterwards. So this is the third ascent. The puzzle here is just you have to touch these.
Second ascent.
Yeah.
Oh, second ascent. I totally skipped Fenrir in my mind.
First ascent's huge.
Yeah. Yeah, so second ascent. Oh yeah, this part is interesting. There's basically 4 waystones that you have to touch one of to continue, and then each one takes away some quantity that you have. So one of them takes away the maps, one of them takes away your ability to use spells, one of them is items, and I think the other one is techniques. I forget.
It's either techniques or attacks, I think.
I think you lose attacks on one of them, yeah.
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 I think so.
It's hard to remember because we only ever do this one.
Yeah.
Right. So the only one that
the map is the least concerning thing.
Right. The only one that we couldn't do would be no spells, but the no maps one is both the least concerning and also the fastest, and so that's the one we take. And so you just have to memorize your way. And it is actually surprisingly easy to get lost here. Runs have been lost just to going the wrong way and getting lost. There's no mini map.
Yeah, particularly especially in the third area. I think it's easiest to lose your way.
Yeah,
These enemies
you
are
sit
tough
there and you
now,
try to
so.
hit the illusory wall and you're getting wailed on by like a ghost or something, and you're just like, well, crap.
I'm amused by the fact
where I
that
had
the
one and I ATB resetted him and I didn't have Sword of Kings on him, so he had no weapon. And I tried to hit the illusory wall, but you can't hit it without a weapon equipped. So I was like, "What the hell? Like, where am I? Am I in the wrong spot?" And it was just no, I just didn't have a weapon equipped, and I just like died, almost died.
Are you sure? I'm
Can
pretty
you
sure
really-
you can hit them with no weapon.
Yeah, no, you cannot hit.
Weapon.
You cannot break the illusory walls without a weapon, unless I just got extremely unlucky with like pulling my fists out. You cannot break them without a weapon.
I'm almost positive I have. I'll have to check this later. But
I don't know.
but I was gonna.
I mean, like I said, I could have gotten extremely unlucky or just been bad. But yeah, no, I'm pretty sure you can't break them without a weapon. At least not here.
The funny thing about this is that you know, they're trying to punish you by taking away your map, but in the Zodiac Age they do not take away the map overlay. So it's like, oh, I have no map, and you just overlay a big map on your screen of the
Yeah,
whole
I noticed
area.
that about Zodiac Age rather. It's like, what the hell? Why'd you guys get a map here? Like, that's so unfair.
Right. Just press select or whatever it is, and then you could get full information.
It's like L3 or R3 or something, yeah. It's one of those buttons that we don't use in this game except for in the very beginning. Yeah, we did actually press R3 exactly 3 times this run. It was the moment we got control of Rex, the very beginning of the run. Fun fact.
Actually, it's 3.5 R3 presses. You have to hold it down.
Seriously?
I was waiting for that.
Seriously? Okay, dude.
I saw
Gosh,
zero.
called out. All right, Hoishi, you know what to
Okay,
do.
dude.
Take him off the call.
Shouldn't take me. I'm ready. I guess I was just bad or getting hit by enemies and pulling my fists out, man. I don't know. Maybe I was in the
I don't
wrong
remember.
spot.
I don't remember what run I did it, but I was sure I like did that at some point. So
Look, I mean, like I said, I am not the greatest runner, so you know, maybe it just happened. Also, that was the save crystal I was talking about, the one you can actually touch if like Ash and Panola die. Or it's like if Redos dies or something, you don't want to PDM, but you can just like crit down on the way to Fenrir.
yeah, if you have low enough gil, you might have to be conservative with your resources and can't just use potions. So the safe crystals can help then.
Mm-hmm.
While we're running, can I get just two seconds?
Sure.
Yeah, we have a little bit of time before the next boss. A little bit of time.
Yep, it's just a last call, folks, just to remind you that you are watching RPG Limit Break 2022. We're raising money for Nami. We're in the last half an hour of the run now. We're running out of time to get Gilgamesh, so please get your donations in. We are also less than $200 away from 20k. Can we get 20k? Can we get Gilgamesh? It's an amazing cause. Please get your donations in. Thank you so much for your generosity. Let's just see if we can push it a little bit further before the end of the run. Thank you very much, and back to you.
All right, so this is Fenrir. Right now we're clogging the effect capacity with 2 bios and sleep. Whale takes up half of it, so bio takes up half of it as well. Combine the sleep, it's enough that Fenrir cannot get off Whale as long as you run away enough. Just doing a little bit of extra stuff here between sleep casts with Balthier. If Balthier had leveled up one more time, you would not be able to do this sleep underflow. There are a couple backups, but they are expensive and or unreliable, so I'm not going to worry about explaining them. But yeah, you just recast sleep a couple times. Traveler for a little bit of extra damage. It also kind of sets things up such that in a later fight, you get a decent step count for a backup strat in case you get damage rolled. You're using bio because Fenrir is weak to Earth and absorbs or is immune.
I think he's immune, actually. Yeah.
Is either absorbs or is immune to every other element. I think he only absorbs wind, though.
Yeah, that sounds right. The other funny thing about that fight is that Redos has to be immobilized because he would wake Fenrir up by attacking him. Mm-hmm. And it's just like a weird quirk of the game. Like earlier when we fought Garuda, we had to run to the left to push Vossler to the right so that he would be the tank. This time we had to run to the left to draw Fenrir to the left so that he didn't stand near Redos. So if you run too far to the left, he'll actually get to you before you can put him to sleep, and he'll get Whale off. And if you run too close to the center, he might run around the right side and Radas will wake him up. So it's just like, gotta just get the angle right, run back into the left around your spellcasters, and then
I was
the fight
AFK
just
for a
does
second. Did
itself.
you not run back into the left?
Yeah.
No, you did. I'm just saying that's what you have to do.
Okay, okay.
And another thing that's
Yeah.
funny about that fight and that strategy in particular, if you trade in your ability to attack, Redis will instead use telekinesis, and that will wake up Fenrir. So, yeah, he'll do
did
that
not
from
know
a
that.
distance. Yep.
Now we're on the third ascent. The gimmick here is pretty straightforward, especially when you know it. You just have to press these waystones in a specific order according to their colors. If you press the wrong order, you'll get sent to like this area near the bottom, which spawns some dangerous enemies that you have to take out before you can return to the beginning. And if that happens in a speed run, you pretty much have no way of dealing with those enemies and you would die, but we know which way to go, so that's not an issue. This actually area has gone through a few iterations, surprisingly. We used to sort of go around the outside, but now we found that there's a path through hidden walls that's a little bit faster overall. It doesn't seem faster at first, but when you actually time it,
I've been saying it was faster for years.
Nope.
the
Hello?
truth
Is it
sayer,
working?
Alec.
Hello?
Hello.
Hi.
Hello?
Okay, sorry. My mic has a very finicky cord, so I have to like reboot the stream every now and then. Hi.
Yeah, this
there's
this alternate path I have known about for years. I've been going that way for ages, although I just haven't done runs. But
Wait,
yeah,
is this the
that's
alternate
the problem
path?
there.
I thought this was the main path.
It's the main path now. It used to be that we would go to the left here,
Yeah.
and there was like a green waystone, I think.
and I didn't understand why, because here you just have a couple traps that you have to avoid, and that's it. As opposed to having to deal with a bunch of those Purobolos enemies, which can deal a lot of damage quickly.
Yeah, and you float well anyway, so you don't have to worry about the traps.
The float is more for the sake of Redos than it is for you. Like,
Yeah.
you know where the traps are, but you can't really stop him from hitting the traps himself.
Mm-hmm. And we mentioned way earlier on Tiamat that there's actually a petrify trap right before the boss is coming up that was in the route previously because of the quirk with petrify, where you gain damage resistance based upon how progressed it is on you. So we won't be hitting that petrify trap this time, and we'll try not to, but that's just a thing. You would deliberately inflict yourself with petrify to kill this boss.
Yeah, the amount of positive buffs you'd have for that fight was kind of crazy, because you'd have float, protect, decoy, petrify, which is negative, but we're using it as a positive, and, you know, float on the rest of the party, reflect. But ever since we discovered Belias freezing, the big issue with Hashmal is that he does pretty devastating physical attacks, and he can also combo. And if he combos, even full HP and protect, I think 3 attacks still kill you.
He can also counter and then combo off a counter, I think, right?
Right. He can just do massive damage, right?
Yeah.
But the combo is the big issue, and it's like there's nothing you can do about combos besides tank it, until we realized that Belias would stop combos. So we don't even need decoy here, because Vaughn starting at the front means that he'll always see Vaughn first, and he will target Vaughn.
Yeah, there's a
Down.
rare enemy
That's good,
that
man.
can spawn there.
Yeah, sometimes you'll have the girls out. If you're being really risky, you'll have the girls out, and you'll walk there and you pray that like the tower doesn't spawn, but it doesn't spawn, so it's nice. Yeah, decoyless Hashmal is really nice. This fight is a lot easier than it once was.
We've saved a lot of time on the setup because of
Yeah.
the Belias freezing especially. And being able to do more of it kind of along the way, as opposed to having to do it closer to the fight in order to actually have the timings work.
The nice thing about this fight is that once you're underway, you actually do damage and fully clog the queue faster than he can get through his set rotation. So he's trying to attack, and it's a little scary. But
like
the
you see,
first
he's
round,
just standing there doing nothing.
right? And then he's gonna try and do Roxor, and he'll be clogged. And then for his next move, he'll try and do... Oh, man, I forgot the name.
Quakeja.
No. Before Quakeja, he does... Battle Cry, right. And then, like, that's enough time for a full round of Quakejas, or a full round of Irogas, and then he's just done.
Yep.
There's also a sneaky little tech here, which is that it's possible for him to target Redos with that Roxor, and Redos does not have float because he doesn't have the buff which causes your positive status illness to last for longer. And if he does hit Redos with Roxor there, it can actually put him into critical HP, which you want for the next fight. So it's kind of a fun little thing if you can get it to work.
Yeah. Unless he like diseases Redos and then hits him with it, in which case,
oh yeah,
like,
that's,
all right.
Yeah,
that's like such a troll.
Just don't get unlucky.
Yeah. So coming up is Sid 2, and Sid 2 is basically the hardest fight of the run because the fight's in 4 phases. They're all extremely precise. A lot of line of sight blocking, a lot of very precise movement, and canceling of actions. And well, the first 2 phases aren't so bad, but it's Famfrit and then Sid 2 second phase. It's really hard. I can let someone else go into detail about that, though. But basically, we're going to set up Redos into critical HP here with Berserk. And that's because the first part of this fight, the boss is going to become immune to spells. And so Redos does have the Adrenaline license. So we put him into critical HP with Berserk, and he will he'll kind of carry us for the first phase of the fight.
Yeah, Redos has a weird quirk where he does... Or no, he doesn't. He just... I think it's just a general thing of the game where when you're in lower and lower HP, your combo rate goes higher and higher. And or it might not be your combo rate, but the length of your combos gets higher.
Yeah.
And so we can get really long combos here.
Not sure.
It doesn't affect the rate, just the length.
Yeah.
Okay. Interesting.
And
yeah.
so,
So combined with that and the fact that he has the Adrenaline license and he's berserked, he'll be able to do enough physical damage to carry us through the spell immune phase of the spell immune part of phase 1.
I believe it's like 8 hits typically, depending on damage rolls, but you can get like a 4 combo and a 4 combo really easily, and you just have to pretty much wait for Redos to do damage while you heal.
Yeah.
And the first part is pretty trivial because Gibranth starts with Protect, and so while he's standing there protecting, you just use Firaga to hit him down. The fight really gets interesting after the first 2 phases, though. So.
Yeah.
Very, very quickly, I just need to announce we've just passed $20,000 raised for Nami.
Nice.
Yeah.
Thank you very much indeed for your generous donations. I'll get to that in a minute.
Yeah.
Thank you so much, everyone. Thank you for passing $20,000.
Excellent. Good timing. Got a really interesting fight, so definitely keep an eye on this. One of the things you want to be aware of in this phase is
that's really early.
What each of these attacks do. I don't know. That's pretty normal. Circle of Judgment is an AoE attack, so you want to make sure that you get your tank, who is targeted, a little bit away from everyone else, because everyone else is low HP.
Yeah.
So now we're reaching the point where fights are long enough that Decoy is going to start wearing off during the fight. Decoy has a very, very short duration compared to the other positive status side effects. So you'll actually see that we're recasting Decoy here, and that'll be enough to last for the rest of the fight. It used to not be, but now with the new setup, this actually lasts us through the rest.
Yeah,
we're also casting Oil.
Vaughn get hit there just to draw the aggro and make sure that Sid now targets Vaughn again, and then he goes behind the pillar.
Yep. You have to take off Mirror Mail also so that the decoy can go off. And so here's the pillar kiting. We have to stay out of line of sight in order to keep Sid from attacking, and he'll just follow us around that. And it's much more difficult than it looks like. Yeah, so now here's the really scary part.
Oh, yeah.
Yep.
Famfrit. Dr. Sid's immune to magic, and we're pretty much only fighting Famfrit.
Gonna let 3 Firagas hit here, I believe.
Yep.
Yep, we're gonna let 3 Firagas hit, ATB reset. For Famfrit, because he's a water elemental esper, is weak to fire, which is in our favor, but we still need to make sure that we don't push damage thresholds too fast. At 50%, he will cast Water Jet, where Belai is freezing, and this should be good. He's going to try and cast Briny Cannonade here, though. but Vaughn is going to be behind the pillar, so Famfret's going to be kited around the pillar. So we have
He
to be
moves
very
very
careful.
fast,
If we
too,
get hit
so
by
this
Briny
pillar
Cannon,
kiting
it is AoE.
No, it's not. It's single target.
Yeah, it's
Is
single
it?
target.
Not?
Yep.
Okay, I swore it was AoE. Okay, well, anyway, that was Famfret.
Easy.
Very nice job. Now this is Sid 2. The final part of Sid 2. So Vaughn's being targeted behind the pillar, which is good. You see Sid's reading Cyclotron. We never need to let that go off. So we're going to Dispel and Oil him. We're going to kite him around the pillar, basically. And Sid has return damage, and the girls are in crit HP. So once one of them casts a Faraga, they will die. So we need to keep very careful eye on Sid's positioning. It's also kind of hard to see him when he's oiled, and it's very dark in here.
Yeah, he matches the pillar. So.
And the
Yep, so you see
diagonals.
Penel dies there to return damage.
All right, looks like we're done.
Ash is going to die as well. Worst case scenario, we grabbed like Fran or Balthier or someone.
Didn't quite do enough damage.
Oh, Traveler, okay.
Yep.
Yeah, some people grab Fran and just license Faraga on her.
That didn't do
532.
enough.
I think he has damage resist here. This is like a
Yeah,
20-second
the
cutscene if he
Traveler.
gets Cyclotron off.
Yeah, as long as he doesn't get Cyclotron off, we're good. Vaughn can tank Cyclotron, but
Even if he does, it's just annoying at this point.
yeah, at this point, yeah.
Here we
But
go.
Very nice Sid 2 fight. Very, very nice.
So yeah, that was just bad
Yeah,
damage
so-
rolls there.
Yeah,
So
that
that-
was
just-
unlucky damage rolls.
Just to go into a little bit more detail, so Famfret there, at 80% health, he does Briny Cannonade, and at 50%, he does Waterja, which will wipe the party. And so what we used to have to do was we bought a Viking coat, which lets you take no damage from water-based attacks, and you would just trigger the Briny Cannonade, absorb that attack, and then just barely kill him, before just barely reach your next set of attacks before Waterja, and you'd be able to kill him with that. But with this new strat, you use the Belias Freeze to actually beat the Briny Cannonade with your second round of with your killing round of spells, and that would be the way that you avoid even having to use the Viking coat. But the positioning is very, very subtle. Like that point when Famfret was speeding around the pillar, any small mistake there, catastrophic. It really it's hard to recover from that point.
That's one of the reasons why this fight is so hard.
Zero is actually using menu buffering quite a bit to be able to tell exactly where Famfret and Sid both were and which way they were headed.
Yeah, also Sid's like just shooting you in that fight too. So in that part of the fight,
Yeah.
so that's also cool. He can crit you too, by the way.
That's super fun.
Yeah, very
Sid
fun.
also-
When, like, Sid shoots you just die.
You can't really tell when you're just playing, or when you see the menu buffer, but Sid's movement is kind of like a lumber. He kind of just like lurches around. It's not just like a linear thing, so that can really throw you off with your pacing and how you go around the pillar. Whereas Famfret is just he's just a zoomer. He's just like zzz,
He's just zooming.
right to a specific spot, and so
Yeah.
it's you
Can
gotta
I
get
get
used to
this
these
donation
things.
in, if you don't mind?
Yes, now's a good time.
Yeah, thank you very much. Okay, as I say, we have reached $20,000 raised for Nami, and this was courtesy of Gamer Plebs, who donated $200. We love RPG Limit Break and all the important work you all do for such an important cause. Thank you for all that you do. Well, thank you for your incredibly generous donation. That's taken us over 20,000, absolutely 20,000 for the towards Nami and Gilgamesh. Gilgamesh is sitting on 1,340. Now, can you tell me how long we've got for Gilgamesh, please?
About 15 minutes, a little bit less.
15 minutes, okay. Final countdown then, 15 minutes, folks. We've also received Kashima, $25, who says hi. Thank you very much indeed for that as well. Back to the run.
So this is our final save, the final save point in the game, and well, the final save in the sense that any airship can now, or the Strahl can now take us to the final boss, which is in the Bahamut. This boss
Yeah,
rush
there's no save points
is
within the Bahamut.
yeah,
So
and this is
also,
the final dungeon.
Fun fact, I mentioned this earlier, but he's gonna talk to the airship lady here. And there's a full minute of black screen following from cutscene skips and loadings. So yeah.
Yeah, these take a long time.
Sorry,
to load.
I need to interrupt. Gilgamesh is go, courtesy of a $660 donation for Wells. Wow, I can't believe I saw that. There you go. Gilgamesh is, let me just confirm, but I'm pretty certain that Gilgamesh has just hit the target. Let's have a look. Yes, we have received Gilgamesh. So thank you so much indeed for amazing generosity. It's a credible cause, amazing generosity. This run has been absolutely on fire. Commentary's been amazing. I'm going to shut up and let you finish it. Thank you so much indeed.
Thank you so much to the host and to everyone involved in this. Thank you to all the donors who made this possible. I really, from the bottom of my heart, I appreciate you so much. All right, so minute of black screen. Also, one of my favorite tracks coming up. I love the Bahamut track.
All the final boss music is very good.
I think it's just like the percussion, particularly the timpani in the Bahamut track. Like just, oh, I love it.
We all know what a timpani is.
Oh, is not everyone in this chat a classical musician?
I used to play it a fair amount, actually.
Yeah, the
kettle
steady
drums,
beat.
AK.
I watched an anime about an orchestra, so I know.
Oh my. Oh, Rusa has to relate everything to anime, just like I have to relate everything to Final Fantasy IX. Can't believe it.
So is the Undying a bird?
These guys hit really hard. Unfortunately, there's not a whole lot of screens we have to really go through, but they can still hit hard, and you can still kind of get trolled a little bit.
So one of my favorite things here is that one of the best ways to beat an ability in the second phase of the first boss here, Gabranth, who we already beat just now in the Sid 2 fight twice. He has two phases here. The first one should hopefully go quickly. And then the second one, he likes to cast Renew. So you want to reflect him. And the quickest and most reliable way to do that before he gets Renew off is to reflect off yourself so that he reflects Renew onto you. Because
yeah, you reflect and reflects, but he reflects Renew.
Yeah, and for whatever reason, reflecting it gets the spell there faster than casting the spell, because each spell takes has a little bit of travel time, and when it's reflected, it's faster.
I remember the good old days where we try and get the reflect mode.
Yeah.
There is a small chance we do underdamage the first phase. It's not too bad, though. The chance of underdamaging the second phase is a bit higher, so there's a good chance Zero will use Traveler here. We're going to move on forward to draw the aggro, because we don't have Decoy, but it's fine, because Gabranth always targets the person closest. We're also going to
always
make
starts
sure that...
by targeting the person closest. He doesn't... After that, it's all anyone's game.
Okay, yeah, he starts by targeting the person closest. Okay. Got it.
You cannot protect them.
Ash's MP still looks good here.
You have taught me.
Yeah, so now we're gonna reflect because reflect.
Yep, reflect. Okay, got off the reflect in time.
Okay, nice ATB reset there. Very nice ATB reset. Cutting the Faraga short to let the reflect go through. Very nice kill there too. Gabranth can sometimes cast Innocence, which is like an AoE attack. So if it
that's
does
his
go
next
off,
move, and
What?
Yeah, it wipes the party, so you really don't want to see that.
Well, Vaughn can survive it, but yeah, the girls can't. So I think Vaughn can survive it at least. I don't know.
I think without Protect he won't.
Maybe
I'm pretty sure I've been wiped by it.
So this is basically the final setup. We are going to set up the girls and Vaughn, and we're also going to pull out Balthier. Balthier is our guinea pig, and he will do a fantastic job. He will die, and it will be okay, because he may or may not get revived.
Yeah, basically, he's out here in large part to help extend the timers on Von's buffs just a little bit. You don't need Von for this part because you can kite the first part of Vayne around a bit. And,
yeah, he's very slow.
Yeah. The only thing that's really much of a risk is that Pummel has a bit of range. You also, ideally, will have Larsa, who is supposed to be helping you here, get dropped by your Firagas. That does not always happen.
You ideally want Larsa to die here. Because he still has X potions, and he still wants to throw them on your critical health teammates.
And he just stood there and took no damage.
Okay.
Actually, the new version of the strat, you don't even want to get Larsa in range. It just goes so fast.
Oh, really? Yeah. The new strat's nice. Because now both your tanks Mockwave. Here.
Yeah, and this gives
Vayne's always
Vaughn the
going to
max
cast Mockwave
duration.
here. And you want to move the girls closer to each other so that they reflect off each other. Both of you are going to die, and then Vaughn, when we bring him in, will spawn next to the girls.
That makes
This
sense.
is a bit of a funny fight because you actually want to hit him with... Oh, he's hitting Larsa. Nice.
Oh,
you want to hit him
Larsa.
with
That's really
4.
good.
Yeah.
With 4 Firagas, not 6, because if you trigger his Mach Wave, it's really bad.
So,
Or sorry, Force of Will.
Yeah.
Force of Will.
So
That was a very nice fight, though.
Why wasn't Larsa healing there?
I don't know.
It's random.
I think he got pummeled and then kicked, and I think kicked is like a CP0 ability. Anyways, this is Vayne Novus, and Vayne Novus is a very scary fight. He has these swords called Sephiras that are sort of orbiting him. He is weak to oil, however. So basically, the first part of this fight is he's gonna try and either physically attack us or cast various magics, and we need to oil and eventually re-decoy at some point, I think, and
Nope. No
bring him
re-decoy.
down. There's going to be a cutscene, and then after that cutscene, what's going to happen is that Vayne is going to try and move into the very center of the room. When that happens, we need to body block him as best as possible, because once he gets into the center, he's going to start channeling a couple of huge spells. There's one spell, the first spell he channels, we can kill him after it if he's low enough, but if he gets the second spell off, we're kind of done for. So now the whole goal here is to dispel him and oil him again, because he refreshes buffs, and Zero's just going to body block the crap out of him here. We're also going to Belias freeze so he doesn't move while the dispel and the oil go off.
This is a fight where combos used to be a big issue, but with the Belias freezing, it's no problem anymore.
Yep. So we can Belias freeze this so he doesn't move, and we have the body block. So even if he does get into the center, he is not going to be able to get his second spell off, which is the important part. We also have the Jackboots on Vaughn, which we purchased back in Arrowhead Village. That's just for a thing that can happen where Vaughn gets immobilized.
Yeah, that's because of the swords, the Saphira.
Yeah, the Sephiras can immobilize him, and that's a very good Vayne Novus fight. Well done.
Yeah, well played.
And now we have Undying. Undying is going to start off by targeting the closest person to him. And I believe he always does that. Until he casts Mega Flare, which happens at health threshold, in which case he targets a random person. So we are going to need to re-decoy and X-Potion Vaughn. We need to be careful with removing the Mirror Mail here, because he does hit quite hard. Balthier being dead is significant here. Oh. Okay. Divine Sword, very nice, very cool.
Luckily, his attacks at this point are typically all single target, unless he does the piercing spells, which he shouldn't do as long as your characters all have Reflect for some reason. And so yeah, hopefully once this potion goes off, we should be safe.
We're gonna just re-decoy Vaughn here.
Yeah, and it's worth mentioning that once a spell animation starts, even if you equip the Mirror Mail during that, before it finishes, it will still act as if Mirror Mail was not equipped.
Yeah, exactly.
2 X potions left.
Elixirs.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, he hasn't sold
Didn't have to sell them, that's good. The girls' reflect durations should be okay here. It can be tight, but the fight was good up to this point. So.
So we're gonna hit him with some far. Okay.
Looks like they're far away. Yeah.
Nice block there.
Nice block.
You'll also see that their MP is fast recharging here because of the high mist zone.
There's the Mega Flare, which will target Vaughn. It is AoE, so he's going to make sure to run Vaughn away. He's also going to run the girls towards Undying, get them away from Vaughn, and also to get them closer to the boss.
So that was another use of the technique where basically once the spell starts, its properties are fixed, and that includes who it is and is not hitting. So even though the animation hit Vaughn when he was back near the girls, it didn't matter. So now from this point, he's going to control one of the girls so that Vaughn just follows them around and stays within reflect range. And this damage is looking good. He's waiting for a specific ability here. Time.
There you go.
Nice.
I-57 in a marathon. Let's go.
Didn't even have to cancel magic barrier, which is something you have to have happen sometimes, depending on how well your damage goes and the Belial's freezing.
Very nice.
Yeah, there's just like a little RNG thing with that current strat where when you do that ATB reset after Mega Flare, if you get both Fire Ragas off before his next attack, then you'll kill him before Ascension. But if not, then you have to watch Ascension. So he got lucky there, so that was very nice.
Very nice quick kill. Well played, Zero.
Yeah.
Good game.
It's a really good time considering like how bad luck I got early game.
Yeah. And with all the safety saves and all that, saving in this game takes about 3 million years every time you save.
And sitting in the middle of the Mandy's arena for like a minute and a half.
Yeah.
Was that the first sub-6 visiting Tomage?
Yeah, also that too. Yeah.
So, am I incorrect that the both of the incentives got met?
Correct, yes. We have met both of the incentives thanks to the amazing donations. Thank you.
Perfect. Let's show them off.
All right, so let's get to it and then.
We have DCG and we have Gilgamesh.
Which one do we want to do first?
Let's do DCG first so we can end on Gilgamesh. How about that?
That sounds great.
Yeah.
Okay.
Just as we're getting set up here.
Zero Star has a pile of about 30 memory cards. Trust me, I've been there.
Just while we're setting up for this dead character glitch, I must say a big thank you. $500 raised here for this. So thank you so much indeed for your generous donations towards Nami. It has been absolutely amazing this run. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Let's see, what file are we going to take for DCG?
They should be good. I hope, at least.
Was this Great Crystal?
This is
Your
Free Great Crystal Go Away file, I think. Let me double check before.
So should I describe what the DCG is?
Go for it.
Sure, go ahead.
So the DCG is a glitch where you basically get a character in a state of constant petrification or nearly petrification. So what happens is you cast Petrify on the character and then you summon, and then you dismiss the summon at the same time as you use an item, and as the summon dismisses, it freezes the character right as they get petrified and they're using the item. And by lining these things up, the character is not quite petrified, stuck using the item, and will never change. And so the reason why this is so useful, or, it's just a glitch, but it's really useful because while that item is constantly being used, it means that it's in the effect capacity. So if you're using something like a holy mote or a warp mote or anything like that, that takes up the entire effect capacity, and nothing new can enter the effect capacity. So enemies can attack because that doesn't require any effect, but they can't use any spells, you can't use any potions.
Yeah,
on the other hand, if you
if
just
they have
got
AI coded to cast a spell at a certain HP threshold, their
Right.
AI will stick to them trying to desperately cast that spell, but they can't.
Meanwhile,
Right.
you
That's all they can
override
do.
it. They won't say, "Oh, I can't cast a spell, so I'll do something else." No, they'll keep trying to cast a spell forever and ever and ever, which is a key point of it.
Yeah, and that's how we defeat Yasmat as quickly as we do in the Order of Ambrosia speedrun, along with lowering its defense.
Mm-hmm.
We also use
and so-
not a holy mode or anything like that, but something that only partially fills the effect capacity.
Even
so
just a
that we
potion
can-
is enough, because
Yep.
he's trying to use Death Strike, which itself takes up the whole queue, and so he can't use Death Strike as long as you're trying to use a potion. And so you can use any 4 effect capacity or anything you want as long as you wait for his attack to reset, because you're blocking the queue and then he can't get his attack through, and then you're stuck behind him until he resets, and then yours gets through.
So right there, he just...
So, Vaughn used the Nihilpaloa, or equipped the Nihilpaloa, which reverses recovery items, which is a very broken item. And with the Niho, he uses a Golden Needle on Balthier, which gets reversed, and then causes Petrify. He then infuses Bosch to drop Bosch to critical HP for combo potential. Since Yasmat is not going to be attacking, it's safe to have our damage dealers in critical health. And Balthier is just going to slowly Petrify. For a while, at least. He's gonna petrify Fran just in case.
Yeah, my Balthier didn't have any summons. Oops.
Oh. So now we have to wait for Fran to drop to about 2 or 4 or wherever he wants to drop.
You
her
can
to.
summon at more or less any time. It's
Yeah,
when
you
you dismiss that matters.
Yeah. You get Brave Suit in this category? I
Yep.
can't believe it.
Absolutely.
Yep.
It's
In
not
all hunts, we don't have nothing. We have max millions and a dream. Also, in all hunts, we're 10 levels lower. So he puts an Ego
This
Blade
isn't
on
even the
Vaughn.
level.
Sorry, go ahead.
This isn't even the level we go to Yasmat at OOA because
Is it really not?
No.
or Great Crystal. So we actually are like 5 levels higher than this.
Okay, well.
high 60s usually, yeah.
Yeah, no. All hunts ends at like 53. So he equips the Ego Blade on Vaughn. Ego Blade is a ninja sword, and in this version of the game, ninja swords are all dark elemental. And it just so happens that Yasmat is weak to dark. So, and they also have great combo potential. So, very sensible choice there. And we're gonna wait for a very specific timing here. Zero's gonna start menu buffering. And then once the timer hits 0, he's going to ATB reset to immediately start the next potion that he threw up in the queue.
So you can see she started to use the potion and then was petrified as the Esper was dismissed, and now she's just stuck.
She's stuck permanently trying to use.
And when character gets petrified, they are supposed to disappear. But Fran is here, we can push her around even, and she will do this walking motion even though she's stoned.
So
Also, fun
so why
fact
is it
about
called the?
DCG. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Why is it called DCG if they're petrified?
Because they're dead even though they're not dead.
That's what
Fun
the
fact about
person who
DCG
discovered
is
it
if
called
all
it.
the other party members die, and the only party member, quote unquote, alive is the DCG party member, you will actually stalk them.
So that
Yeah,
setup
I've
is
had
not
that happen.
ideal because he didn't get into Death Strike early enough. But this is, like, minus Bosch being dead, the setup that you would start. And then you debuff Yasmat a few times as he resets trying to do Death Strike.
Every 30 seconds, yep.
And after a few of those, you just go grab a meal, use the bathroom, whatever.
Yeah,
shower.
basically, once you get enough exposes, you have basically 90 seconds of free time every time you reapply your berserks. So the way this is going to work is that every 30 seconds, Yasmat is going to try and re-enter Death Strike into the queue. And the way this works is that the spells that we're trying to use are not full effect capacity spells. However, Death Strike is. So if you picture it like a list, you have Death Strike on the top, and then you have like 2 berserks. Bosch and Vaughn both trying to cast berserk on themselves, right, as a list. And then every 30 seconds, that Death Strike is going to get canceled, and then he's going to immediately try to do it again, and it's going to get put to the bottom of the list. And so we'll be able to get those berserks off because they don't take the entire effect capacity. We still have effect capacity left over to get those berserks off. So those berserks will go through, and then Death Strike will go back to the top of the queue, but he can't cast it because this potion is just stuck in the queue forever. So that's kind of how this fight works. Basically, we get enough exposes, and then we berserk on a 30-second interval, and then once we have the berserks up, we have 90 seconds to sort of do whatever, talk to chat, go grab coffee, take a 90-second nap, go conquer the world, you know, anything you might want to do.
Additionally, this prevents a fair number of things that Yasmat can do, like not only its attacks and abilities, but it gains normally some abilities like damage resistance after a while,
Yes.
and this cancels that.
Yep, because he can't ever proc his damage resistance. So this is about an hour long fight.
Yeah, and this is used extensively in the low-level category 1, 2, 2, 3, 3, 3, and
yeah, for a lot of bosses.
A lot of them, because when you're that low level, you need something like this to be able to not die.
Yeah, use it for, I want to say, 12 bosses, 11 bosses, something like that. A lot.
Yeah.
Yeah, so normally we'd be casting berserks on Vaughn and Bosch here to increase their damage, increase their combo potential.
As well as using expose to
on Yasmat to reduce the defense.
But yeah, that's the dead character glitch. Again, we didn't name it. It was named by the person who discovered it. But yeah,
hey, Zero, press. Can you hold L2? Yeah. Oh, what a view.
Yeah, that's basically how the character glitch and what you can accomplish with it.
Yeah, the Order of Ambrosia Yasmat fight is typically about 40 minutes. So
all hunts is about an hour.
Yeah.
Or so. Yeah, Fran's doing her duty.
Yeah, so shall we move on to the Gilgamesh then?
Let's fight Gilgamesh.
We should go to Gilgamesh, yeah.
Before we move on to Gilgamesh, may I get a quick donation in before we see Greg?
Right ahead.
Okay, here we go. Kashura donates $15. Hi, Kay the Derpy Kashura here. My donation is to shout out the fabulous folks at the Japanese Restream, and in honor of them, I've included RTA-chan, Ransu, Zillion, and Hoshin as some names for Half-Minute Hero. Arigato gozaimasu, Japanese Restream. Thank you very much indeed for that donation.
Arigato gozaimasu.
Arigato.
Thank you, Hoshin, for not pulling me off the mic. Appreciate you. Love you. XOXO. Rooster, I'm watching you.
Alright, so then Gilgamesh. And so Gilgamesh, there are 2 fights. We're gonna do both. And of course we're gonna watch the cutscenes. Because the cutscenes are the best. But first I'll go over my setup. I have both Vaughn and Ash with Flame Staves. Vaughn has Black Mask, Ash has White Mask, and Maximilian's Gold Amulets, doesn't really matter. Bosch has Zodiac Spear, and Mage Power Shishak Maximilian. And my Gambit setup will be... it's pretty much identical for Vaughn and Ash, but they have ally HP less than 50% Kuraja, ally any Arise, ally any Bubble. A Bubble doubles your current and maximum HP. Foe Flying Tandaga doesn't matter. Ally Bosch Berserk, so Bosch will be Berserk, and then they will cast Shock on enemy with the lowest HP. So
okay. I didn't realize you used Shock here.
And Ash is the same, except that she has a ally Bosch Bravery Gambit, so Bosch will have get Bravery on, and ally any Protect Gun. And Bosch has Self Bravery, Foe Flying doesn't matter, Foe highest next HP attack, and Self Libra. This Gambit doesn't really matter either, because Bosch will be Berserk.
I didn't realize you used Shock here.
Yeah. So Shock is
It has a very fast animation.
And Gilgamesh halves all elements, so...
Yeah, that makes sense. I was using, like, Scourge, I think. But Scourge is 8 effect capacity, so yeah. Shock makes a lot more sense.
Shock is also, right? Or Shock is 4.
Shock's 4, I'm pretty sure, right?
Yeah, from Shimazai. I should know that.
Yeah. Yeah, 2 magic is great. At least for all hunts, when I tried 2 melee, it felt pretty bad.
Wait,
but 2 magic
fight's
was
over?
Great. Yeah, fight's over. Thanks for
Oh,
watching,
wait,
guys.
he's back.
Now we fight.
Why'd he come back? So Enkidu does have Sonic Fangs here, so it can have that 5% chance of stealing, but Enkidu in this fight is pretty weak. We'll just take him down.
He's much scarier in the second phase. In the second part of the battle.
Fools, you
I
face
take it.
the
Are you gonna
mightiest
steal?
swordsman in all Evil East. You face me.
Sure, I'll take Steal in the final phase.
Okay.
Long have I sought the blade of legend.
As we do in the different version.
furthest marches, east
Yeah,
and west.
makes things a little bit
And
more-
now my search brings me here. To you.
Get that Genji glove.
Your weapons are forfeit to me.
Your weapons are forfeit to me.
I've fought worse.
I should have a quick thought
I
on Cameo
probably-
Bells.
That's a weird looking sword. Not really familiar to me.
Yeah. That sword looks so weird. I don't think I've seen it anywhere else.
Why are there holes?
I think it's from Fable.
I've fought
Yeah,
worse.
Fable of the Lost Chapter.
That's it.
And that one's from Fable 2.
Oh, no, I'm pretty sure that's the one Darth Vader wields, right? From Star Wars?
No, that's Star Trek.
I don't think Darth Vader was
Oh,
in Star
Star Trek.
Wars, Rutha, but you can try again.
I've fought worse.
And this is the Tornsaw, one of the high-powered weapons in this game.
I appreciate that, but
Yeah,
that's
from the
literally
design.
the sword the Fable Runner was using at the end of the game. I'm not even kidding. So we will dispel here. I'm just gonna try and cast some don't spell. Looks like it deals a lot of damage, not really so much. Ooh, Bosch the crit, let's go. Healed now.
For a moment.
Yeah. He's immune to physical damage for now, but immune to all damage.
Yep. I just have having Vaughn spam Steal so that he doesn't Berserk Bosch with his Gambits. Because I don't want Bosch to kill this guy before I can get the Steal off. And there we go. Didn't even
Genji
need
gloves.
Genji
Genji gloves are an accessory that in this game take the combo rate of whatever weapon you're using and double it. Or in the event of criticals for ranged weapons, basically the same.
Okay, so now even though they're running away, they're very clearly dead. Yuna needs to send them. If we can get Yuna or another summoner over here to send them back to the far plane, that'd be great.
So after this,
I'm not sure that sounds right.
After this in the
I'm
Order of
definitely sure
Ambrosia run, there is kind of a long section where you go deeper into the Lusu mines and eventually get to Gilgamesh. And that is actually one of the grinding spots in that route.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, because you want to hit, what, 42, right?
47.
Oh, you hit 47 there.
Yep.
Okay.
47 is a prime
Yeah, that was
number.
the first. Right, we were about level 40 there. And
the level there isn't nearly as important, but in phase 2, Gilgamesh has a whole bunch of level-dependent moves that guaranteed affect you if you're a certain level, but if you are none of those levels, then they don't do anything.
Yeah, you basically want to be at prime level here.
So here I have basically the same gambit setup, except that the casters have 5 Raga instead of Shock. And yeah, otherwise the gambit setup is the same, equipment setup is exactly the same, except that Bosch will get the Cameo Belt this time, and Vaughn will get the Nihopalawa.
Cameo Belt prevents parrying and such, and Gilgamesh has a very high parry rate.
Yes.
Yeah, and then the Niho is going to be to use the Nihopaloa remedy on Enkidu, which is going to cause sleep and a bunch of other status effects. Because the Nihopaloa reverses item effects, basically recovery item effects. If you use a remedy and you have remedy lures, instead of curing all the things that the remedy would normally cure, it inflicts all of them. So that's one of the reasons why the Nihopaloa is an incredibly effective and powerful accessory, even though at first glance it looks like it's useless. It's
on top of the setup that I did in the previous fight, I also casted Haste Gua, so that all my characters have haste for this fight. That allows me to get my spells off on Gilgamesh before Gilgamesh can get his opening move in each phase. So that will be very important, because in the second Gilgamesh fight, it's important to if you don't want him to do too many moves, because he has this pattern where every 13 moves or something he will use a cutscene attack, and in the last phase he will, like Gilgamesh 1, he will use perfect defense, and he will remove that once he has used 2 cutscene attacks, and he's guaranteed to use one immediately, and the second one is the one that's on the timer. So you want to get to the last phase without seeing more than one cutscene move.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Enkidu is also a very scary part of this fight. He just deals a ton of damage. So the Nihopaloa plus the remedy is really going to sort of secure that for us. Also, you notice he has Brotherhood. I think he was friends with Chapu. So go to melee, Niho, Rem, Enkidu. It's going to inflict, you see all those status effects. And as long as Bosch doesn't attack Enkidu, we should be okay.
He did.
There's
early
things we mentioned earlier. Nice, no instant kill. Very cool.
See,
Enkidu has very high
also,
counter rate. Go ahead.
I was going to say that also Enkidu can be oiled, which is why I'm using Pyraga here, but I guess I forgot to equip the Remedy Lore on Vaughn, or get the Remedy Lore on Vaughn.
I was going to say, I didn't see oil pop up.
Right, I also, after Enkidu is done, I'm supposed to go back to Shock because Gilgamesh has Fire-Aga.
That was merely a test of your strength, mortals.
That was merely a test of your strength.
The contest begins now. I.e., your weapons are as good as mine.
So yeah, like Zero mentioned earlier, Gilgamesh has all these level X types of spells, level 2 sleep, level 4 break. So if you're a prime level, basically, they won't affect you. Which is nice because he's just wasting his time trying to cast these spells. Who's that? Is that like Deathbringer? I'm not sure.
I'm not sure.
That one actually I don't remember.
Yeah, I don't know either. So yeah, we're just basically at the beginning of every phase, we're going to immediately dispel Gilgamesh because he's going to reapply Protect for himself. He's going to reapply buffs rather. And Bosch is just going to kind of kill him. Uh-oh. He pulled out the Fable Sword again.
Once again, torn us all.
No, it's the Fable Sword! This is one of the annoying things about these, like, OA and All Hunts categories, is that whenever somebody dies, you revive them, they spend, like, forever rebuffing themselves and everybody. But it's not a big deal. Yeah, we mentioned earlier that Ash does have, or Gilgamesh does have a pretty high combo rate.
Quake, mortals! You face the blade of legend!
He can just kind of one-shot somebody, basically. There's a perfect defense.
Oh, yeah, and this perfect defense also makes him immune to dispel, and he gets brave. He starts with bravery in this phase. So if you don't dispel him, this monarch will kill someone. But well, I guess it did anyway. I guess.
Yeah, I was gonna say, you dispel him like immediately, right? Or
yeah,
goes off?
right away.
Yeah.
Yeah, I usually
he is dispelling.
Oh, okay, he is.
Yeah, now he's using Monarch really quickly because I didn't take too long in the previous phase and didn't see an earlier cutscene move, so he used it almost instantly.
And is this the one that's going to remove perfect defense?
Yep.
Yep. And I also have the spell Siphon that I can use on Bosch if my casters get low on MP. I guess I can demonstrate it here.
Yeah, Bosch has a license that gives him MP whenever he attacks something, which in this category is extremely crucial for certain areas of the game, like Pharaoh's Subterra. You're constantly siphoning Bosch's MP on your casters because you are attacked thoroughly. So Siphon, very underrated spell. You can see Bosch is almost full MP already, and just gave Vaughn like 200 MP when he siphoned Bosch. And that's Gilgamesh.
Very nice.
At least until we see him again.
A sword?
Yeah, it's Greg. Say goodbye to Greg, guys.
Greg.
Greg rides on to face another journey, another conquest for Greg.
That's a sort of legend that we've got now, right? Is it special?
True.
Yeah, let's yep. Let me see what we get here.
That's the Excalibur. Right? It's gotta be Excalibur.
Okay. It appears to be an ordinary sort of legend.
An ordinary sort of legend.
Lame.
It's
Lame.
just an ordinary.
Greg, you get back here and you give me the correct sort of legend.
Let's see
you
what
get
happens
back
if
here,
we
Greg.
leave.
Right, are we just about ready to wrap things up, folks?
One more.
Yes. we are now ready to.
Yep.
Yeah, we're done now.
That's it. Hopefully you all enjoyed Final Fantasy XII and the Lich and the Gilgamesh fight.
Yeah, everyone, thanks so much for having us. I really don't have much else to say besides thanks to everyone who donated. Thanks to Zero for running. Thanks to my co-commentators for harassing me thoroughly throughout the run. Thanks to chat for keeping me entertained. Love you all very much.
You guys got to say thanks in Japanese, so I'll say job well done. So, otsukaresama desu.
Arigatou gozaimasu.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you, RPG Limit Break. Thank you, hosts. Thank you, viewers. Thank you, donators, for making it possible for me to show the Dead Character Glitch and Gilgamesh fights. And yeah. Thanks for having me, and thanks for all the help and support, and I hope to see you in the next one.
Yeah, GG's. Thanks, everyone, for hanging out. I have no more else to say. I am ready to sign off and hand it over to the host and get prepped for the next run. Anyone else has anything else to say?
Nope.
Nope.
All right.
Thank you very much indeed. Yeah, thank you very much indeed, Zero Scar. Absolutely amazing run. Fantastic commentary there. Also, massive shout out to everyone watching. Raised over $2,500 towards NAMI for those incentives. Absolutely incredible. We're sitting on 20,933, just shy of the 21,000. So please, please keep those donations coming in. I will be leaving you just now. I will be handing over to the fantastic Kashura, who will be for the next run, which is going to be Adventure Time, Pirates of the Enchiridion by Alair Halfmoon. Hope you enjoy. Please keep donating to NAMI and enjoy the rest of RPG Limit Break. Cheerio for now.
Good morning, good evening, good afternoon, bonsoir, and konbanwa, everybody. You are watching RPG Limit Break, and we are proud to be supporting NAMI again this year. RPG Limit Break 2022 is coming to you live from Salt Lake City, Utah, and various countries of remote work this year. We're raising money for NAMI, the National Alliance on Mental Illness, which was formed in 1979 as a grassroots advocacy organization by a group of parents whose children suffered with serious mental illnesses. And NAMI has been focused on maintaining that focus till this day. So thank you, everybody, for all of your generous donations to them. I did want to shout out a couple of upcoming bid wars as we get set up for this run. We have the choose the cat or dog for Cat Quest 2. Let me know in your comments why cats are better than dogs. For some reason, dogs are sitting at $106, but cats at $5. So let me know why cats are better than dogs. Look forward to your comments. We also have... we're waiting on fulfilling the Another Goddess bonus stage for Half Minute Hero, as well as all of the names for the Half Minute Hero name donations here. We have the Evil Lord, Hero, the Knight, and Princess. Currently, we have Ransu at $10 for the Evil Lord. The Hero is RTA-chan at $10. The Knight is sitting at $10 with a zillion, and the Princess is named Hoishin right now with $10. So get your donations in for any of these wonderful incentives or bid wars. We also have tons of prizes that I will talk about here coming up with the run, and then I look forward to reading all of your comments. Let's quickly catch up on the donations that we do have. We have several donations without comment, but everything is appreciated. We have Ronan Raven with $20, Prof Ness with $25, Coffee and Chocobos with $100, and Moogie with $14.45. Thank you, everybody, so much for all of these donations. And just stay tuned. We're going to be starting up very soon with the Adventure Time Pirates of the Ecridion with Lair Half Moon. I'm having a blast seeing some of these comments from chat about how to pronounce this name. I'm understanding that the name is actually Pirates of the Enchilada. Is that right? So you can get some fantastic prizes coming up through this block, all the way up until the end of Willow Any Percent with Vani. You can, if you donate $15, you can have a chance to get the Chocobo Knight original art by Peter Lockerbie. There is also a Final Fantasy Ultimania Archive Volume 3 for a $10 minimum donation, and a wonderful Willow Dragon Perler for a $20 minimum donation. And with $100 of cumulative donations, you also have a chance to win a Final Fantasy V, a PlayStation 5, Final Fantasy PlayStation 5. Wow. Okay, a PlayStation 5 with the Final Fantasy VII Remake and Tales of Arise, both of which are fantastic names. So get your donations in. Hey everybody, did you know that there are t-shirts again this year? RPG Limit Break is really happy to be partnering with the Yeti again, and they bring you some amazing t-shirts and some pins. Head over to theyeti.com/RPGLB and take a look at the designs and pick ones that you think you might want. And know that every $4 from every t-shirt that is purchased will be donated to NAMI. And remember that Yeti is spelled YETEE, theyeti.com/RPGLB. Hang tight with us, everybody, while we are getting set up for this run. We do appreciate all of your patience, and get those donations in for the cat in Cat Quest 2. Cats are so cute. So we definitely should get those donations in for cats, and we'll be here soon with enchiladas. While we are on the topic of art in the 3D printed form in chat. I just wanted to shout out that RPG Limit Break is very grateful to LLK, a longtime contributor to GDQ marathons, and the designer of our promo banners, attendee badges, and emotes. Please check out her work at jazaboo.com. That's JAZ or Z for some of you. So JAZAABOO.com. Jazaboo.com. The last few years have been a really stressful time for the world. I can definitely speak personally that things have been, kind of tense. And understandably, this has had a strain on many people's mental health. So in the United States alone, about 21% of adults reported suffering some kind of mental illness. And that's about 52.9 million people. So please remember to reach out for help if you need it. You're not alone. And that's what we're here for today, and what RPG Limit Break is here to help remind everybody and to help get, that support for NAMI. And all of your donations are going to a really great cause. So thank you very much. We will be with you soon. Thanks, everybody, for being patient. Just give us a little bit more time. Yep. Hello? Can you hear me? All right, thank you so much, everybody, for your patience. We're here now with Freddie and Zero Scar, of the runner of Final Fantasy XII, for an interview.
Hello, everybody. I'm here with Zero Scar, who just wrapped up the fantastic Final Fantasy XII run. How do you feel about how the run went? I admittedly did not wake up until just after Shem Hazai, but it looked like at least an interesting pandemonium fight.
So you said all the good parts then. The start of the run was really, like, I got really unlucky. Like, I had to use a potion on Rogue Tomato. I got one book from Dustia, then not nearly enough money from Geremseif and Barheim, so I had to go to Tomash before the second Dustia grind, and Tiamat disabled Vaughn at the start, and it was unlucky, but I feel like I played well to compensate for that. So we got underestimated, so yay.
Yeah, still making an underestimate. Sub 6 hours is definitely not something I can even do at this point, much less something that was even heard of a number of 5 years ago now at this point. But honestly, I did want to comment on the Pandemonium fight in specific, because I know commentary was having some trouble, like, oh no, this, and this. And you're just kind of sitting there like, no, I've seen it. This is normal. It's fine.
Yeah. I'm actually not sure what went wrong initially, but once I knew, once I got the hang of the situation, I was like, okay, this is what I need to do. I'm just gonna let Redas die, then I'm just gonna have one character spawn cast Eroga, so I don't trigger, so I can keep him confused, and that worked out really well.
Good. Yeah. No, it worked out great. So, so you've not had a chance to run this at Limit Break, or run anything really at Limit Break before, due to the cost of travel and other things, I'm sure. So how do you feel about the chance to do this remotely?
Oh, that was amazing. Like, if there hadn't been a chance for a remote running this year, I would not have been able to make it. And so I'm really grateful for the opportunity, and yeah, I mean, aside from a couple of technical issues, it worked pretty well. So
yeah, hear you there. And having done it at in-person marathons before, how does the experience compare?
It is different. It's much more convenient having a bathroom close enough, and it, like, there's no like hassle of setting up, everything on your end, and the only issues will be from the connection part and stuff like that. So
yeah, the bathroom one's a good point, especially with how long some of these runs are for RPGs.
Yeah.
So but yeah, so you've been running this game for many, I'm sure you have a more exact number than I do, years at this point. And having done and improved on all available categories, like any percent, like you just did, 1, 2, 2, 3, 3, 3%, which I believe got mentioned at one point, Order of Ambrosia, which you showcased at the end. So what keeps you coming back to Final Fantasy XII specifically?
Every run is kind of different. Like, I still have not I still have not had bad time. Like, or I mean, okay, yeah, sometimes you get unlucky and you hate the game, but there's always something new, and there's always that you can improve at something, and always some new things you learn, and just yeah, just like it keeps being entertaining. It's like there's enough points or enough like downtime that it doesn't get too stressful, but it's still, there's also a lot of like skillful execution and stuff in play, and like Yeah, and it's even the small things like while preparing for this run, I got the fastest chocobo time from Ravenastri to Chahara ever.
Nice.
And I was really excited about that, even though I've done that trip like 1,000 times by now. But like,
Hey,
it's a small.
It's one of those things that you remember. It's great. Yeah, well, that's cool. And what was your favorite run, actually, out of curiosity, of the various categories?
I'm really torn between this one and OOA. Like the Order from Brosha, it's a really amazing run. It's just a tad too long. Being 21 hours, 21 and a half hours is I think my time right now. But yeah, so you can't run it too often. This is like perfect in terms of length for like to do in one stream, to have a fairly long stream but not too long. So, but I mean, in a way, you get to see Gilgamesh and like.
As we saw, it's just an amazing fight. So.
Yeah.
Because of the music, mostly. So as we know, NAMI, the National Alliance on Mental Illness, is the nation's largest grassroots mental health organization. I just wanted to ask, what does NAMI mean to you?
Well, mental illness is really important. I believe NAMI works only in US. Is that correct?
I believe so.
So it hasn't affected me personally, but I do realize that it's a really important cause, and I know a lot of people who suffer from mental health issues. So it is important in that regard.
Yeah, as we all do. Thank you for. Is there anything else you'd like to talk about? Shout out, anything like that before we move on to prizes?
Shout outs to everyone in the FF12 community, everyone who has been part of both in running, routing, and even viewing, because sometimes the little improvements come from the viewers, the little ideas that you never thought of before, and then you're like, yeah, why don't we do that? And there's so many people I could shout out. Freda is one of them. I don't know if you have heard of him, but he's an old school runner that used to run this game when I started learning same for skate for a living, and then from more recent runners like Harvey, of course all my commentators, Rusta, Mythic and Alec, and also big shout outs to Hoishin who was running Tech, I believe, and has been a huge part of FF12 community as well as all the Japanese runners.
Yeah, no, it was a wonderful run. Was glad to have you. Also, I wanted to take this time to go over a few prizes that will be going on. We have 3 that will be going available till the end of the Willow Run, and about 4 runs from now. But will be coming up in not too many hours. These are on the shorter side. First, we have the Final Fantasy Ultimania Archive Volume 3 with a minimum $10 donation during this time. We also have the Choco Knight Original Art Ink Drawing with a minimum of a $15 donation, as well as the Willow Meeting Dragon Matanda, hopefully I pronounced that right, Perler, which is available with a minimum of $20 donation. I actually just saw that one recently, and it looks amazing. I guess honestly part of the reason. Anyway, we also have one big prize for the whole event. We have a PlayStation 5 with the Final Fantasy VII Remake and Tales of Arise games, all included, as long as you donate a cumulative $100 throughout the entire event. Doesn't have to be in one go, so just kind of put your whatever you can here or there, and you'll be eligible for that one. So with that, thank you again, Zero. Hope you have a wonderful rest of your day, what's left of it. And I'm going to throw this back over to Kay.
Hey, it's Kay. Thank you so much, Freddie and Zero, for the interview. You are watching RPG Limit Break 2022, and we will be back here shortly with Adventure Time, Pirates of the Dion? Oh, man. Encheirodon. Oh, boy. Pirates of the Enchilada. Very soon. All right. Okay, perfect.